A spatial gate ripped open in the sky, unleashing tons of monsters along with pitch-black lightning, heralding humanity's demise. A monster let out a desperate shriek, kicking off a series of days where humans struggled to fight just to cling to their meager lives. The blonde hero, in his rookie days, struggled to block an attack from a red-skinned monster, his life hanging by a thread. He panted heavily, sweat pouring off him like rain, his eyes revealing extreme confusion at the cruel reality. Times create heroes. He began to swing his sword wildly, slashing through the monsters in his path to survive. A month passed, his skills had improved, and he confidently charged into a bloody battle with a giant monster without hesitation. After a full year of bathing in the blood of his enemies, his eyes were now as sharp as razors, his aura completely overwhelming the monsters. 10 years flew by. He had transformed into a war god, standing tall on a mountain of monster corpses piled high. With powerful, glowing eyes, the blonde hero declared that he could clear the entire map without knowing fear. The demon lord appeared in a colossal, pitch-black form, exuding a suffocating killing intent as if to devour everything. The enemy's evil face shed tears of blood, uttering curses that the old world had been completely destroyed. The blonde hero glared at the mastermind, his face stained with blood but exuding an unyielding resilience. The demon lord spoke enticing words, disparaging his talent as a waste, and wanting to turn him into a subservient blade. He scoffed loudly, rejecting the absurd offer, then immediately took an offensive stance. Shouting a sky-shattering roar, he poured all his strength into his legs, charging straight towards the enemy like an arrow loosed from a bow. His sword collided powerfully with the demon lord's steel-hard arm, sending sparks flying. The impact, carrying immense weight, made the monster's tough skin tremble. The demon lord's eyes widened in surprise, never expecting the tiny ant before him to possess such terrifying power. He gnashed his teeth, his bloodshot eyes showing streaks of red, as he realized he was being overwhelmed. The blonde hero focused intently, his blue eyes flashing fiercely, preparing to unleash a decisive blow. The demon lord swung his greatsword down, but the hero managed to block the attack with his sword, creating an extremely powerful shockwave. The boss pressed down with all his might, growling contemptuously. "No matter how much you struggle, you're nothing but a mere insect to me." The blonde hero gritted his teeth, enduring the immense weight, a pained coo escaping his lips. He was flung far back, somersaulting in the air, then landing on all fours to break his momentum. The landing was so forceful that it created a pot sound, gouging the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Before him stood the demon lord, towering like a mountain, the size difference making our side look truly tiny. The boss tensed, channeling his inner energy, a menacing red and black aura enveloping his bulging, muscular body. He swung his blade down at the ground, creating an earth-shattering quang explosion, the shockwave sweeping away everything in its path. The hero knelt, panting heavily, his armor tattered after enduring the heavy attacks. The demon lord strode forward with his blade in hand, his oppressive aura threatening to crush his prey. The shimmering light from the blue gem worn around the monster's neck suddenly revealed a fatal weakness. The blonde hero's blue eyes suddenly blazed brightly. He had found the enemy's vital point. He roared, regaining his spirit, pouring all his remaining strength, and charged straight at the enemy for a final, desperate fight. A sharp clang of metal echoed as he moved into position for his decisive strike. A razor-sharp sword stroke swung up, forming a massive wave of sword energy, slashing upwards from below. A pillar of light from the attack shot straight up into the sky, piercing through the pitch-black night. The hero stood still after the strike, his hair falling to obscure his face. On the demon lord's chest, the blue gem began to crack open and emit a blinding light. The boss's face changed color, his bloodshot eyes wide with panic as he realized, "This bastard." A crisp, shattering sound echoed, his protective amulet officially crumbling into tiny pieces. The demon lord roared in despair as he realized his inevitable death was upon him. The boss's colossal body vanished into white light, ending his dark reign. The knight collapsed to the ground, his face scarred but radiating an unusual serenity. His body began to burn into small embers, the price paid for the ultimate victory. The hero's eyes dimmed, and everything slowly sank into eternal darkness. A shooting star streaked across the beautiful night sky, concluding a legend's journey. Shuffling footsteps echoed on the ground, opening up a completely different scene. A black-haired young man, casually dressed, strolled leisurely through modern city streets. Blaring sirens and flashing red alarm lights signaled an incident. A towering warning sign for the Class C Namsan Gate area stood firm, strictly prohibiting ordinary people. Ignoring the warning, the young man strode confidently into the restricted area as if it were deserted. He stood boldly before the buildings surrounding the dungeon gate, exuding an air of indifference. A decisive step crossed the safety boundary, trampling all association rules. A loud explosion rang out as he broke through the invisible barrier to enter. The alarm system shrieked, warning of an unregistered hero forcibly intruding. His sharp eyes gleamed, showing no fear of what he was about to face. The urban landscape vanished, replaced by a lush, dense forest inside the dungeon. He continued to walk on the green grass in his legendary flip-flops, his demeanor utterly relaxed. He paused when he heard a doubtful, startled call from behind him. A fully equipped squad of hunters appeared, blocking his path to check on the lost wanderer. The squad leader ordered him to follow, as if herding a lost child, assuming he needed protection. The black-haired young man stared blankly at the strangers with dead fish eyes, not understanding what was happening. The female hunter whispered to her teammates, scrutinizing his utterly shabby attire. He heard the small fry discussing his clothes, his face expressionless, likely smirking inwardly. They continued to zoom in on his cheap black backpack with overt disdain. The hunters concluded that those legendary flip-flops were only for clueless porters abandoned by their teammates. He scratched his neck in annoyance, casually explaining that Head found his own way in and hadn't been abandoned by anyone. The spiky-haired hunter laughed gleefully, as if he'd won the lottery, confidently asserting that he was indeed abandoned. The squad leader began lecturing, acting like a seasoned professional who understood life, to teach the newbie. He warned him not to have delusions of grandeur learned online. If he wanted to live, he should get a proper license first. He scoffed at his low skill level, advising him to farm in the Class F beginner zone instead of rushing into this death trap. He cut off the pathetic lecture with a blunt remark that immediately left his opponent speechless. All the hunters froze, sweating profusely, surprised that this good-for-nothing dared to talk back so sharply. He calmly walked away, making the spiky-haired one furious and wanting to rush forward to teach him a lesson he'd never forget. The squad leader stopped his subordinate, deciding to let this arrogant fool fend for himself and get what he deserves. He believed that death would be the most valuable lesson for someone who didn't know their place and dared to ignore advice. He walked on, his eyes becoming sharp and cold as he sensed the difference between real combat and theory. A giant ogre warrior suddenly appeared behind him, proving this was a bloody playground, not a game. The monster's killing intent erupted, its eyes glowing with a thirst for slaughter and terrifying sword intent. A roar of quo shook the heavens and earth, but he still stood there, bag in hand, as calm as if strolling through a park. The ogre's greatsword descended with immense weight, creating a deafening crash that shook the very ground. The ogre stared in utter astonishment as its destructive attack struck empty air. Seo Dojun's eyes flashed with a golden, murderous glint, showing absolute focus. He deftly dodged the attack, slipping under the ogre's guard arm with incredible speed. A swift, sharp slash swung up, sending the massive ogre's head flying into the air, completely separated from its body. The colossal headless corpse crashed to the ground, blood gushing out, while he landed as lightly as a feather. He looked at the corpse with a bored expression and muttered that actual combat was no different from a stroll. Utterly disappointing. The wind ruffled his hair as he stood tall like a god of war amidst the pungent pool of blood. He reached out his hand, expertly preparing to harvest the spoils from this massive corpse. His hand firmly gripped a sharp, curved dagger, glinting with a deadly chill under the sunlight. His face remained cold and emotionless, despite having just performed a masterful one-hit kill. He casually used his knife to rip open the ogre's chest to search for the energy core within. Fresh blood splattered, staining a patch of green grass crimson, proving the brutality of a hunter's profession. He plunged his hand deep into the gooey corpse, rummaging for what he needed without a hint of disgust. A brilliant red magic stone, covered in blood, was pulled out by him into the sunlight. He scornfully dismissed this low-grade stone, calling it trash that he wouldn't have even glanced at in the past. He wiped the blood off the stone on his clothes, then temporarily tucked it into his pocket for safekeeping. Done with that, he squatted down, continuing to rummage around to see if there was anything else usable, with a relaxed demeanor. His keen ears twitched slightly. His eyes darted sideways upon hearing strange sounds echoing from afar. Heavy footsteps, shaking the ground, signaled a new wave of monsters approaching to gang up on him. The roars of the ogres echoed through the sky, but were met only with a contemptuous, challenging gaze from Seo Dojun. An ogre swung its axe down, but he merely tilted his body slightly to dodge the attack. He swiftly snatched the brilliant red magic stone right out of the air with practiced ease after taking down his target. With superior speed, he glided like the wind, leaving the slow monster's axes to strike empty air. A loud thud echoed as the colossal corpse collapsed to the ground, its blood profusely staining a corner crimson. He stood proudly amidst the encirclement of colossal monsters, carrying his loot bag as casually as if he were out for an afternoon stroll. His eyes gleamed with deadly coldness, ready to make mincemeat of all the massive monsters that dared to block his path. Meanwhile, the hunter squad still strolled leisurely, completely unaware of the massacre unfolding. The orange-haired girl still resentfully recalled the young man's earlier insolent attitude, with an annoyed expression. The whole group began to chatter nervously, worried that that guy might have died in the forest due to his foolishness. The goatee-bearded leader closed his eyes in judgment, believing that the illegal intruder must be in deep trouble by now. He was certain that the control center agents were rushing to the scene to clean up the situation. According to his textbook theories, this C-rank gate would attract elite agents of B rank or higher to handle it. He confidently asserted that as long as that guy wasn't crazy enough to rush in and fight the monsters first, he would still be alive. His subordinates nodded in agreement, blindly trusting their boss's biased and flawed experience. In his vivid imagination, the young man was probably trembling, hiding in the bushes, waiting to be rescued. But the reality was completely different. His devastating punch was distorting the face of the poor ogre. He deftly dodged the colossal axe by a hair's breadth, turning the monster into a clumsy, slow clown. The ground shook violently as his attack created a shockwave, sending dust and rocks flying. The ogre broke out in a cold sweat, utterly terrified upon seeing his flip-flop-clad heel descend upon its head. He delivered a perfect roundhouse kick that sent the ogre warrior's jaw flying, the force so immense it created a shockwave that tore through the air. The giant monster lay dead, while he stood staring at the corpse with an expression as cold as ice. He casually dragged the monster's colossal greatsword across the ground, as if pulling a cheap plastic toy. He held up the magic stone to inspect it, muttering calculations about the remaining quantity with a rather dissatisfied look. The sky was strangely clear and peaceful, a stark contrast to the bloody massacre that had just unfolded below. The backpack on his back was bulging, weighed down by the spoils harvested after the battle. As he walked, grumbling about the meager harvest, a control center agent in a black suit suddenly rushed forward to block his path. The agent called out, making him turn his head in confusion, not yet understanding what the hell was happening. Rapid footsteps echoed, and he stopped, waiting to see what these strangers intended to do. 3 control center agents in black suits and sunglasses stood in a line, exuding an intimidating aura that blocked his way. The brown-haired leader introduced themselves as being from the Gate Control Center, speaking with a condescending, bureaucratic tone. He demanded that Sotojun present his hero registration card, stating that if he didn't have one, he would have to obediently follow them back to the station to sort things out. He narrowed his eyes, asking about the Gate Control Center again, his face clearly showing suspicion and annoyance. The agent began to lose patience, growling that Sotojun must comply with their orders immediately if he didn't want trouble. His golden eyes gleamed with a sharp gaze, assessing the troublesome situation unfolding before him. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, regarding the demanding people before him as nothing more than bothersome flies. The arrogant blonde agent pulled out a pair of handcuffs, speaking of cooperation, while his hands were clearly intent on subduing someone. The blonde agent lunged forward, grabbing his wrist tightly, threatening to use force and inflict injury if he dared to resist. The agent's hand squeezed his firm arm, believing he had successfully subdued an easy prey. With just a slight twist of his wrist, a crunching sound of bones echoed, making the blonde agent's face turn pale with pain. The blonde agent's eyes widened in pain, sweat pouring down him as he realized he had just kicked an iron plate. The black-haired young man maintained his world-weary expression, tightening his grip on the opponent's wrist, then coldly dismissed the troublesome bunch to go home. Seeing the turn of events, his 2 comrades clicked their tongues in irritation, immediately drawing their batons, intending to gang up and rescue their colleague. The 2 batons crackled with dazzling electricity, blocking his path with the intention of subduing him through overwhelming force. These weapons were level 4 magic sealing devices, hot items specifically used to deal with orcs, but bringing them out to threaten him was truly comedic. He didn't even bother, swinging his arm and throwing the blonde agent away like trash, making the man scream miserably. His face was shrouded in shadow, his voice deepening as he delivered a final, weighty warning. His golden eye blazed with killing intent, and he advised this small fry to scram if they didn't want to end up in an orthopedic hospital. Without giving them time to react, he moved at a wind-tearing speed, causing the surrounding air to ripple. The 2 agents swung their batons wildly, but he merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly dodging all their attacks, which were as slow as a crawling turtle. His figure flickered in and out of sight, moving behind his opponent so quickly that the naked eye couldn't follow. A thunderous slap was delivered, a heavy impact echoing, signaling that someone's teeth were about to go on vacation. He swept through the entire group with a kick, turning their professional combat formation into a bunch of scarecrows flying haphazardly through the air. A powerful straight kick slammed an agent directly into the ground. The sound of the impact alone was enough to make one wince in pain. He stood towering amidst the defeated opponents lying on the ground, while the brown-haired commander, standing far away, could only gape in horror. The man in black glasses gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down him, unable to comprehend what kind of monster stood before him. The black-haired young man glanced over with disdain, treating the commander's existence as if he were thin air. In just a split second, his figure blurred, and then completely vanished from his opponent's limited sight. The commander was in utter panic, drenched in sweat, wondering where his target had evaporated to. He suddenly appeared right behind him, delivering a punch imbued with love that instantly knocked the man out. The agent commander coughed hoarsely, scrambling to his feet under Seo Do-jun's disdainful gaze. He adjusted his sunglasses, trying to regain some composure even as cold sweat poured down his face like a stream under the invisible pressure. He began to babble about hero registration rules and laws prohibiting illegal activities within the gates. Like a broken radio, he suddenly blanched, his face drained of all color when he mentioned the dangerous concept of the Rift Zone. Spatial gates opened, and hideous monsters flooded into the world like a great deluge, as he explained. The government had built colossal gates to imprison monsters and exploit them as lucrative energy mines. As for the uncontrolled wilderness areas, where a living hell existed, they were called Rift Zones. Seo Do-jun found it troublesome after hearing this, asking sarcastically if these guys would tail him everywhere he went. His eyes flashed with a threatening golden light when he mentioned illegal entry, making the atmosphere thick with tension. The agent trembled as he confirmed that the system would automatically raise an alarm and dispatch troops if any stranger entered the gates. He cried out in despair, warning that the Rift Zone wasn't a market one could simply enter, and the association wouldn't stand idly by. Seo Do-jun looked down at him as if he were an ant, wondering how he should deal with this noisy trash. The agent commander broke out in a cold sweat, covering his face with bitter regret for not calling for backup immediately when he encountered this madman. A sudden, thunderous slap landed, contorting his face in pain as his sunglasses flew off. Seo Do-jun swung his hand as lightly as a feather, yet it was enough to send the agent flying far away like a rag doll. He turned his back and walked away with a world-weary expression, coolly remarking that it was nothing significant. The agent commander clutched his face, seething as he watched the retreating back of the one who had just beaten him to a pulp. Unable to do anything but grit his teeth, he screamed in helplessness as his opponent disappeared into the forest, swearing that the next time they met, he would send him to the afterlife. Memories shattered like a broken mirror, an enigmatic shadow enveloping his mind, signaling a scene change. The blonde hero fell unconscious, his shattered armor drifting in undefined space after hearing a desperate scream. The blonde hero thought he had officially logged out of the server of life after the fatal impact. He let his body drift in undefined space with his eyes closed, waiting for the game over screen to appear. His emerald eyes suddenly opened wide at a strange sound, signaling that the game wasn't over as he had thought. He realized he was hanging upside down in a clear blue sky, instead of falling into a dark hell. Seo Do-jun stood tall on the reflective water, coldly questioning the identity of the stranger who had just appeared. The young man introduced himself as Seo Do-jun and casually announced his impending demise. The upside-down blonde hero offered a deal. If Seo Do-jun listened to his request, he would automatically disappear from sight. A blunt refusal immediately rang out, cutting off the armored spirit's offer. Seo Do-jun broke out in a cold sweat, stunned by the unexpected reaction or turn of events in the negotiation. The hero asserted that he was fed up with this game of life and had no lingering regrets to cling to. He began his lament, recounting 10 years of fighting tooth and nail, only to be stabbed in the back by his comrades and lose everything. Hanging upside down, he posed a philosophical question about the meaning of striving in this unjust world. Seo Do-jun flinched when his opponent accurately read his innermost thoughts about the meaninglessness of life. Despite life being a mess, Seo Do-jun still wanted to live to protect his grandmother and Yoon-young from destitution. The hero sighed wearily, seemingly convinced by the young man's simple yet profound reason. He quickly concluded by directly asking the young man's desire, making Seo Do-jun's eyes light up as if he had seized a life-changing opportunity. Seo Do-jun placed his hand on his chest, his gaze resolute, as he prepared to voice the most important wish of his life. The scene shifted to the Gasan Digital Complex in Seoul, where the rhythm of modern life continued. Skyscrapers were now filled with signs for dungeon item transactions, proving that times had changed. Seo Do-jun walked through the crowded street with a backpack on his shoulder, attracting the attention of passers-by with his distinct aura. Seo Do-jun stood before a magic stone purchasing shop with a gaudy advertisement sign, a place that reeked of a scam in the middle of the street. The tattooed clerk inside, glued to his phone, greeted customers with a dismissive, irritating tone. Seo Do-jun walked in with an imposing demeanor, briefly stating his purpose was to unload the haul he'd just farmed. He inverted his black backpack, pouring out a pile of glowing red magic stones onto the table, which clattered loudly. The clerk's face scrunched up as he looked at the blood-stained goods, rudely complaining about the filth. He quickly put on a friendly facade when he saw the large quantity of goods, telling the customer to wait a moment for sorting. Seo Do-jun lounged on the sofa, exuding the aura of a predator resting after a hunt. He calmly drank a cheap cup of coffee, while the clerk diligently cleaned each gem in the back. The unscrupulous clerk typed away on the computer, rattling off a list of low and medium-grade magic stones to calculate the price. He held up the computer screen, showing a figure of over 5 million won, with a triumphant expression as if bestowing a favor upon a common farmer. Seo Do-jun coldly cut short the act, directly questioning the exorbitant 40% commission he had fabricated. The clerk sneered maliciously, lecturing him that this price was already a great deal because they were acquaintances. Seeing the other party shamelessly trying to extort him, Seo Do-jun didn't bother to argue and calmly gathered the pile of gems back into his bag. The clerk's sinewy hand suddenly grabbed his wrist, preventing him from leaving with a rather strong grip. He changed his tune, demanding payment for sorting, and even the coffee he had just offered, revealing his true nature as a thug and extortionist. The scoundrel even added a fee for the blood-wiping cloth, settling on a price of 350,000 won, which made Seo Do-jun's eyes burn as he challenged him to try and take it. He bared his unnaturally white teeth in a sneer, threatening that several C-rank heroes provided protection for this trashy shop. 3 towering brutes appeared from the back door, their heavy footsteps signaling that a beatdown was about to begin. The thugs, with grim faces, asked who was causing trouble, intending to use their numbers to bully the weak, as always. Seo Do-jun merely glanced, and a murderous aura emanated, making the scarred leader turn pale as he realized he had just poked a hornet's nest. The thug's face turned ashen, and sweat poured down him like rain as he witnessed his comrades being dealt with in the blink of an eye. A loud crash echoed as the brute was thrown against the wall like a tattered sandbag. Seo Do-jun stood tall amidst the chaos, calmly rotating his shoulders, warming up after the light cleanup. All the thugs lay sprawled unconscious on the floor, while the tattooed clerk cowered in the corner of the counter in fear. The legendary flip-flops continued to walk, their shuffling sound echoing eerily in the silent space. He leaned his hand on the shattered tabletop, finalizing the new commission fee at 1%, which made the unscrupulous clerk not dare to utter a sound. Seo Do-jun flashed a friendly smile with sparkling eyes, proposing a fair business partnership from now on. He leisurely left the shop with a promise to return, leaving the flattened den of scammers behind. A thick wad of cash was tossed with a thud onto the old floor, signaling a change in their fortunes. Grandmother and Yoon Young were startled, their eyes wide with disbelief, looking at the pile of unexpected wealth. Grandmother stammered, her face full of bewilderment, asking Seo Do-jun where this enormous sum of money came from. He sat down on the floor with a relaxed demeanor, fabricating a story about lending money to friends for business and now receiving huge interest payments. Grandmother, still suspicious, squinted and asked again where her grandson found such a VIP friend. Seo Do-jun broke out in a cold sweat, quickly covering up that it was an old friend from the orphanage back then, to reassure grandmother. Hearing about the past, grandmother immediately believed him, smiled kindly, and recounted the thick wad of cash. Yoon Young cheered joyfully, her eyes sparkling, asking her brother if their family was officially rich now. He patted her head with gentle eyes, firmly affirming that their days of hardship were over from now on. The entire room filled with laughter as the grandmother and grandchild jumped up to celebrate their spectacular change in fortune. Yoon Young dashed past him in extreme joy, leaving behind all worries about daily sustenance. Seo Do-jun stood silently, placed his hand over his left chest, and swore to protect this peaceful life for his 2 dearest loved ones. Seo Do-jun stood lost in thought, contemplating an absolutely safe home to protect his family from all threats. He recalled the moment he woke up in this body and realized his soul had possessed Seo Do-jun's body. Touching his reflection in the mirror, he felt unfamiliar with his new identity, yet his eyes retained the cold sharpness of a warrior. The price for safety in Korea was 11 billion won, a colossal sum, but he believed he could absolutely achieve it. Yoon Young hugged her brother's back tightly, while he secretly thought that once he recovered his strength, money would be nothing. To him, the monsters, spatial gates, or rifts in this world were merely weak compared to the hell he had experienced. He had once been the sword god, standing above 10,000 people in his previous life, so the challenges here were just child's play. Even though his current strength hadn't recovered 10%, his eyes still flashed with a powerful and deadly golden gleam. A loud banging on the door interrupted his thoughts, making grandmother and Yoon Young jump in fright and huddle together. Seo Do-jun turned back, smiling reassuringly, telling the two to stay safely inside while he went out to sort things out. He slipped on his slippers and walked to the door with a relaxed demeanor, but his killing intent had already begun to surge. As soon as the door opened, 2 grim-faced thugs were waiting, looking as if they wanted to devour their debtor alive. The blonde thug jutted his chin, demanding payment, and brazenly announcing that the principal and interest had skyrocketed to 48 million won. Seo Do-jun recalled the 5 million won debt for the former owner's grandmother's medical treatment, which these vultures had inflated tenfold. They intended to extort all the money he had just earned, relying on their numbers to force a young man to cough up the cash. A sudden fist shot out with terrifying speed, just as the thug was about to finish his phony lecture. Seo Do-jun delivered an incredibly powerful uppercut, instantly deforming the big thug's face to the astonishment of his companions. The thug flew backward like a sack of trash, hitting the ground with a thud and losing consciousness after just one hit. The blonde thug's jaw dropped in shock, his limbs trembling as he couldn't comprehend what had just happened to his large companion. Seo Dojun grabbed the remaining thug's shoulder, his eyes blazing as he recalculated the amount paid and declared that he was the real creditor in this deal. The blonde thug trembled uncontrollably, sweating profusely as he stammered, asking if the person standing before him was truly Seo Dojun. Seo Dojun clenched his fist, his eyes burning with a deadly gaze, and ordered the small fry to go tell his boss to prepare for a visitor. A dry thud echoed in the blue sky as the obstruction was mercilessly kicked away. The scene shifted to a bustling shopping mall, where citizens were leisurely shopping, a complete contrast to the recent violence. Shelves filled with colorful plush toys exuded a sparkling and adorable atmosphere. Eun-young looked up with eyes sparkling like falling stars, hardly daring to believe she was actually allowed to buy a new doll. Seo Dojun smiled gently, acting like a generous older brother as he declared that since they had finished buying clothes, she could now buy anything she wanted. He told himself that sharing memories with the body's former owner was causing his arid emotions to begin to change. Watching his little sister squatting and gazing at the display case, he admitted that for now, this emotion was limited to pity. He recalled that the original Seo Dojun was very kind, even to this half-sister. With a determined gaze fixed on the distance, he secretly vowed to protect that innocent heart in this cruel world. Eun-young timidly hugged a tiny white plush rabbit, looking up to ask her brother if she could have this one. The pristine white plush rabbit looked small and modest in the arms of the sensible girl, but immediately after, she plopped a giant plush bear twice her size onto the floor, proving that the little girl also knew how to seize an opportunity. Seo Dojun broke out in a sweat, having to carry the enormous bear, but still forced a smile and reaffirmed his promise to let her buy anything. Eun-young's eyes crinkled in satisfaction, her face radiant with childlike joy. A feast of fast food with burgers, fries, and mixed noodles was laid out, ready for the two siblings to dig in. While the two siblings were focused on eating, the surrounding crowd began to whisper and point towards them. A voice rang out, confirming his identity, making Seo Dojun, who was chewing with puffed cheeks, turn around with a questioning look. An elegant blonde lady appeared with two grim-faced bald bodyguards, seemingly having found her target. The blonde lady sneered contemptuously, openly criticizing the siblings' rustic attire in the middle of the crowd. She didn't hesitate to insult them, sarcastically asking if the girl would cause trouble just like her mother. The bald bodyguards stood surrounding the dining table, creating pressure, while Seo Dojun remained silently with his back turned. Eun-young, bewildered, chewed her burger and wondered who this crazy woman was to be so rude. Seo Dojun maintained his cold demeanor, his face darkening, but he didn't even deign to give her a glance. Seeing his silence, she became bolder, sneering with arrogance and disdain. She continued to criticize Eun-young's cheap clothes, likening them to be as tattered and pathetic as the girl's mother. She tilted her chin, asking for her name, and when Eun-young innocently replied that her surname was Lee, she showed a calculating surprise. She turned to provoke Seo Dojun, sarcastically asking if he was mute for not daring to utter a single word to defend his sister. The cracking sound of his neck joints signaled that Seo Dojun's patience had reached its limit, and the monster within was about to awaken. The woman began to feel uncomfortable and awkward amidst the terrifying silence that enveloped the space. She lost her patience and yelled, directly calling Eun-young an insolent brat for daring to ignore an adult's words. At the peak of her depravity, she shamelessly asked a child if she knew what the word whore meant, right in the middle of the shopping mall. Seo Dojun's eyes flared golden, the killing intent of a true predator beginning to surge violently. In his eyes now, that elegant woman was nothing more than a hideous and ugly orc that needed to be eliminated. She broke out in a cold sweat, startled as she felt the chilling killing intent aimed directly at her. Seo Dojun looked up with eyes as sharp as razors, his face radiating killing intent that made his opponent tremble. Dark memories flooded back. Seo Dojun was once an illegitimate child who had to live in poverty and deprivation in every way. He had endured coldness and discrimination for over 10 years in his own biological father's house. Ever since his father's legal wife gave birth to their precious son, his existence was completely treated as air and pushed to the fringes of society. Memories of the leftover scraps of food the three siblings ate flooded back like an unhealed scar in his mind. Seo Dojun stood silently amidst the hazy smoke, the smile on his lips fading, giving way to the surging killing intent. He wondered what kind of insane willpower he had used to endure such coldness and injustice for all those years. But now the game had changed. His eyes blazed with the steely determination of one who controlled his own destiny. He looked directly into the blonde woman's face and spoke contemptuously of the 12 disgusting years they had lived together under one roof. Seo Dojun didn't hesitate to insult her ugly appearance, her trashy character, and her empty head that knew nothing of education. The two bodyguards broke out in a cold sweat, their faces turning pale as they heard him expose their mistress's sick inferiority complex. He declared that she had no right to compare herself to Eun Young, a girl far more beautiful and kind than her. In front of the crowd, he openly defended his sensible sister and slapped that arrogant woman's face with the naked truth about money. Seo Do-jun's gaze was cold and emotionless as he looked down, as if at nothing more than a pile of trash. The blonde woman was furious, her face turning crimson and contorted, as she tremblingly asked again with extreme bitterness. Suddenly, another elegant woman appeared with a fake smile and greeted Seo Do-jun intimately. The shrewish woman immediately changed her attitude, scurrying back to tattle to her mother like a useless and cowardly overgrown child. She was crying and pointing at him, about to accuse him, but her mother immediately cut her off with a decisive word. The woman glared and ordered her daughter to shut up, playing the role of a strict and understanding mother in front of everyone. Turning to Seo Do-jun, she changed her demeanor faster than flipping a rice paper, asking about his health with a polite smile, as if nothing had happened. The stepmother approached, chiding him for not coming home, but in his eyes, she was nothing but an utterly nauseating hypocrite. She even brought up his father to put on a show, making Seo Do-jun feel utterly disgusted by this cheap family drama. He coldly cut her off, stepping closer and asserting that they weren't close enough to put on such a show of concern for each other. With an emotionless and deadly gaze, Seo Do-jun uttered two final words, dismissing the troublesome woman. "Get out." The stepmother stood, rooted to the spot, her face darkening with resentment, but she forced herself to swallow her anger at her stepson's arrogant attitude. She spun around and stormed off in a huff, leaving her daughter bewildered, unable to process what had just happened. Her high heels clicked sharply on the floor. In her mind, she couldn't believe that the good-for-nothing from before dared to talk back so brazenly now. The entire entourage retreated, her useless daughter frantically trailing after her mother, squawking like a lost duckling. Seo Do-jun, no longer bothered with that trash, he turned to invite Eun Young to go home, as if he had just shooed away a swarm of flies. He cast one last glance, his cold eyes asserting that the submissive, enduring Seo Do-jun of the past was long dead and gone. Darkness enveloped the building, an unspoken warning that they had better wisely recognize this change soon before it was too late. The luxurious car sped away into the night, carrying with it a suffocating atmosphere and suppressed killing intent. Inside the car, the blonde lady still couldn't shut her mouth, yelling complaints about why her mother hadn't dealt with that bastard right then and there. Ignoring her daughter's incessant whining, the stepmother calmly reapplied her makeup, then coldly called out Manager Lee's name in a deadly tone. She uttered a question reeking of danger that froze the air in the car. "Why is that guy still breathing?" The bald bodyguard broke out in a cold sweat, stammering that according to intelligence, that guy had definitely been left as bait in the dungeon. She shrieked furiously, unable to accept that someone who should have been long dead was suddenly appearing and causing trouble like this. Hearing this, her daughter started to get cold feet, her face blank as she asked what the old woman meant by saying that guy should have died. Manager Lee could only bow his head, profusely apologizing and promising to immediately investigate this absurd survival. The woman silently gazed out the window, her eyes calculating her next dirty schemes while her daughter still didn't understand. Looking down from above, the car still sped on while the blonde lady frantically realized her mother had actually hired someone to kill Seo Do-jun. The stepmother suddenly turned and questioned her daughter, asking if she still harbored any lingering affection or pity for that stepbrother. The girl flinched, vehemently denying it, terrified that if this monstrous secret reached her grandfather and father, they would all be ruined. Without letting her finish, she roughly clamped her hand over her daughter's mouth, her eyes wide with a threatening glare, ordering her to shut up. The stepmother growled with sharp eyes, warning her daughter that she would handle everything and forbade her from interfering. The blonde lady trembled, clutching her throat, sweat pouring down her like rain, terrified by her mother's authority. The car glided through the streets while the woman continued to curse her stepson as a despicable scoundrel. In her mind, Seo Do-jun's image appeared, along with a venomous vow to send him to hell at any cost. Rewinding time to 10 years ago, when spatial rifts began to tear apart the peaceful sky, grotesque monsters poured out from the rifts to slaughter humanity, turning city streets into desolate plains. The entire world plunged into a sea of fire and utter chaos as civilization stood on the brink of annihilation. But then, heroes who awakened their powers appeared in time, pushing back the darkness and restoring world order. Times changed. Magic stones extracted from monster corpses became the new energy source powering society. Sitting in the taxi, Seo Do-jun gazed thoughtfully out the window, pondering this pragmatic world revolving around gates and hunters. The car braked with a soft hiss, signaling its arrival at the rendezvous point for his money-making plan. He stepped out of the car with a confident demeanor, asserting that the truth of this era was, if you want to get rich, you must become a hunter. Before him stood the HCS Yongdongpo Financial Headquarters, a den of loan sharks disguised as a legitimate business. His firm footsteps echoed on the tiled floor as he strode without hesitation straight into the tiger's den. He swaggered into the dilapidated building under the scorching sun, where the gangsters were gathered. A sunglasses-wearing man skillfully puffed on a cigarette, exuding the arrogant air of the area's boss. The boss and his subordinates blocked his path, jutting out their chins to question the audacious person who dared to show up after beating their men. He crushed his cigarette on the table, his tone full of menace at the brazen, death-defying attitude of the brat before him. Seo Do-jun paid him no mind. He settled comfortably into a chair, and then lamented that he was being greatly disadvantaged. While the boss was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening, he had already begun to tally up his demands for both emotional and material compensation. The loan shark boss narrowed his eyes, realizing the kid in front of him had changed after gradually beating up his henchmen. Seo Do-jun sank into the chair, exuding a gloomy aura that made the boss suspect he had awakened his abilities within the gate. The boss leaned in menacingly, intending to teach the newly awakened brats a lesson in manners. His henchmen gradually arrived, blocking the exit, the sound of the door closing, signaling an impending display of overwhelming force. The boss stood tall and imposing, surrounded by his grim-faced thugs who encircled their lone prey. He roughly grabbed Seo Do-jun's collar, scoffing that even if he awakened, a D rank was still just trash. He puffed out his chest proudly, boasting that he had plenty of strong individuals under his command, capable of shutting up any loudmouthed D ranks. Seo Do-jun maintained a cold expression, showing no fear at the gangster's empty threats. The boss turned to leave, ordering him to stay put and repent for his foolishness. Seo Do-jun raised his sharp, cold eyes, declaring in a low voice that he wasn't finished talking. The boss spun around, roaring in anger that the brat dared to speak so disrespectfully to his senior. Suddenly, his face changed color, his eyes widening in horror as he felt the explosive killing intent. Wham! A devastating punch landed squarely on the boss's face even as Seo Do-jun remained seated. The boss's large body flew backward, tumbling over and knocking down tables and chairs with a crash, to the astonishment of his henchmen. Before they could recover, Seo Do-jun punched the bald thug's face crooked while interrogating them about their loan sharking. He then grabbed the red-haired thug's head, exposing that this den also offered fake document services. The red-haired thug's nose bled profusely as he heard Seo Do-jun demand a hero ID card to earn money. A yellow-hoodied thug who rushed in to ambush him also received a bone-shattering punch from Seo Do-jun. His attack speed was so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow, only seeing after-images sweep away the thugs in an instant. In a flash, Seo Do-jun stood tall in the middle of the room, surrounded by the boss and his henchmen lying scattered like trash. Seo Do-jun ordered the boss to immediately create a set of perfect, flawless fake documents. The boss broke out in a cold sweat, his glasses askew, hastily promising that they would be ready by tomorrow. The bruised thugs huddled in the corner of the room, watching their boss being threatened without daring to utter a single word. The boss' mind was in a frenzy. He fearfully guessed that Seo Do-jun's power must be at least B rank to be so overwhelmingly strong. Seo Do-jun stood tall in the middle of the room, waiting for an answer, which made the boss hastily nod his head repeatedly, accepting the task. The boss stammered, placing a hand on his chest, intending to say something important, but hesitating out of fear. Seo Do-jun's killing intent flared fiercely, his eyes blazing when he heard the boss mention the name Hong Hee-ju. Memories of that cruel woman resurfaced in the boss's mind, making him tremble uncontrollably. Not giving him a chance to breathe, Seo Do-jun grabbed the boss's collar tightly and dragged him roughly for interrogation. He screamed miserably as Seo Do-jun lifted him upside down and shook him violently like a chicken. The boss frantically confessed that it was the woman named Hong Hee-ju who had ordered him to pressure Seo Do-jun to death. He cried out in despair that she wanted Seo Do-jun to be buried in debt and eventually commit suicide. Seo Do-jun coldly watched the boss squirming and begging for his life, his eyes showing no mercy. His face grew pensive as he pieced together everything he had just heard. Seo Do-jun released his grip, letting the boss drop to the ground with a thud, then questioned him about being trapped in the dungeon gate. The boss waved his hands frantically in denial, his face drained of color, swearing he knew nothing about the gate incident. He explained that if a debtor died, he would lose money, so there was no way he would do something so foolish. Seo Do-jun put a hand to his chin in thought, realizing that this guy's pragmatic explanation made sense. He suddenly remembered that the one who had led him to that fated gate was the hunter, Kang Chol-woo. Seo Do-jun turned and walked away, not forgetting to order the boss to find information about Kang Chol-woo by tomorrow. Seo Do-jun was determined to take his grandmother and Yoon Young to an absolutely safe place, far away from all troubles. He swept his hair back with an arrogant flourish, declaring that he would take the opportunity to clear away everything in his path right now. Seo Dojun held up the fake B-rank hunter card, his sharp eyes scrutinizing the information on it with a look of dissatisfaction. He decisively swiped the card through the security scanner to activate the risky entry procedure. The heavy iron gate opened, accompanied by a notification confirming his hero registration, but warning that his rank was insufficient. Seo Dojun clicked his tongue and cursed the stingy boss under his breath for forging a B-rank document instead of the A rank he desired. Ignoring the blaring alarm about the rank discrepancy, he casually put his hands in his pockets and stepped into the death zone. He walked through the dark tunnel of Bansum Gate, a place considered a challenging terrain with a 2-person limit. Seo Dojun analyzed the narrow tunnel terrain, noting that soloing would be torture unless one was A rank or higher. His eyes flashed with a dangerous glint as he calculated the worst-case scenarios that could occur in this dungeon. A challenging smirk played on Seo Dojun's lips. There was no trace of fear of death in him. A giant golden-scaled viper lunged from the darkness, hissing terrifyingly to threaten the intruder. Seo Dojun activated his sharp bone claw gauntlets, showing amusement at the plump prey that had just appeared. The monster opened its fanged mouth and lunged to attack, but he blocked it with a fiery clash. The viper snapped frantically, green venom splattering everywhere, trying to bring down its stubborn prey. Seo Dojun immediately recognized it as a Black Death viper, a monster whose venom caused instant paralysis with just a small scratch. He dodged the attack that slammed into the rock wall, his reflexes so fast they left afterimages. Seo Dojun kicked off the wall, using the momentum to break and prepare for a counterattack. He leaped and delivered a clean slash, cleaving the monster's head in two in an instant, causing blood to gush out. Seo Dojun landed softly, flicked the venom from his hand, and let out a relaxed sigh after the light warm-up. Seo Dojun gazed at the green fluid on his bone claw gauntlets, satisfied that his 300,000 won investment in the fake card was starting to pay off. His eyes were razor-sharp, intensely focused on the next batch of prey rushing forward to their demise. 3 Black Death Vipers attacked simultaneously with open mouths, but to him, they were just moving sandbags. Seo Dojun narrowly dodged a deadly bite, his eyes maintaining a terrifyingly calm expression. A thud echoed as he dispatched the monster, blood splattering onto the cold stone wall. Green fluid from the snake corpses flowed across the ground, signaling a recent massacre. Seo Dojun stood tall amidst the chaos, his back exuding the solitude of a supreme predator. He stomped on the monster's corpse to check for loot, but found no mana stones. Seo Dojun thoroughly searched the mangled corpse, then clicked his tongue in disappointment that his luck was a bit poor today. He recalled the abysmal 3% drop rate in his old world, and mentally prepared to grind relentlessly to meet his quota. Seo Dojun walked with determination through the tunnel, planning to slaughter a few hundred more monsters to farm items. He casually strode past the decaying skeletons, unaware that dark energy was gathering behind him. A cracked skull suddenly emitted a plume of thick black smoke accompanied by a gruesome hiss, making the atmosphere gloomy. Seo Dojun froze as he sensed killing intent, his face showing a fleeting mix of surprise and vigilance. A giant snake head covered in shimmering golden scales slowly emerged, its emerald green eyes staring intently at the intruder. Seo Dojun dropped his shoulder bag to the ground with a thud, silently guessing that this was the dungeon's boss. Without a word, he launched himself into the air, intending to deliver a preemptive strike for a swift finish. A deafening clang echoed as his bone claws collided with the monster's steel-hard scales. Seo Dojun was pushed back by the recoil, his eyes wide as he watched his fist being easily blocked. He looked at the tiny crack on the golden scales, clicked his tongue, and calculated that he needed a quick victory to make it home in time. Seo Dojun was thrown into the rubble after the impact, rock dust flying everywhere and covering him. The golden viper boss opened its blood basin-sized mouth and let out a piercing roar, green venom dripping from its sharp fangs. Not losing momentum, he flipped in midair and landed in an extremely stable stance to neutralize the recoil. His shoe soles scraped hard against the ground, creating a piercing screech to halt his rapidly sliding speed. Seo Dojun slid across the floor, his sharp gaze fixed on the monster, his hands still in a vigilant stance. He punched the wall hard with his left hand, creating a loud crash to stop completely, leaving a huge crack on the rock face. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully, realizing that ordinary physical attacks would struggle to penetrate those tough scales. The giant snake looked down challengingly. Its scales were much harder than the smaller fry outside, making the previous attack feel like a mere tickle. Seo Dojun clicked his tongue, regretting his former strength, but his gaze suddenly fell upon a sword stuck near a skeleton. A light flashed in his mind, and he smirked, having found the perfect weapon to deal with this oversized eel. He rushed towards the skeleton, reaching out to grasp the hilt of the old sword plunged into the ground. His pupils contracted, focusing intently on the newly found weapon, as if appraising its stats. His concentration reached its peak. In his eyes, there was now only the sword and the target before him. He muttered a weapon master's philosophy. Whether a sword is dull or sharp doesn't matter. What matters is whose hands it falls into. His steps were steady as he advanced, a rusty iron blade in his hand, yet his aura soared to the heavens. Facing the monster's death bite, he calmly declared that he would borrow this toy for a moment. A harsh clang of metal echoed as he swung the rusty sword, blocking the lightning-fast attack. Exploiting the opening, Seo-Do-jun launched himself over the snake's head with a graceful somersault, completely dodging the bite. His face showed a look of madness and arrogance, telling the snake to be honored to be personally sliced into pieces by him. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, preparing to deliver the finishing blow, while the monster roared wildly, having missed its prey. A harsh screech of metal rang out as the rusty sword plunged into its target, ending the tense showdown. A dazzling burst of light erupted from the point of impact, signaling a tragic end for the unfortunate monster. The entire colossal body of the king snake collapsed to the ground, dust flying everywhere after the fatal finishing blow. Seo-Do-jun let out a breath, his face smudged with dust, but his eyes radiated the satisfaction of a victor. The snake was officially gone, its soul leaving its body. While he held the broken sword shard, sweating profusely at how useless the weapon was, he strode out majestically from the gaping maw of the lifeless corpse, like a god who had just finished a stroll. The longsword was now just a sharp piece of scrap metal, a disheartening sight for a sword god's equipment. Still, this pile of loot was much more profitable than doing manual labor in Namsan, so he was somewhat satisfied. Outside the dungeon, the full moon shone brightly down on the quiet base, marking the end of a long night. The heavy iron door opened, and Seo-Do-jun stepped out, looking weathered after an intense solo battle. He clenched his hand over his chest, feeling his strength gradually return, and told himself that recovery was the top priority right now. Looking towards the city ablaze with lights, he secretly felt lucky that his overpowered old comrades couldn't see him in this pathetic state. A yellow, inflatable waving arm man swayed, inviting customers to the Magic Stone pawn shop with shocking prices, looking both tacky and amusing. The shop owner poured a pile of glowing red magic stones onto the table, the clinking sound of money a pleasure to hear. The turban-wearing shop owner nonchalantly announced the exorbitant 40% commission fee, as usual. Seo-Do-jun grimaced, trying to use his regular customer status to haggle for a bit more pocket money. The shop owner, while counting money, prattled on that this was the cheapest price in the land, so he shouldn't ask for more. A thick wad of cash was pushed forward, proof of a smooth and quick transaction. The shop owner affirmed that the commission was reasonable for both parties to profit without complicated taxes. Mid-count, the shop owner suddenly paused, looking up at the customer with a puzzled and bewildered expression. The axe-wielding veteran hero puffed out his chest, claiming to be an acquaintance and promising protection to the bruised, bandaged thug. Solid footsteps echoed, signaling the arrival of an extraordinary individual. Seo-Do-jun strode past the two, his face impassive, treating them as invisible air. The bruised, bandaged thug recognized the terrifying figure from the other day, his eyes wide with horror. He pointed directly at Seo-Do-jun's face, yelling that this was the bastard who had reduced him to such a state. Seo-Do-jun stopped, while the veteran hero began to pay attention to his subordinate's accusation. The self-proclaimed hero cracked his knuckles, adopting a hypocritical tone about true heroes not harming civilians. The bruised, bandaged thug sneered, boasting that his protector was a 7-year veteran in the business. Seo-Do-jun glanced over his shoulder with contempt, telling them to disappear if they knew what was good for them. The veteran hero flinched, angered by the opponent's insolent attitude, while his subordinate looked smug. Seo-Do-jun turned fully, his eyes as sharp as knives, challenging anyone who wished to suffer in the bandaged thug's stead. The veteran hero clenched his fists, intending to charge in and teach that arrogant guy a lesson he'd never forget. Suddenly, a survival truth flashed in his mind. The leading cause of hero deaths was fighting with fellow heroes. Cold sweat poured down him like a shower. His 7 years of survival instinct screamed that he'd be wiped out if he stayed. The veteran hero immediately did a 180, waved goodbye, and quickly fled, leaving his subordinate bewildered. Seo-Do-jun shifted his deadly gaze to the bandaged thug, who stood frozen in place, abandoned. He closed in, making the bandaged thug tremble, asking if he had any more opinions or complaints. The bruised, bandaged thug broke out in a cold sweat, too terrified to speak before Seo-Do-jun's overwhelming aura. Seo-Do-jun ignored him, upending his backpack and spilling a pile of loot onto the table for payment. The glowing red light from the high-grade magic stones made the tattooed clerk gape, shocked by his opponent's formidable identity. The pile of glowing red magic stones scattered on the table was valued at a total of 150 million won. Seo-Do-jun clicked his tongue, deeming it too little for a full day's grind, but still ordered the tattooed clerk to bring out the money. The tattooed clerk broke out in a cold sweat, trying to explain that commission fees had to be deducted before payment. So Dojun sneered mockingly, unilaterally setting the fee at 1% and demanding 148.5 million won immediately, leaving the clerk stunned. The tattooed clerk cried out in indignation, stating that the regulation was 40%, and such a cutthroat price was unacceptable. He suddenly remembered who he was facing, lowered his voice, and made an excuse about needing his boss's approval for transactions over 100 million. So Dojun looked at him with deadly eyes, forcing him to call for permission immediately. The tattooed clerk trembled as he held the phone, reporting the situation to his superior in extreme fear. He flinched, his face drained of color, as he felt a chilling gust of wind pass by. Seo Dojun had snatched the phone, directly ordering the loan shark boss on the other end to release the money at once. He listened for a moment, then casually demanded a different clerk, stating that this one was too slow. With that, So Dojun swung his arm and hurled the phone violently against the wall, creating a thunderous crash. The phone embedded itself deep in the wall right next to the tattooed clerk's face, scaring him witless. He stammered his boss orders. Stacks of large denomination bills were neatly placed into the bag, under the absolute submission of the weaker party. So Dojun walked out the door with the bag of money, offering a sarcastic farewell, leaving the tattooed clerk weeping bitterly over the outrageous price cut. 10 minutes later, the automatic glass door opened once more. A burly man walked in with a scowl, wondering why no one had answered his call. The loan shark boss was stunned to see his tattooed clerk's face pale, trembling and asking to quit immediately. The shattered phone embedded deep in the wall was the clearest proof of the terrifying pressure the tattooed clerk had just endured. The loan shark boss's eyes darkened as he began to realize the gravity of what had just transpired in his territory. The shop manager made a phone call with a serious expression, urging reinforcements to quickly arrive at the scene. A purple-haired woman walked down the street with an imposing aura, making everyone turn their heads. The click of high heels on the pavement announced the arrival of no ordinary person. The crowd buzzed with chatter as they recognized the famous Hyunju Yeon. She stopped in front of the Magic Stone purchasing shop with a confident and arrogant demeanor. The automatic door opened, accompanied by the familiar chime announcing a customer. The bandaged thug shrieked as if he'd seen a ghost when he recognized the new arrival. Hyunju Yeon coolly removed her sunglasses, revealing her sharp purple eyes, and confirmed her identity. He trembled before the overwhelming aura of South Korea's fourth-ranked S-class hero. The thug broke out in a cold sweat, remembering the rumor that she was the beloved granddaughter of the underworld boss. She stepped forward, complaining that her uncle was having a headache because of someone undercutting Magic Stone prices. Hyunju Yeon sat down, crossing her legs with an air of authority, and demanded to hear the details of the matter. In a peaceful old house, Seo Do-jun was training shirtless in the sunny yard. His bulging muscles were clearly visible as he stood deep in thought, planning his next move. He frowned in disappointment, having only earned a paltry 100 million after grinding all day. Seo Do-jun realized he needed to solo an S-class dungeon immediately to recover his strength. He compared the Manipur atmosphere here to his previous world and felt disheartened. He craved top-tier gear, but the prices in this world were truly exorbitant. Suddenly, Seo Do-jun flinched, his eyes sharpening as he sensed a surge of killing intent. He darted like lightning towards Yoon Young and tightly embraced her to protect her from the potential danger. The ground shook violently, causing his grandmother to stumble, while Seo Do-jun had already secured his sister for protection. Yoon Young fearfully clung to her brother's strong arm, stammering to ask if it was an earthquake. Seo Do-jun's eyes were razor-sharp. He immediately confirmed that this was not a natural disaster, but a dungeon anomaly. The sky tore open with vivid red lightning, signaling a spatial rift that had just formed directly above them. Ominous black cracks spread across the surrounding space like a deathly spiderweb, tearing apart the peaceful sky. The entire neighborhood was engulfed by a surge of dark energy, turning the area into the epicenter of a high-level disaster. Seo Do-jun spread his body, shielding his family, and loudly ordered everyone to immediately hide in the room to save their lives. Without a second's hesitation, he shot forward like an arrow, using his body to block the danger emanating from the rift. The scene shifted to the Seoul City Hero Association headquarters, a skyscraper holding supreme authority. The control center was in chaos as an agent reported the discovery of a brand new rift that had just appeared in the Mapo district. The department head clutched his head in pain, unable to believe that after only 63 days, more trouble had fallen upon them, causing him immense stress. He sprang up, ordering them to immediately contact the White Lion Guild and dispatch all nearby heroes for emergency rescue. When he pressed for the specific location, the agent reported the bombshell news that the rift was located right in a residential yard. The department head broke out in a cold sweat over the sticky situation. If unarmed civilians were caught in it, it would be disastrous. He was extremely tense, his eyes wide as he imagined the catastrophic consequences that civilian casualties would bring. A hellish scene flashed in his mind. A wave of monsters pouring out, mercilessly slaughtering helpless civilians. He hastily pressed to know if the identity of the unlucky individual caught in the rift had been confirmed. The blonde agent reported that the victim was Seo Do-jun, an ordinary resident who had rushed in only to save his sister, not because he was a hero. The agent's face turned pale, realizing Seo Do-jun was just an ordinary person, and began calculating the probability of a widespread monster outbreak disaster. The number 99.9% appeared on the screen like a death sentence, plunging the entire control center into despair and helplessness. A stack of documents was slammed onto the table with a thud, signaling the superior's erupting fury. The blonde lady snapped, unable to believe her ears upon hearing that the good-for-nothing Seo Do-jun had awakened his powers. The bald manager bowed his head, trembling as he reported that, although unregistered, he had definitely awakened in the gate last time. He broke out in a cold sweat, secretly cursing Kang Cheol-woo for his sloppy work that allowed the matter to escalate this far. She furiously slammed the table repeatedly, yelling that they should have just killed that bastard from the start, instead of complicating things and extorting money. With bloodshot eyes filled with killing intent, she issued an ultimatum, forcing the assassin to refund 10 times the amount if Seo Do-jun's life wasn't taken. The manager quickly reassured her, delivering the good news that an assassin was no longer needed, as a new rift had just appeared right at the enemy's home. He confidently asserted that Seo Do-jun had walked right into a trap, and the media would soon report on the unfortunate victim's death. Hearing that her enemy had sought his own demise, she sighed in relief, leaning back against the table, smug that she wouldn't have to bother dealing with the trash. A sinister smile appeared on her beautiful yet venomous face as she thought of her stepson's tragic end. She ordered her subordinate to continue closely monitoring the building to ensure that bastard died a gruesome death before she could rest easy. The scene shifted inside the rift, where Seo Do-jun's bare feet gently touched the strangely familiar ground. He was floating in mid-air, surrounded by a primeval forest brimming with light and mana. Seo Do-jun stood up amidst the trees, gazing at the canopy with a stunned expression, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. This scene perfectly matched the Padashur forest he used to frequent as a child in the other world. From the shape of the plants, the breeze, to the very atmosphere, everything was identical to the memories etched deep in his mind. He strode confidently, feeling the abundant mana in the air, realizing that even the sky and clouds were no different. Seo Do-jun looked towards the path ahead, having already mapped out the familiar escape route in his mind, like the back of his hand. A proud smile formed on his lips. He had confirmed his suspicions were entirely accurate, and victory was assured. Before him stood the majestic world tree, the ancient source of power radiating a captivating flow of pure mana. Seo Do-jun touched the rough tree trunk, recalling the tragedy of the old world's demise when the mana flow was severed as this tree turned to ash. He knelt down to observe closely, a question rising in his heart as to why the world tree still stood intact at this moment. A proud smile formed on his lips. He realized this was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity to fully restore his overwhelming mana power of old. Seo Do-jun stepped deep inside the tree hollow, allowing the surging pure energy to envelop his robust body. He began to regulate his breathing, inhaling and exhaling steadily to become one with the mana flow of heaven and earth. His eyes were tightly shut in deep concentration, as he cast aside all distractions to enter the deepest state of meditation. Time flew by swiftly. 1 day, then 3 days. He remained motionless like a stone statue, absorbing the essence. For 10 grueling days, forgetting food and drink, he focused solely on breathing to replenish his depleted energy reserves. Under the bright full moon, the tranquil silence of the forest was suddenly stirred by a powerful exhalation. A savage laugh echoed, jolting Seo Do-jun awake, his eyes wide open, glowing with a golden, murderous light. A horde of volcano monsters with grotesque heads emerged from the shadows, menacingly approaching the sacred tree with dark intentions. Looking down from above, Seo Do-jun's gaze turned icy as he recognized these wretches as the culprits who had burned down the world tree in the past. The monsters began to climb the tree trunk like a swarm of ants, hissing with terrifying, provocative laughter. Seo Do-jun stood up and stretched, flexing his bulging muscles, clicking his tongue in regret that he didn't have a water attribute sword to quickly clear out the trash. A volcano, mouth agape with sharp fangs, lunged straight at him, intending a preemptive strike but choosing the wrong target. Ignoring weapons, Seo Do-jun's hand flared with a blue mana stream as he declared he would crush these creatures to dust. The energy concentrated in his hand was so dense that the surrounding air vibrated intensely. He swung his hand down in a decisive slash, using his bare hand, enveloped in mana, as the sharpest blade. With just one chop of his hand, the monster was split in half from head to groin, blood splattering everywhere to the astonishment of its comrades. Seo Do-jun's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent, locking onto his next target with intense focus. The volcano froze, its instincts telling it had just provoked something it shouldn't have. He leaned back, dodging the attack as lightly as a feather, letting his body drift proudly in mid-air before the enemy's claws. Seo Dojun activated a wide-area mana release, blowing away the monsters screaming miserably like cheap toys. He let out a long breath, feeling refreshed as a massive amount of mana was released after days of suppression. The monsters still didn't know fear, screaming wildly then charging to their deaths with their aggressive nature. In response was a rain of blue mana slashes tearing through space, sweeping away all obstacles in their path. Seo Dojun's eyes glowed golden, focusing intensely to control the flow of energy within his body. Steam billowed from his scorching body, but his face retained a deadly coldness. He walked leisurely amidst the chaotic energy of the battlefield, muttering to confirm the safety of the world tree. A sinister smile appeared, and he decided to use these very eyes to check the surging mana. Seo Dojun cracked his neck, warming up, completely ignoring the monsters surrounding him as if they didn't exist. A monster opened its mouth wide, full of sharp teeth, letting out a piercing roar, intending to intimidate its opponent. He didn't say much, swinging his hand to grab the monster's face directly, stopping its scream with brutal force. A fierce burst of blue energy erupted from his hand, mercilessly crushing the enemy's head into the ground. Overwhelming power tore up the ground, engulfing the monster in a destructive mana storm. The monster's body couldn't withstand the pressure, beginning to disintegrate into dust under the blazing blue mana flames. The colossal corpse completely collapsed, leaving only a glowing red magic stone falling to the ground as proof. Seo Dojun stepped on the loot, declaring the inspection complete with the demeanor of a superior being. Seo Dojun smirked calculatingly, seeing the monsters before him as lucrative mobile resource mines. His eyes glowed golden with ambition as he thought of farming immortal embers from them. He charged straight into the pack of Volcana with insane speed, confident that today's drop rate would be exceptionally good. Seo Dojun's mana-infused punches repeatedly struck the monsters, creating crisp thuds that made them vanish instantly. He fought fiercely amidst the encirclement. With each strike, a monster was mercilessly crushed. After the destructive barrage of attacks, countless glowing items fell scattered from the corpses of the monsters beneath the ancient tree. Glowing red magic stones and golden coins lay scattered on the ground, waiting to be collected like a free buffet. Seo Dojun's hand swept quickly across the ground, snatching up the golden coins with a soft, practiced rustle. He gazed intently at the item he had just acquired, confirming it was indeed an immortal ember, the precious material he had been hunting for. Seo Dojun couldn't hide his excitement, as he once again held this familiar source of power in his palm. Flames burst from the item with a flute sound, beginning to merge into his body like a fish to water. He took a deep breath, bringing the brilliant flame close to his bare, muscular chest to accelerate the absorption process. A thought ran through his mind that his current body wasn't strong enough to handle more pure mana from the world tree. The optimal solution now was to fully absorb the immortal embers, to increase his power in the safest and most effective way. A scorching aura enveloped him as all the mana in his body was being converted to the dominant fire attribute. Seo Dojun's breath also blazed with fire, proving the conversion process was intensely successful. He recalled the old days when it took him tens of minutes to absorb a single fragment, with a look of exasperation at that snail-like pace. Back in reality, Seo Dojun swung his arm, tearing through the air with a whoosh, feeling his body much lighter and more vigorous. He stood amidst the glowing loot pile, greedily declaring he would sweep up and absorb everything to reach a new limit. A black-purple spatial rift tore through the sky right in the middle of a residential area, emitting a deadly aura that violently shook the air. Crowds of reporters and police swarmed like ants, the clicking of camera shutters and murmuring creating a chaotic scene. A man gnashed his teeth in anger, letting out a resentful curse at the current situation. Bang Song-woo, with a scowl as if he wanted to kill someone, complained about the living hell that some crazy bastard had caused. Standing beside him, Kim Hyun-woo calmly checked his watch and smiled, recalling how that guy had rushed in just to save his sister. The jagged rift still stood tall, while rumors circulated that the fool had charged in, believing the gossip about easy awakenings within the rift zone. Bang Song-woo crossed his arms in frustration, asking what the guildmaster's orders were, as they were forced to wait passively. Kim Hyun-woo explained with a serious expression that rifts had appeared simultaneously in major powers, like the US, China, and the UK. Numerous famous landmarks around the world, such as the Statue of Liberty and London's Tower Bridge, were surrounded by these dark energy currents. Bang Song-woo was furious upon learning that other countries had controlled the situation, while they were completely screwed because of some damn troublemaker. He raised his fist to the sky, roaring a threat to beat the living hell out of the bastard hiding in the rift the moment he showed his face. The mass of dark energy still enveloped the house, silent and terrifying like a ticking time bomb in the heart of the city. 28 days had passed since the incident began, forcing the Hero Association to issue a Level 1 monster wave alert. News reports continuously covered the civilian Mr. S, who had recklessly charged in and was now only 2 days away from being confirmed dead. A hand holding a remote control abruptly turned off the TV, silencing the meaningless noise of the news report. Hwang Chang-seop lounged in the director's chair, puffing on a cigarette, and asked for confirmation if that person was indeed Seo Do-jun. His subordinate, Kim Eon-gu, stood at attention and reported that his underlings had verified the identity with absolute certainty. When asked about the possibility of surviving and returning, Kim Eon-gu firmly stated that a civilian wouldn't even have a 0.1% chance. Hwang Chang-seop flashed a sinister grin from ear to ear, considering a civilian's survival the most ridiculous thing in the world. He declared that the Hero Association were uninformed fools, while the bandaged thugs behind him merely nodded frantically in fear. Hwang Chang-seop squinted behind his sunglasses, hypothesizing whether the target was an awakened one. His strategist, Kim Eon-gu, calmly analyzed, stating that what mattered was at what hero level he had awakened. Hwang Chang-seop sneered, asserting that being good at fighting and surviving in a rift were two entirely different concepts. Kim Eon-gu revealed his malicious nature by suggesting they capture Seo Do-jun's grandmother and sister as hostages. In their minds, they had already planned to take good care of the hostages first, to easily manipulate Seo Do-jun later. Hwang Chang-seop threw his head back and laughed maniacally, calculating that if Seo Do-jun died, they'd sell his family's organs, and if he lived, they'd force him into debt. The scene shifted to the space inside the World Tree, where pure mana surged intensely, accompanied by gasping breaths. Seo Do-jun strained to regulate his breathing, his robust body absorbing the last essences of heaven and earth. He clenched his fist, feeling hundreds of undying embers completely assimilated into every fiber of his being. Seo Do-jun's hand erupted in brilliant golden flames. Now he could activate fire attribute mana at will. He confidently declared that in terms of fire attribute alone, his current skill level surpassed even his peak era when he bore the title of Sword God. Seo Do-jun placed his hand on the trunk of the World Tree, contemplating for a moment before having to say goodbye. He felt the connection spanning from past to present, through the rough bark, full of the marks of time. Seo Do-jun offered his sincere thanks to the World Tree, the old friend who had helped him completely transform. He quickly gathered the pile of glowing red gemstones into a mesh bag, the clinking sound signaling a bountiful harvest. Seo Do-jun hoisted the bag of spoils onto his shoulder, bidding farewell, knowing he might never return to this place. However, he turned back with a powerful smile, promising that if the World Tree ever faced danger, he would certainly return to protect it. Seo Do-jun's muscular bare back gradually stepped into the stream of light, leaving behind a vow to protect his benefactor at all costs. Back in the real world, the silent night sky with its tangled power lines enveloped the poor neighborhood. A purple flash of light appeared with a pot sound. Seo Do-jun had officially returned, his eyes sharp and cold, ready to clean up the trash. Seo Do-jun landed softly on his bare feet, his perfect stealth skill making no sound. He stood under the moonlight, satisfied that no one was lurking within a 1-kilometer radius of the area. However, his keen senses immediately picked up a rather strong aura emanating from the residential area below. Seo Do-jun immediately rushed down the slope, his hand still clutching a mesh bag full of glowing red gemstones. He pressed himself against a dark wall, his sharp eyes observing the two men in black suits standing guard ahead. Seeing Kim Hyun-woo and Bang Seong-woo, he immediately recognized them as the henchmen he had encountered at the dungeon gate last time. Not wanting any trouble, Seo Do-jun decided to strike first by concentrating blazing fire mana into his palm. He swung his arm, launching a brilliant fireball that tore through the night, aiming straight for his intended target. The fireball shot forth with terrifying speed, heading directly for the building's signboard above the guards' heads. The main target was the pawn shop sign, which the loan sharks were using as a front for their operations. Boom! Oh! A loud explosion echoed, and the ferocious flames immediately engulfed the signboard and spread rapidly. Kim Hyun-woo and Bang Song-woo flinched, their faces drained of color as they realized their hideout was being visited by the fire god. The two men hurriedly rushed towards the fiercely spreading fire, abandoning their guard post in the chaos. The raging fire caused the crowd, including the blonde lady, to panic and flee for their lives. Bang Song-woo screamed in vain, while Kim Hyun-woo was stunned speechless by the sight of their establishment burning fiercely. Seo Do-jun calmly turned and walked away, appreciating the precision and destructive power of the flame he had just created. He subtly smirked, muttering the name Kusak, wondering if this flame would be enough to satisfy that demanding mage. In his memory, the majestic image of Kusak, the continent's strongest fire mage, and the teacher who had imparted this power, appeared. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-woo froze amidst the chaos, his intuition telling him that something unusual had just happened. The blue-haired man spun around, looking into the darkness with extreme suspicion, causing his comrade Bang Song-woo to also stop in bewilderment. The rift in the sky began to change abnormally, its strong energy fluctuant distorting space. Blazing red lightning bolts shot out, crackling loudly and signaling extreme spatial instability. Seo Do-jun ran for his life, his hurried footsteps echoing as he escaped the dangerous zone. Kim Hyun-woo spun around, sweat pouring down his face as he sensed the sudden disappearance behind him. His face changed color, his eyes wide open as he couldn't believe the absurd scene unfolding. The giant rift suddenly vanished into thin air, returning the night sky to its tranquil state. Seo Do-jun, shirtless and displaying his bulging muscles, calmly carried his bag of gemstone spoils up the stairs under the moonlight. He turned his head for one last look with sharp eyes, exuding the arrogance of someone who had just mastered the game. Shocking news about the mysterious disappearance of the Mapo Rift spread throughout the city early in the morning. The news report on the big screen announced the rare event, 29 days after Seo Do-jun had entered the dangerous zone. People buzzed with talk about the mysterious fire at the junkyard, while a familiar figure passed by. Seo Do-jun, his hood pulled tight, walked past the crowd cursing that the man named Seo deserved to die. He heard every bitter word clearly but remained silent, his cold eyes filled with disdain for the ignorant masses. Seo Do-jun walked alone, regretting the loss of connection with the World Tree, but also feeling fortunate that his task was complete. He stopped under the tree's canopy, adjusting his hood to obscure his face and contemplating his next moves. The clear blue sky reminded him of the most important goal he had to protect at all costs. He stood tall before the headquarters of the HCS Capital Loan Sharks, ready for a bloody purge. Two thugs were puffing on cigarettes on the staircase, laughing obscenely, unaware that death had arrived. The yellow-shirt thug babbled about exploiting Seo Do-jun's grandmother and sister, Eun-young, to the bone to cover the debt. The scoundrel even dared to utter filthy words, planning to take advantage of his little sister's body when she grew up. Seo Do-jun strode out of the shadows, his eyes blazing, and asked in an icy voice about the whereabouts of the leader. A luxurious car screeched to a halt in front of the hideout, signaling the arrival of the arrogant mastermind. The man stepped out of the car in gleaming leather shoes, his arrogant demeanor as if he were king of his own domain. Hwang Chang-seop slicked back his hair with a smug look, walking leisurely with his assistant Kim Eon-gu, unaware that death awaited them. He chuckled triumphantly, believing the thorn in his side had been removed and he could now sleep soundly without a worry. Kim Eon-gu respectfully reported the schedule of debauchery to the boss, his tone full of professional subservience. Hwang Chang-seop adjusted his sunglasses, a sneer on his lips as he ordered women to be prepared for the upcoming night of debauchery. The two big shots ascended the stairs with excessive confidence, their shoes echoing rhythmically on the cold floor. Suddenly, Hwang Chang-seop froze, his pupils contracting violently as he sensed the thick killing intent ahead. Bang! A thug was sent flying past him like a torn sandbag, crashing hard into the wall and creating a huge impact. Hwang Chang-seop's face paled, cold sweat pouring down as he witnessed the horrifying scene beyond imagination. The thug fell to the ground with a heavy thud, lying motionless, completely devoid of any resistance. Seo Do-jun stood tall amidst the chaos, surrounded by the thugs he had effortlessly dealt with in an instant. He glared at the newcomer, issuing a commanding order for the opponent to crawl towards him like a mangy dog. Hwang Chang-seop trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering, as fear completely consumed his dark mind. Crash! Seo Do-jun stomped his foot hard on the table, creating a loud noise that further terrified his enemy and shattered their morale. He looked down at the trembling figure below, with the disdainful gaze of an emperor observing a filthy insect. Stripped of all dignity, the underworld boss had to prostrate himself on the ground and crawl inch by inch towards Seo Do-jun in utter humiliation. Seo Do-jun coldly judged the man's character as trash and ordered him to bark, as was his proper place. Hwang Chang-seop humiliatingly let out a woof-woof, completely subjugated beneath the heel of the true hunter. The creaking of the chair wheels on the floor mingled with the humiliating woof-woof of the defeated man. Hwang Chang-seop's eyes widened and his mouth hung open, sweat pouring down him as he tried to bark loudly to save his pathetic life. The thugs stood frozen, watching their once powerful boss now barking wildly like a mad dog. Seo Do-jun sat on the chair like a king, coldly ordering the dog at his feet to bark even louder. He looked down at the kneeling small fry and scoffed at the treacherous nature of these scumbags, ready to stab their master in the back. Seo Do-jun's golden eyes flashed with killing intent as he asked the boss how many bastards like him he had dealt with. Hwang Chang-seop slammed his head onto the floor, swearing absolute loyalty like a good dog to beg for forgiveness. Shut up. Seo Do-jun delivered a devastating kick straight to the boss's face, cutting short his empty flattery. The kick was so powerful it sent Hwang Chang-seop tumbling across the floor with a heavy thud. Seo Do-jun suddenly called out, "Kim Aeon-gu," the four-eyed man trembling in the back. He crossed his arms and declared coldly, appointing the four-eyed man as the new boss in place of that worthless piece of trash. Seo Do-jun allowed the thugs to personally dispose of their old boss, as betrayal was already their trade. Kim Aeon-gu broke out in a cold sweat, gulping as he stood before this bloody and risky opportunity to change his life. He bowed deeply, making excuses about the boss's extensive connections to politely refuse, fearing future trouble if he dared to betray him. Kim Aeon-gu forced a smile, trying to beg for his old boss's life just once, even though he was trembling like a leaf inside. Seo Do-jun brushed aside his hesitation by suggesting they throw the boss into a trash compactor or feed him to the monsters in the dungeon. Hearing of such a gruesome death, all the thugs' faces turned ashen, cold sweat streaming down their horrified expressions. Seo Do-jun stood up, his shadow looming over the man groaning on the ground, creating a suffocating pressure. Despite Hwang Chang-seop desperately banging his head and pleading, Seo Do-jun's eyes remained cold, devoid of any pity. In Seo Do-jun's mind, the calculations were complete. Eliminating Hwang Chang-seop right now was the best way to cleanly resolve the aftermath. Seo Do-jun wondered if he was becoming too soft before delivering his final judgment. He extended his hand towards Hwang Chang-seop, accompanied by a brief, meaningful offer. The old boss secretly rejoiced, his face lighting up as he thought he'd found a lifeline at the last minute. Seo Do-jun offered a false apology for past events, causing his opponent to completely drop his guard. Hwang Chang-seop gleefully prepared to accept him as his boss and swear loyalty, but suddenly froze due to an unusual sensation. Seo Do-jun's arm erupted in fierce flames instead of the friendly handshake the old man had imagined. A desperate scream tore through the air as the flames began to incinerate the enemy's flesh. Seo Do-jun's icy gaze reflected his prey writhing in a sea of fire, accompanied by a final warning. From his high seat, he casually set the crawling boss on fire, mercilessly burning him to ashes. In an instant, Hwang Chang-seop had literally evaporated, leaving behind only a pile of black ashes. After dealing with the leader, Seo Do-jun walked out the door while Kim Aeon-gu trembled, bowing deeply to see him off. He delivered a deathly threat to the subordinate, warning that if his family suffered even a single scratch, the order was given. He was to be responsible for protecting Seo Do-jun's family 24/7 for the rest of his life. The outside world was still convinced that Seo Do-jun had vanished forever, along with the spatial rift that had just closed. At a brightly lit W.C. Donald's fast food restaurant in the bustling city, Seo Do-jun was casually eating with his little sister Eun-young, as if no massacre had ever occurred. On his phone screen was news of the government and the Hero Association confirming his death. He decided to keep his survival a secret to avoid unnecessary trouble from the media. Watching his sister eat heartily, he secretly planned to move house using the money he'd just taken from the thugs. Eun-young's eyes crinkled as she happily announced she would soon attend kindergarten like other normal children, easing his mind. Seo Do-jun, surprised, asked why she disliked kindergarten, but Eun-young merely mumbled to brush off the question. His eyes darkened when he heard his sister confess that her friends teased her for not having parents by her side. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the rage flaring in his chest at his sister's distress. Seo Do-jun immediately decided to let his sister quit school. There was no need to pay attention to those snot-nosed brats. Eun-young cheered happily, as if a burden had been lifted, knowing she wouldn't have to return to that hateful place. Watching the girl eat heartily, he secretly plotted to enroll her in the most prestigious private school, so no one would dare look down on her. Memories of their reunion night resurfaced when he discovered his family had to stay in a cheap motel called King Motel. Seo Do-jun stood in the hallway, questioning Kim Aeon-gu about letting the elderly and children live in such squalid conditions. Kim Aeon-gu, sweating profusely, tried to explain the building's safety, but he immediately dismissed it. The room door burst open, and his grandmother was stunned, speechless to see her grandson, in flesh and blood, return. Eun-young rushed to embrace her brother, her cry of "Big Brother" bursting forth in boundless joy. His grandmother tremblingly grasped his hands, tears streaming down her face as she confirmed her grandson had truly returned alive from the dead. Seo Do-jun stood silently, letting the two of them hold him tightly, Eun-young's sobbing echoing through the room. His usually cold face softened, his eyes wavering at the warm family affection he had risked his life to protect. He smiled gently, reassuring his family, firmly stating that he had truly returned safely. Back in the present, Eun-young suddenly looked up and asked if her brother was a hero. Seo Do-jun rested his chin on his hand and asked her in return if she would like him to be a hero. But the answer he received was a firm shake of her head. He was dumbfounded by the surprise, pressing her for the reason why his sister didn't want such a cool brother. In Eun-young's innocent mind, heroes were just people who fought monsters all day and then died, and she only wanted her brother to live forever with their family. Seo Do-jun fell silent at his sister's naive yet profound answer, his gaze lowering in deep thought. Memories of the old world resurfaced, hauntingly vivid, with volcanoes erupting as if to incinerate all life. The blonde hero fought valiantly amidst the ferocious monsters, a testament to humanity's harsh struggle for survival until the very end. Seo Do-jun returned to reality, holding Yoon-young and his grandmother tightly in his protective embrace, cherishing the emotions he had long forgotten. As the whole family gathered around a warm meal, Seo Do-jun realized that protecting this small happiness was his ultimate goal. The rhythmic thud of helicopter blades echoed across the bustling city sky, signaling the presence of a formidable power. The headquarters of the Korean Hero Association stood majestically against the blue sky, a symbol of the hunter's absolute authority. Na-tae Hwang stood gazing out the window with an overwhelming aura, questioning his subordinate about the lack of any clues. The female assistant bowed profusely, apologizing and admitting the team's helplessness in determining the cause of the incident. Na-tae Hwang walked with an air of authority, concerned that the spontaneously disappearing rift could regenerate at any moment, posing a danger. The female assistant broke out in a cold sweat, blurting out that a monster wave would be easier to handle than this unpredictable variable. Na-tae Hwang spun around, his eyes blazing, terrifying his subordinate as he warned her to be careful with her words. Na-tae Hwang's formidable profile appeared, founder of the association, one of the 100 most respected heroes in the world. He stood in the control room, observing numerous screens, asserting that he had no interest in the presidential seat or financial conglomerates. Na-tae Hwang ordered a thorough reinvestigation from scratch, no matter how much time it took, for the safety of the citizens. He changed the subject to acquiring the house in the Rift area and was informed that the owner had agreed to sell. Seo Do-jun's old house appeared under the sunlight, and Na-tae Hwang instructed them to pay above market price to compensate for their suffering. A clicking sound echoed as the chairman's rough hand typed on the computer keyboard to personally check the information. Na-tae Hwang pondered deeply over the data displayed on the screen, sensing something amiss. A world map appeared with numerous alarming red dots, indicating that rifts were simultaneously appearing in many countries. The female assistant reported that the situation was under control in the US and China, but a serious problem was emerging in the UK. A news alert chime rang out, signaling a shocking event that had just been updated. The viewers' eyes widened to their fullest, pupils contracting in disbelief at the information they had just received. A peaceful scene in Gasan Hero District, where life continued bustling under the blue sky. Seo Do-jun walked through the crowd with a taciturn demeanor. His gray hoodie helped him blend in, yet he still exuded a distinct aura. He stopped in front of a magic stone purchasing shop, plastered with advertisements for high prices and deceptive promotions. The dry click of the door sensor echoed as the treasure-bearing customer stepped into the den of crooked merchants. The brown-haired shop employee looked up with a bored expression, greeting the customer perfunctorily. He flinched, screaming as if he had just seen something utterly terrifying walk into the shop. The shop employee frantically called for the manager, stammering to announce the customer's arrival. The bespectacled shop manager stepped out with a sour expression, asking if the notorious price gouger had arrived. A veined hand slammed a bag of goods onto the table, creating a solid thud that affirmed its weight. The manager stared intently at Seo Do-jun, beginning to lecture and accuse him about previous transactions. He rambled on with a sarcastic tone, believing he had stumbled upon a bargain today that he could quickly deal with as he pleased. Seo Do-jun stood there, sighing in exasperation, adjusting his bag strap, too lazy to argue with such a short-sighted small fry. The heavy black backpack dropped to the floor with a resounding thud, shaking the ground and proving that its contents were no ordinary items. The manager glanced at the bag, flatly declaring that it was just a pile of unprocessed junk stones and outright dismissing the customer. Seo Do-jun looked up, his sharp gaze asking if he was truly sure he wanted to refuse this lucrative deal. The manager turned his back dismissively, explaining commission costs and asserting that he wouldn't deal with casual customers bringing shoddy goods. A dangerous smirk appeared on Seo Do-jun's lips as he warned his opponent that he would regret this foolish decision. The manager maintained his arrogant demeanor, kicking Seo Do-jun's bag and waving him away, out of his sight. Seo Do-jun emptied the bag, and piles of glowing red magic stones poured onto the floor like a downpour. The shop employee and the shop manager's eyes widened, cold sweat beginning to trickle down as they realized they had misspoken. Both were horrified to realize these were heroic magic stones, legendary top-tier items. Seo Do-jun crossed his arms and sneered, coolly stating that if they didn't need them, he would take them back. A close-up showed the stones radiating brilliant blue and red light, containing terrifying power. A flashback to Kurzman, a notorious drug lord, fumbling with experiments on these stones. An energy explosion occurred, throwing the lord back, marking the birth of a new power. The energy from the stones helped their owners awaken and become powerful heroes. From then on, these stones became expensive, treasured items that everyone yearned to possess. They were both a rare source of energy and the most luxurious goods on the market. Seo Dojun coldly picked up his bag, intending to leave, ignoring the two men frantically chasing after him, trying to hold him back. The shop manager's attitude did a 180, smiling obsequiously and humbly inviting the esteemed guest to sit down and negotiate. The shop employee meticulously wiped each stone with care, not daring to be negligent for even a second. Seo Dojun casually sat, sipping his soda, ignoring the opponent who was sweating profusely. The shop manager's face twisted as he asked if there was a mistake, with the commission rate being forced down to a paltry 0.5%. Seo Dojun put on a bored expression, threatening to cancel the deal if the other party dared to question it further. The shop manager tried to salvage the situation by asking why the price was being forced down. Seo Dojun casually replied that it was because he disliked their attitude. With no way out, the shop manager repeatedly bowed his head in apology, admitting his own foolishness. Seo Dojun looked down with disdain, concluding the matter by asking if he dared to accept the deal. The shop manager gritted his teeth and agreed, but secretly cursed the customer's outrageous arrogance in his heart. The shop manager broke out in a cold sweat, trying to explain that a 10% fee was already the most amicable price for these precious stones. Seo Dojun coldly turned his back and walked away, not wanting to hear explanations, causing the shop manager to panic and chase after him, lowering the price to 9% to keep him. He heartlessly told the other party not to suffer any losses, forcing the shop manager to desperately shout out 8%, fearing his boss's retribution. The price negotiation happened quickly, as Seo Dojun repeatedly walked away, ignoring the shop manager lowering it to 6% and lamenting about having no profit left. The shop employee stood beside him, holding a precious stone, his face blank with shock at the item's value. Unable to withstand the psychological pressure, the shop manager completely collapsed, kneeling helplessly on the floor. Seo Dojun looked at the defeated man at his feet, settling on a cruelly absurd 1% commission out of respect for their old acquaintance. His eyes gleamed with a cold, overwhelming intensity, allowing the other party no further chance to bargain. The shop manager screamed in his mind, cursing the customer in front of him as the most wretched highway robber he had ever encountered. Though he was cursing loudly internally, outwardly he had to bow his head in resignation, sweating profusely for fear of losing the business. Seo Dojun smirked meaningfully, announcing shocking news beforehand to prepare the other party. He revealed that he had about 7 more sacks of such hot goods, causing the shop manager's eyes to widen and jaw to drop in shock. Seo Dojun stood in front of the shop, ordering the contract to be brought out immediately, while the shop manager obediently assented like a good puppy. His phone chimed, announcing that 67 billion won had just been deposited into his account, a colossal sum enough to change anyone's life. He looked at the screen with satisfaction, calculating that a luxurious 11 billion won house was now within his grasp. However, Seo Dojun's face quickly turned serious as he realized the core problem had yet to be resolved. He determined that grinding in regular dungeon gates was not enough to acquire high-grade magic stones. What he truly craved was the ability to freely enter and exit rift zones, which contained far more abundant resources. A piercing alarm bell rang from his phone, interrupting his thoughts and startling both him and the shop manager. Seo Dojun checked the message about a monster wave that had just appeared in the United Kingdom, his eyes glinting with calculation as he looked up at the sky. Seo Dojun's golden eyes flashed with a sharp gaze, as he recalled a past full of blood and tears. He walked the streets with a nonchalant air, remembering when he was someone who worried about the world's problems. Back then, no matter how much the association forbade it, he would still foolishly rush into rift zones to save people. But now, forget it. The current Seo Dojun lives for himself and his family, no longer a hero in name only. The sizzling sound of premium beef on the grill pulled him back to reality, to the aroma of luxury. Grandmother and Yoon Young's eyes widened, mouths watering at the sight of the lavish barbecue feast. The whole family gathered around the table, enjoying the VIP grilling service provided right at their seats. Grandmother broke out in a cold sweat, her hands trembling as she held the menu, seeing the 250,000 won price for a mere portion of meat. Seo Dojun calmly drank his water, boldly declaring that money was just a number now, so they should eat to their heart's content. Eun Young opened her mouth wide to receive the first precious piece of expensive beef. The explosive flavor in her mouth made the little girl's eyes light up like car headlights. She hugged her cheeks in delight, savoring the delicious taste of money melting on her tongue. Meanwhile, grandmother continued to stare at the grill, her face showing heartbreaking regret over the money. Seo Dojun quietly observed her anxious expression, his gaze deepening slightly. He called the restaurant staff over and ordered 4 more portions of each of the most expensive meats, showcasing his newfound tycoon status. Grandmother frantically tried to stop him, afraid they wouldn't be able to finish all the expensive food had just ordered. Seo Dojun smiled brightly, reassuring her to eat freely because today, They didn't need to look at prices. Moved, grandmother picked up her fork, trembling as she brought a piece of meat to her mouth. Touched by her grandson's filial piety, Yoon quickly picked up a delicious piece of meat for grandmother, urging her to eat it before it got cold. Grandmother chewed, tears welling up in her eyes. Moved by her little granddaughter's obedience and filial devotion, grandmother broke out in a cold sweat, her face pale as she mentally recalculated the enormous cost of this luxurious meal. While Seo Do-jun calmly grilled meat, Eun-young chewed heartily with puffed cheeks, a complete contrast to grandmother's anxiety. The clacking of high heels echoed on the floor as a pair of long, elegant legs entered, exuding an overwhelming aura. Hyun-ju-yeon appeared with a chic demeanor, her long coat fluttering, making everyone in the restaurant turn to stare in astonishment. Seo Do-jun turned, his cheeks puffed full of meat, his face blank when he heard someone call his name. The S-rank hero stood tall before their table, with a superior air, coldly suggesting they talk privately for a moment. Hyun-ju-yeon lowered her sunglasses, her sharp gaze boring into her target as if to use pressure to force compliance. Seo Do-jun showed no deference, bluntly reminding her that he was busy eating with his family and she was disturbing them. He coldly ordered her to be escorted out, telling her if she wanted to discuss business, she should go wait elsewhere until he finished eating. Hyun-ju-yeon's back stiffened. She hadn't expected to be so blatantly ignored by an insignificant nobody in front of so many people. She was utterly shocked, sweat pouring down her face, unable to believe that the renowned name Hyun-ju-yeon was useless here. The atmosphere grew awkward as Seo Do-jun turned back to grill meat, ignoring the hero standing there like a stone statue. The waiting area sign, with a grinning cow, seemed to mock the uninvited guest who had just been politely dismissed. An S-rank hero, yet Hyun-ju-yeon now had to stand with her arms crossed in the corner of the restaurant, watching others eat heartily. The surrounding patrons began to whisper, and the two young men at the next table broke out in a cold sweat. Recognizing the prominent figure, Eun-young chewed while glancing at the beautiful lady sitting with crossed legs, waiting with a resigned, yet annoyed expression. The crowd buzzed, confirming it was indeed the A-list star, Hyun-ju-yeon, wondering why she was at this casual barbecue restaurant. Hyun-ju-yeon suppressed her anger, her scrutinizing gaze fixed on the man who dared to make her wait like a servant. Her purple eyes flashed with doubt and killing intent as she recalled the dossier on this Seo Do-jun. While Seo Do-jun casually devoured meat like a hungry tiger, Hyun-ju-yeon was stunned to realize that the one presumed dead 2 months ago was alive and well right before her eyes. Seo Do-jun's sharp gaze sent a chill down the spine of the person opposite him. Even though he hadn't made a move yet, Hyun-ju-yeon remained skeptical that someone who had awakened less than 2 months ago could climb to S-rank. She compared this insane rate of advancement to the Kafmore Corporation, which took 5 years of hard work to achieve. Hyun-ju-yeon broke out in a cold sweat, reassuring herself that he must have some secret or special ability. The sound of a chair scraping across the floor cut through the hero's chaotic thoughts. Eun-young and grandmother happily thanked them for the delicious meal, preparing to leave under Seo Do-jun's protection. Seo Do-jun coldly walked past Hyun-ju-yeon, as if she were completely invisible to him. A large foot suddenly blocked their path, accompanied by a loud, provocative sound. Seo Do-jun's eyes flashed with a golden, murderous glint when an insolent person blocked his way. Kang Cheol-woo appeared with a wild grin, recognizing an old acquaintance he thought had long been dead. He pressed his face close to Seo Do-jun's, sarcastically calling his opponent a disgusting, tenacious cockroach. Hyun-ju-yeon was utterly astonished to see the madman Kang Cheol-woo appear right there in the restaurant. The atmosphere grew tense as Kang Cheol-woo used his massive body to block the group's exit. The thug grabbed Seo Do-jun's shirt, intending to bully and threaten him, as in the old days. Seo Do-jun completely ignored the big guy, turning to ask Hyun-ju-yeon about what she wanted to discuss earlier. Kang Cheol-woo was dumbfounded, turning to look at Hyun-ju-yeon with an incredulous expression. Seo Do-jun set a condition for their discussion, asking her to ensure his family's safety first. He casually ordered Hyun-ju-yeon to hail a taxi and take grandmother and Eun-young home safely, treating her like a subordinate. Hyun-ju-yeon froze completely, sweat pouring down her face, unable to believe she was being so brazenly ordered around. Seo Do-jun turned back to face his enemy, his eyes blazing as he declared he would stay to collect a blood debt. Hyun-ju-yeon reluctantly waved goodbye to grandmother and Eun-young through the car window, perfectly fulfilling her role as an impromptu babysitter. The taxi drove away, leaving the S-rank hero rooted to the spot in the middle of the road, an incredulous look on her face at what she had just done. The car carrying Seo Do-jun's family disappeared into the night, ensuring their absolute safety before the storm broke. Slap! A crisp slap echoed, tearing through the tense atmosphere, its sharp sound making anyone who heard it feel a sting on their own face. Seo Do-jun stood, brushing off his hands with an icy expression, surrounded by a murmuring crowd discussing the lightning-fast strike. Kang Cheol-woo stood dumbfounded, a bright red handprint emblazoned on one cheek, smoke faintly rising from the friction of the colossal slap. The thug gnashed his teeth, his eyes flashing with a mad, beast-like red, as he realized he had just been publicly humiliated by a nobody. The poor female restaurant staff trembled as she stepped forward to intervene, unaware she was standing before a monster losing control. Kang Chul-woo swung his arm, knocking the girl who blocked his way to the ground, yelling to drive people away like a madman. The entire restaurant erupted into chaos, customers scattering while Seo Do-jun calmly watched the madman make a spectacle of himself. He let out a piercing roar, asking his opponent if he wanted to die, his face contorted with explosive rage. Kang Chul-woo's fist tore through the air at terrifying speed, aimed directly at the face of the one who had just humiliated him. To vent his fury, Seo Do-jun merely tilted his body slightly to dodge the crude attack, his eyes beginning to glow with deadly killing intent. The big guy put all his strength into the punch but only hit air, his face contorting as the immense momentum caused him to lose balance. He staggered, nearly falling flat on his face, clutching his aching mouth and dry heaving after his opponent's lightning-fast counterattack to his stomach. Seo Do-jun looked down at the defeated foe with cold, golden eyes, enunciating each syllable of Kang Chul-woo's name like a death sentence. He recalled the blood debt from years ago when this bastard had tricked him into a dungeon and left him to die as monster bait. The former sword god's fiery eyes pierced through his enemy's heart, declaring that they had many scores to settle right here and now. Kang Chul-woo knelt on the floor, coughing up blood, listening to Seo Do-jun's sarcastic remarks about how his own biological father abandoned him and his stepmother sent him to be an assassin. Seo Do-jun casually turned off the recording on his phone, having gathered enough evidence to throw this madman into prison for good after he was done tormenting him. Seo Do-jun raised his phone to record, coldly ordering the defeated opponent to repeat what he had just barked. Kang Chul-woo bared his gleaming white teeth, scoffing and insulting his opponent as a babbler. His fist blazed fiercely, channeling all his killing intent into the next strike. He roared, insulting Seo Do-jun's mother, then unleashed a flaming punch straight at his face with terrifying speed. Seo Do-jun stood still, as a statue, killing intent erupting around him, making the surrounding space feel as if it had solidified. The former sword god's golden pupils contracted, locking onto his target with absolute focus. The blazing flaming punch was effortlessly stopped by Seo Do-jun's bare hand. Kang Chul-woo lost his balance and stumbled, his entire body flung backward by the recoil from his own attack. His eyes wide and mouth agape, he couldn't believe his full power punch had been thrown back at him like a joke. Seo Do-jun's hand glowed with blue mana, preparing to teach the arrogant fool a lesson he'd never forget. A thunderous uppercut kick sent Kang Chul-woo's blonde head flying skyward. The thug flew like a ball, crashing headfirst into the ground with a thud, utterly overwhelmed by Seo Do-jun's absolute dominance. The sound of fists colliding with flesh thudded repeatedly throughout the restaurant. The restaurant staff tremblingly dialed her phone, calling the police in desperation, overcome by fear. A slender finger unexpectedly touched the screen, gently ending the emergency call. Hyun-ju-yeon smiled powerfully, raising her phone to signal that she would handle the aftermath. The staff member stammered out profuse thanks upon realizing her savior was the famous hero, Hyun-ju-yeon. Meanwhile, Seo Do-jun was still diligently pummeling Kang Chul-woo to a pulp in the background, treating him like a training dummy. Hyun-ju-yeon watched the violent scene, secretly assessing Seo Do-jun's unreasonably overwhelming power against a B-rank hero. The authoritative click of heels on the floor broke the violent atmosphere, accompanied by remarks about power levels. Seo Do-jun paused mid-action when he heard his name, his death-dealing fist stopping just before crushing his opponent. Hyun-ju-yeon stepped forward with a serious expression, bluntly warning him that he would lose his life if he kept acting recklessly. Seo Do-jun's amber eyes still blazed with killing intent, showing no sign of wanting to let go of his prey. He casually dropped Kang Chul-woo's limp body onto the floor with a thud, right in front of the S-rank hero. Hyun-ju-yeon was sweating profusely, questioning whether this madman truly knew the identity of the person he had just beaten. Seo Do-jun wore a bored expression, retorting with a raised chin, asking what the hell did that matter. She emphasized each word with a tense demeanor, asserting that good-for-nothing's identity was a matter of life and death. It turned out this punk was backed by the S-rank hero Kang Young-pyo, a true monster in the hunter world. Seo Do-jun casually replied that he already knew, his indifferent reply causing Hyun-ju-yeon to freeze for a few seconds. He tilted his head and asked nonchalantly if there was a problem, his arrogant disregard for everything befitting a true powerhouse. Seo Do-jun's arrogance made people shudder. He knew the consequences yet acted ruthlessly without hesitation. Kang Chul-woo lay motionless on the ground like a mangled mess. Even the title of S-rank hero's cousin couldn't save him from the beating. Seo Do-jun curled his lip into a sneer, full of disdain at the warning about that S-rank hero. Hyunju Yeon was stunned to realize that the madman before her showed not the slightest fear at Kang Young-pyo's name. He stepped closer, closing in on her, his tone turning threatening, as he felt uncomfortable with her knowing too much about him. Seo Do-jun's gaze was sharp as a razor, exuding an invisible pressure that made the surrounding air feel as if it had thickened. Hyunju Yeon tried to remain calm amidst the suffocating killing intent from the monster, in human skin towering before her. She quickly lowered her voice, explaining that she was there because her uncle had asked for a favor, wanting to buy back the magic stones he had sold to the shop. Seo Do-jun casually asked for the price, his face indifferent, as if he didn't care about worldly affairs. Hyunju Yeon boldly declared that she would buy all of them, displaying the demeanor of a true magnate using money to overpower others. He smirked, implying the sheer quantity of goods was beyond her imagination. She confidently held her head high, asserting that an S-rank hero's assets were a bottomless pit. Ignoring the pathetic Kang Chol-woo convulsing like a mangy dog on the floor, Seo Do-jun laid out his terms for the sale. He flashed a calculating smile, asking for something Hyunju Yeon could handle with ease. Crash! The deafening sound of shattered objects echoed through the luxurious room. The stepmother screamed hysterically, unable to believe that the thorn in her side had survived the accident all those years ago. Manager Lee cowered, dodging the shards, utterly terrified by his mistress's rage. He broke into a cold sweat, stammering that everyone thought Seo Do-jun had rotted away in a dungeon. She yelled furiously, forbidding him from making excuses and demanding an immediate solution. Hearing that Kang Chol-woo had been beaten within an inch of his life by Seo Do-jun, she froze in disbelief. Her eyes narrowed dangerously, suspecting her stepson had uncovered some earth-shattering secret. She gulped, cold sweat beginning to trickle down as she considered the unforeseen consequences. She was frantic, fearing that if this reached her husband or father, the company's stock would plummet uncontrollably. She pointed a finger, ordering him to silence the police and media immediately to cover up the incident. Manager Lee quickly reassured her, reporting that everything had been thoroughly cleaned up and put in order. She sighed in relief, slumping into her chair and praising her capable henchman. But Manager Lee leaned in, whispering with concern, warning that this wasn't a permanent solution to the problem. Manager Lee leaned into his mistress, revealing the tangled connection between the pathetic Kang Cheol-woo and the kingpin Kang Young-pyo. The stepmother was stunned to hear the name Kang Young-pyo, realizing the trouble was escalating far faster than she had imagined. In the eyes of the hunter community, Kang Cheol-woo was nothing but trash, constantly indulging in debauchery on yachts with women. Though rumors circulated that the two Kang cousins were as close as blood, sharing fancy wine. But in reality, Kang Young-pyo was the cruel puppet master, and his younger cousin was merely a hunting dog doing his dirty work. Manager Lee warned that if the police extracted anything from that good-for-nothing, Kang Young-pyo would also be implicated. The stepmother immediately ordered an emergency meeting to handle the crisis before everything blew up. She seethed upon confirming that Hwang Chang-seop had betrayed the organization to protect Seo Do-jun's family. Her face darkened with hatred, and she ordered them to contact Prosecutor Park immediately to make the traitor pay dearly. The scene shifted to Rift Zone 37, a place strictly blockaded by the military and the association like a fortress. The black-suited gate guards meticulously checked identities, clearly distinguishing between the dungeon entrance and the free hunting zone. S-rank hero Hyunju Yeon's ID card was presented, and she passed through the checkpoint with ease. The group stepped through the energy barrier with a soft hum, officially entering the dangerous zone to hunt monsters. Seo Do-jun, his hood pulled low, blended into the formation, his sharp eyes assessing the stringent security procedures. Jong In-ju, the guildmaster of the Silk Flower Dance Guild, smirked suspiciously, seeing her lazy friend suddenly become diligent and go on an impromptu hunt. Hyunju Yeon broke into a sweat, stammering out an excuse to cover up the real reason she had to sneak into this god-forsaken place. She secretly glanced back nervously, where her reluctant boss was silently following her like a shadow. Seo Do-jun walked stealthily like a ghost, completely concealing his overwhelming aura beneath his worn-out hoodie. He recalled the insane agreement, selling magic stones cheaply to Hyunju Yeon just to enter here and farm money, making her think he was out of his mind. Hyunju Yeon muttered about needing hero magic stones as the group delved deeper into the dense forest. The stone gate opened, and Hyunju Yeon and Jong In-ju led the way into the perilous hunting grounds. Jong In-ju leaned close to her friend, questioning the true identity of the mysterious man following them, making Hyunju Yeon break into a cold sweat. Jong In-ju suspected the hooded man was Hyunju Yeon's boyfriend, while Seo Do-jun continued to walk silently like a shadow. Hyunju Yeon quickly denied it, revealing she was repaying a favor, which left Jung In-ju utterly stunned. The shield hunter gave a wry smile, while Jung In-ju was still reeling from the debt owed by an S-rank hunter. Suddenly, Jung In-ju was startled and horrified as she sensed killing intent descending from above. Seo Dojun, under his hood, had already spotted the danger with eyes as sharp as razors. The entire squad immediately dispersed into battle formation as a gigantic shadow covered the ground. A Cocastrian swooped down with wind-tearing speed, accompanied by a piercing shriek that shook the space. Jiang In-ju shouted loudly, warning her teammates that this was a ferocious Cocastrian. Hyunju Yan immediately switched to command mode, yelling orders for her teammates to take defensive positions and attack its legs. The ground shook violently as the first attack landed, creating an extremely powerful aftershock. The Cocastrian flapped its wings and soared high after its dive, leaving chaos below. Jiang In-ju clicked her tongue in annoyance, having encountered trouble right after entering the gate, while Seo Dojun stood still, observing like an invisible man. The monster's sharp claws once again tore through the air, aiming directly at its prey. Footsteps pounded, the hunters scattered frantically to avoid the deadly blow, following command. The Cocastrian plunged from above like a black arrow, carrying destructive power. The terrifying impact ripped through the ground, sending dust flying and obscuring the group's vision. Seo Dojun compressed golden energy into his fist, his eyes blazing with killing intent, ready to send the enemy to its demise. Before the Cocastrian could regain its senses, a brilliant golden light shot straight into its throat at the speed of light. A resounding qua echoed through the sky. The entire space seemed to rip apart as the destructive attack pierced the monster from top to bottom. The giant bird was slammed into the ground with a thud by a massive pillar of energy, sending dust flying everywhere. Seo Dojun landed with a confident thud, while Hyunju Yeon stood frozen behind him, utterly shocked by the recent sight. He casually walked over the corpse of the gigantic monster, which had been defeated in an instant, as if taking a stroll in a park. The Cocastrian's eyes rolled back, completely lifeless, the light of its existence extinguished after the crushing blow. Hyunju Yeon and the shield hunter broke out in a cold sweat, their mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes as they saw the boss vanish after just one hit. Not stopping there, he coldly raised his foot and declared bluntly that things weren't over yet. So Dojun stomped on the monster's head with a crunch to ensure it was truly dead, proclaiming this was how professionals truly finished things. The dry sound of bones shattering sent shivers down Hyunju Yeon and the hunter squad's spines, horrified by his cold brutality. Jiang In-ju spun around with an utterly panicked expression, pressing to know who this monster in human guise truly was. Hyunju Yeon stammered, sweat pouring down her face, as she recalled her previous lie about him just being an ordinary person with a bit of muscle strength. The hot-headed Jiang In-ju grabbed Hyunju Yeon by the collar and shook her, yelling, questioning how many heroes in the world were capable of one-shotting a Cocastrian like that. Hyunju Yeon tried to salvage her pride, weakly arguing that Jiang In-ju could also defeat it if she wanted to, but her tone was full of uncertainty. Jiang In-ju punched Hyunju Yeon's arm hard, sharply pointing out that punching a flying monster out of the sky with one hit was fictional. It was only then that Hyunju Yeon truly grasped the terrifying, overwhelming power of the monster that had just been defeated. Seo Dojun's towering silhouette amidst the trees made everyone question his truly mysterious identity. Hyunju Yeon immediately changed her attitude, her face darkening as she urged Jiang In-ju to quickly change their combat plan due to the immense variable. Hyunju Yeon adjusted her sunglasses, coldly informing the hunter squad behind her that she would proceed deeper into the central area to investigate. Meanwhile, Seo Dojun casually squatted on the giant Cocastrian's corpse, skillfully carving its flesh with a knife to search for spoils. He held up the glowing red magic stone he had just acquired, bluntly telling Hyunju Yeon not to even think about claiming it without contributing. True to his word, he quickly tucked the valuable stone into his black backpack, with the pragmatic attitude of someone who considers money the ultimate truth. Hyunju Yeon narrowed her eyes suspiciously, remarking that his overwhelming skill set was completely out of place for this puny dungeon. Seo Dojun merely smirked, a meaningful and arrogant smile from someone holding all the cards in this game. He tightened his grip on the knife, his sharp eyes full of challenge as he replied to her that things were about to get interesting. The purple-haired woman turned her back and walked ahead, confidently telling him to stick close if he didn't want to get lost, as she knew the terrain here like the back of her hand. But no sooner had she finished speaking than a strong gust of wind swept past as Seo Dojun shot off with breathtaking speed, startling Hyunju Yeon. His figure streaked past, leaving blurry after-images in his wake, leaving Hyunju Yeon bewildered and choking on dust, unable to react in time. He moved lightly yet decisively, each step touching the ground and propelling him forward, exuding a supreme level of body control. The wind pressure from his terrifying burst of speed created a loud boom, forcing the surrounding hunter squad to cover their faces in dizziness. His retreating figure grew smaller at the end of the path, so fast that an observer would exclaim that if Hyunju Yeon was a bullet, he was light itself. The shield hunter turned to Jiang In-ju with a bewildered expression, asking if they should pursue those two monsters. The captain merely retorted with a bitter question, making the man sweat profusely as he admitted that pursuit was an impossible task. Jung In-ju looked up at the blue sky, bitterly accepting the truth that today they were merely extras, serving as a backdrop for the truly powerful. The entire hunter squad stood silently beside the Cocastrian's corpse, keenly feeling the vast power gap between themselves and the two who had just departed. The monster's shattered head lay sprawled on the ground, a brutal testament to the destructive power they could never hope to attain. Jung In-ju's eyes widened, sweat pouring down her face as she realized her own pitifully small existence before the terrifying power of Hyun-ju-yeon and that mysterious man. The sound of footsteps tearing through the wind echoed rapidly, shattering the tranquil atmosphere of the forest. Hyun-ju-yeon was rushing forward at maximum speed, her eyes intensely focused on the path ahead. The woman smugly considered slowing down, afraid of leaving her comrade behind, wondering if she should run a little slower. Seo Do-jun suddenly appeared right beside her with a nonchalant expression, wondering why she was running as slow as a snail. He braked abruptly, startling Hyun-ju-yeon behind him, who nearly crashed into his back. The woman was breathless, deeply shocked to realize that her pride in being Korea's second fastest had just been mercilessly shattered. An ironic scene unfolded as Seo Do-jun strolled leisurely as if taking a walk, while Hyun-ju-yeon had to bend her back, running to keep up. He turned back and casually remarked that she was slower than he thought, deeply wounding someone's pride. Hyun-ju-yeon's face flushed crimson, her neck veins bulging as she vehemently denied giving way, while he ignored her and observed their surroundings. A colossal rocky mountain majestically appeared amidst the magnificent natural scenery. Hyun-ju-yeon broke out in a sweat when she saw him intently looking towards the mountain and asked what was there. Her eyes reflected the image of the mountain, her expression gradually turning serious as she recognized the location. She explained that it was the area boss's lair, but Seo Do-jun only caught the most important keyword: final boss. Hyun-ju-yeon described Kassarian, a colossal 20-meter monster that would require an entire S-rank team just to hope to defeat. Seo Do-jun cut her off to confirm about the super-grade magic stone, completely ignoring the monster's danger. He strode forward with unwavering determination, completely disregarding all safety warnings. Hyun-ju-yeon frantically tried to stop him, asserting that she hadn't led him here to commit suicide or do something insane. A loud boom echoed, and Seo Do-jun shot off like an arrow, leaving the woman standing bewildered in the middle of the path. Hyun-ju-yeon screamed, utterly helpless against the reckless and arrogant nature of her bizarre comrade. Hyun-ju-yeon desperately yelled, "Stop right now," as she tried to brake abruptly against her comrade's insane speed. Rapid footsteps echoed as the two of them darted through the forest like speed demons. Clouds of dust billowed behind them, proof that they were moving at a wind-tearing speed. The towering rocky mountain appeared before their eyes, the boss's lair exuding a chilling aura of death and terrifying whistling winds. Hyun-ju-yeon's pupils contracted. She was stunned to realize she had arrived at the location impossibly fast. The woman exhaled sharply, her face pale as she wondered what on earth had just happened with that monster's movement speed. A colossal, dragon-like body part appeared majestically, with scales as hard as steel, signaling imminent danger. Hyun-ju-yeon held her sword, utterly bewildered, asking, "What is this?" As she witnessed the scene before her, Seo Do-jun was ready, dagger in hand, his face as cold as if he were taking a stroll, not hunting a boss. Hyun-ju-yeon was sweating profusely, beginning her presentation on Kassarian's overwhelming power to warn the reckless youth. She mentioned Park Hae-yeol, a renowned S-rank hunter famous for his Kassarian hunts. As an illustrative example, a flashback showed Park Hae-yeol leading 30 A-rank hunters on their first raid against this monster. The result was a crushing defeat. The monster devoured them one by one, and the entire A-rank team was wiped out in a sea of flames. Only Park Hae-yeol survived, dragging his injured body back, a humiliating failure. Enraged, he then gathered another S-rank hunter and 200 A-rank comrades to return and exact his revenge. The battle raged fiercely, the army of hunters charging forward with overwhelming numbers. Blue energy chains from the mage formation tightly bound Kassarian's colossal body. The monster roared and struggled in despair, locked down by a barrage of crowd control skills. Park Hae-yeol delivered the finishing blow as the monster screamed in agony, ending the bloody and brutal flashback. The colossal monster let out a pathetic roar before collapsing to the ground, ending its glorious life with a bitter death. In the past, crowds of hunters had to cheer wildly like madmen when they painstakingly managed to defeat Kassarian, but the price of that victory was the lives of countless comrades, their bodies piled high like mountains in the twilight. Back in reality, Seo Do-jun was casually using a knife to carve up the disaster-grade monster's corpse as if he were slicing pork at a market. His gaze was icy and focused, completely unconcerned by the earth-shattering feat he had just accomplished. Hyunju Yeon's veins pulsed on her forehead, clearly annoyed by his overly casual and arrogant demeanor. But then she broke out in a cold sweat, stunned to realize that if she hadn't witnessed it herself, she wouldn't have believed this truth even if it killed her. In her mind, the horrifying scene replayed. The monster Kassarian defeated with just a single blow. Hyunju Yeon's jaw dropped, sweat pouring down her as she confirmed this man had just performed a legendary one-shot. Seo Do-jun pulled out a gigantic, glowing red magic stone, emanating a dense energy from the monster's corpse. He held the stone in his hand, his sharp eyes calculatingly assessing the quality of the loot he had just acquired. Putting the stone into his bag, Seo Do-jun turned and coldly declared that he no longer needed her guidance, as his task was complete. He picked up his bag and walked away, leaving behind the colossal corpse and the bewildered beauty standing dumbfounded in the forest. Hyunju Yeon quickly called after him, wondering why he was ignoring the valuable ores, claws, and materials on the monster's corpse. Seo Do-jun's steps paused for a beat at her question, which reeked of small change. He turned back with a sneer, stating bluntly that those scraps weren't worth the time spent compared to the money they'd bring. Hyunju Yeon was speechless, her face blank at this monster's millionaire-like mindset for making money. Seo Do-jun waved his hand as he walked, generously bestowing the entire boss corpse upon her as a guide fee. She stood, rooted to the spot, helplessly watching the arrogant back of the most insane hunter in the solar system. Seo Do-jun's declaration that he didn't need those scraps echoed through the majestic mountain forest. Looking down from above, the hunter squad stood frozen in the clearing, tiny as ants amidst the aftershocks of the battle. Two bulging travel backpacks were tossed onto the grass, landing with a heavy thud that struck the viewers' minds like a sledgehammer. Jung In-ju and her comrades stood dumbfounded, sweat pouring down them as they couldn't comprehend what on earth was happening before their eyes. The spear wielder stammered, whispering to the team leader that the monster had only borrowed the bag for a moment and returned with it full of magic stones. Looking at the enormous pile of loot, the hunters mentally calculated that their entire guild would have to toil relentlessly for 3 days just to hope to earn a similar amount. Hyunju Yeon slumped onto a rock, utterly exhausted and in extreme bewilderment, wondering what kind of divine being this madman truly was. Jung In-ju's subordinates watched the dazed S-rank lady with eyes full of doubt and fear. Jung In-ju's pupils contracted, her face paling in horror as she pieced together the absurd information she had just heard. She shivered as she realized he had soloed the boss Kassarian without needing any protective gear or armor. That insane feat alone was enough to confirm him as the strongest hunter in Korea, or even the strongest monster in the world. The rustling footsteps made Jung In-ju turn her head sharply, her eyes filled with extreme vigilance. Seo Do-jun casually emerged from the bushes with a cool demeanor, carrying things as if he had just returned from a leisurely stroll. A loud thud echoed as he dropped the enormous black bag onto the ground, blocking the view of the stunned hunters. While Seo Do-jun busied himself packing more items, the hunters whispered that telling this story would surely get them committed to a mental asylum. The spear-wielding man and the black-haired woman gave helpless wry smiles, deciding to keep this shocking secret to preserve their lives and honor. Soft footsteps glided over the grass as the two main characters began to move closer to each other. Hyunju Yeon stood talking to Seo Do-jun, while the hunters behind them switched into professional gossip mode. Those gossips immediately concluded that these two were definitely flirting, as they looked too perfect and equally matched in status. Jung In-ju was utterly bewildered, covering her mouth and muttering that calling the recent actions flirting felt somewhat wrong and illogical. Hyunju Yeon stood rooted to the spot, looking at Seo Do-jun with a puzzled expression, never expecting anyone in the world to dare order her around so casually. Without a word, Seo Do-jun casually shoved the huge black backpack into the S-rank lady's hands, leaving her dumbfounded with shock. He turned his back and walked away with the air of a superior, leaving Hyunju Yeon frozen in place along with the stunned hunters watching him go. Jung In-ju's jaw dropped in astonishment as she watched the man leave without even a greeting, while Hyunju Yeon could only offer a helpless wry smile. The scarred woman pointed at the pile of luggage, wondering why he would discard all the valuable spoils to others like trash. Hyunju Yeon sighed, explaining that when she warned him that defeating Kassarian would make him instantly famous, he reacted with extreme annoyance. Jung In-ju was so shocked her face turned pale upon hearing that he considered fame a nuisance and shirked all media handling responsibilities onto others. The question of who that man truly was kept lingering in Jung In-ju's mind as she observed her senior's strange attitude. Hyunju Yeon silently lowered her head, her eyes flickering intensely as she recalled that monster's nonchalant demeanor and overwhelming power. The S-rank lady's cheeks involuntarily flushed, her heart pounding as she wondered who that mysterious man truly was to make her feel such a stir. The scene shifted to a bustling city area with towering skyscrapers under the dazzling sunlight and blaring car horns. The BHY Arena sign stood prominently, a place high-level hunters often frequented to train physically and vent their frustrations. The sound of punching the sandbag echoed sharply, the force so strong it made the surrounding air vibrate violently, as if about to explode. Park Hae-yeol unleashed an incredibly powerful hook, his eyes glowing brightly, showcasing the intense focus and explosive power of an S rank. The sandbag endured a terrifying impact, deeply dented and completely deformed by the Guildmaster's steel fist. Park Hae-yeol's eyes gleamed with fierce determination, sweat pouring down, yet his murderous aura showed no signs of diminishing. Park Hae-yeol, the Guildmaster of Sweet Life and an S-rank hero, stood panting, his muscles bulging, but his face filled with extreme frustration and rage. The manager in the suit stood beside him, forcing a smile, advising the Guildmaster to calm down, for a frog retracts itself to prepare for a longer leap. The manager began his flattering speech, painting a picture of brilliant fame to appease the Guildmaster. Park Hae-yeol wiped away his sweat, his eyes cold as he vowed to unleash punishment upon those who dared to disrespect him. The manager continued to subtly manipulate, asserting that all the training efforts would transform into explosive power. He leaned in and whispered conspiratorially, flattering that no one understood Kassarian's tactics better than Park Hae-yeol. The manager offered water while spinning tales, promising exclusive titles and ultimate glory for the Guildmaster. He respectfully presented the water bottle directly to Park Hae-yeol as if serving a king. Park Hae-yeol took the water bottle and laughed loudly with arrogance, completely immersed in the delusion of power conjured by the manager. A corner of the room displayed golden trophies and commemorative photos, evidence of the guild's fading golden age. Park Hae-yeol gulped down the water, confidently declaring that only he possessed the skill to defeat the monster Kassarian. The manager grinned like a madman, echoing his master's excessive confidence to curry favor. Manic laughter echoed even outside the Sweet Life Guild building, under the clear blue sky. Seo Dojun's personal file, with his cold ID photo, was clearly visible on the investigation documents. Kang Young-pyo held the paper, his sharp eyes reconfirming the identity of the one causing a stir in the hunter world. In the luxurious office, the secretary reported on how Kang Chol-woo had once set a trap to kill Seo Dojun in the dungeon. He broke out in a cold sweat, confirming the shocking truth that Seo Dojun hadn't died, but had awakened his powers right there. Kang Young-pyo turned his back, listening to information about the client behind the incident, Hong Shiju of T Group. Memories of Seo Dojun's unhappy childhood resurfaced, of being kicked out by the Cable family when their biological child was born. Kang Young-pyo sneered contemptuously, realizing that even blood ties among the upper class were nothing but cheap trash. He stood up, hands in his pockets, curiously asking how much money his cousin Kang Chol-woo had pocketed from this dirty scheme. Kang Young-pyo stood before the golf club rack, scoffing that 3 billion won was too paltry for his status. He casually inquired about his cousin Kang Chol-woo's crippled state as if asking about a broken item. Kang Young-pyo's veined hand pulled out a club, preparing for a few recreational swings. As he took his golf stance, he coldly listened to the secretary report that Chol-woo's body was covered in burn scars. Kang Young-pyo intently eyed the golf hole, indifferently receiving the news that his cousin had gone blind and barely clung to life. He swung the club for a gentle putt, cursing his cousin as a scumbag, yet his tone was filled with amusement. The ball rolled perfectly into the hole while he maintained a chillingly cruel demeanor. Kang Young-pyo flashed a twisted smile, his eyes glowing crimson, declaring that if it were him, he would have hacked his enemy into 100 pieces and smashed their head in. He continued to set his club down, preparing for a new shot, steering the conversation to the mysterious crime scene. As he swung the club to hit the ball, he mentioned the shocking rumor that Hyun Ju-yeon had intervened to save Seo Do-jun. The ball rattled across the artificial turf, its dry sound echoing in the tense atmosphere. Kang Young-pyo stepped closer to the secretary, his face grim, harshly demanding to know why an S-rank hero would help that person. The secretary's face drained of color, and he stammered that, thanks to her statement to the police, the incident had been smoothly swept under the rug. Losing his composure, Kang Young-pyo grabbed the subordinate by the collar, furiously shouting for him to uncover the suspicious relationship between those two. He roared, his face contorted, firmly asserting that there must be some secret agreement for Hyun Ju-yeon to act that way. The secretary was scared out of his wits, quickly assenting before scrambling away to carry out the order. Left alone, Kang Young-pyo's face turned sinister, his sharp eyes filled with calculation and suspicion. His hand, bulging with blue veins, gripped the golf club shaft with terrifying force, fueled by suppressed rage. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, then slammed the club hard onto the floor, letting out a deafening clang of metal to vent his fury. Night fell, and the bright moonlight shone down on the unusually quiet neighborhood. Seo Do-jun strolled leisurely down the empty street, his solitary figure exuding the confidence of a powerful individual. As he walked, he muttered calculations, realizing that hunting monsters in the rift was far more efficient than going through regular gates. But the problem was, to enter, he had to rely on Hyunju Yun, and the thought of depending on others was annoying. Meanwhile, Hyunju Yun was racking her brain, strategizing what to do with the pile of magic stones she had just extorted from the Kassarian boss. She decided to keep this haul under wraps, ignoring the media and public opinion clamoring outside. Recalling Seo Do-jun unceremoniously tossing the heavy backpack at her with a loud thud, she could only remain silent. Seo Do-jun smirked, already formulating another plan to sneak into the rift area without anyone's help. For now, he would return to the hideout Hwangchang Seop had prepared to rest and regain his strength. The door creaked open with a grating sound, signaling trouble inside the house that should have been empty. Seo Do-jun's eyes sharpened, his pupils contracting as his instincts told him an uninvited guest was present. Seeing the pile of unfamiliar shoes scattered at the entrance, he immediately knew his territory had been visited by some esteemed guests. As he opened the door and stepped inside, Yoon Young's desperate cry of "Big Brother" shattered the silence. A crowd of men in black suits stood around like menacing figures, and his grandmother and sister were cowering in fear before a blonde woman sitting imperiously. Park Cheol-yong looked towards the door with a contemptuous gaze, his face exuding the demanding air of a superior waiting for his prey. Eun-young rushed over as if finding a lifeline, stammering her brother's name in extreme panic. The girl hugged Seo Do-jun, trembling, while the other man began to question his identity with a condescending tone. He introduced himself as Prosecutor Park Cheol-young, mentioning Hwang Chang-seop's name with a threatening smirk. Seo Do-jun's face was expressionless as he shielded his sister, while the prosecutor declared his emergency arrest for involvement in a black market loan shark ring. The prosecutor's office building stood tall under the sun, a place where justice was about to be crushed by absolute power. Seo Do-jun sat silently in the interrogation chair, his hands cuffed tightly, yet his demeanor remained strangely calm. His cold, sharp eyes glanced around, showing no fear whatsoever for someone in custody. The clack of footsteps echoed from the hallway, accompanied by the fawning voice of the corrupt prosecutor on the phone. Park Cheol-yong entered the room with a triumphant expression, chattering away as he thanked the person on the other end for his daughter's study abroad arrangements. He ended the call with a fake smile, then cast a disdainful look towards Seo Do-jun's back. Seo Do-jun remained motionless like a statue, listening to the prosecutor ramble on about his noble reasons for choosing his profession. Park Cheol-yong sneered arrogantly, shamelessly declaring his mission was to isolate the trash from society. A thick stack of documents was slammed onto the table, creating a dry thud to assert dominance. He picked up a paper, threatening that this fabricated list of charges was enough to make Seo Do-jun rot in prison for 10 years. Park Cheol-yong shoved the fake evidence close to Seo Do-jun's face, boasting about his close cooperation with Hwang Chang-seop. In response to his aggression, Seo Do-jun's face remained icy, his gaze sharp as a razor. Seeing his prey's indifferent attitude, Park Cheol-yong furiously yelled, asking if he thought he was lying. Suddenly, the prosecutor flinched, his face changing color when he heard Seo Do-jun mention the name Hong Hee-ju. Park Cheol-yong deliberately played dumb, asking who Hong Hee-ju was with a flustered and wary expression. Seo Do-jun smirked thoughtfully, realizing Hwang Chang-seop's faction was utterly destroyed, and he no longer needed to play the role of a docile prisoner. Seo Do-jun's leg twitched slightly, preparing for a spectacular reversal right there in the interrogation room. Park Cheol-yong broke out in a cold sweat as he saw Seo Do-jun exude terrifying pressure, threatening back that his life was over. Seo Do-jun's eyes glowed golden, seeing through the dark heart and crushing the spirit of the person opposite him. Park Cheol-yong's face turned pale, his pupils contracting in extreme fear before the true killing intent of a monster. Park Cheol-yong stammered, unable to speak, sweat pouring down as he faced the invisible pressure from the monster before him. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted with both fear and resentment at Seo Do-jun's utterly indifferent attitude. Unable to control his rage, Park Cheol-yong lunged forward, grabbing Seo Do-jun's collar, intending to act like a thug right there in the interrogation room. A knock on the door sounded just in time, interrupting the corrupt prosecutor's rude action and making him jump. A prosecutor assistant opened the door and entered, informing Park Cheol-yong that he needed to step out urgently to handle an unexpected issue, which greatly annoyed him. As soon as he stepped into the hallway, Park Cheol-yong shrieked in panic as he looked at the contents of the report in his hand. He turned to question the prosecutor assistant, asking if the Hero Index measuring device was broken, with an incredulous expression. The results, clear as day on the paper, stated that Seo Do-jun was merely a civilian, leaving Park Cheol-yong utterly confused and questioning everything. The prosecutor assistant was equally flustered, hypothesizing that the information regarding the subject's awakening might have been incorrect from the start. Park Cheol-yong broke out in a cold sweat, utterly bewildered as he pieced together the information from Company T and his knowledge of Hong Hee-ju's name. In the interrogation room, So Do-jun sighed in exasperation, left alone with the messy pile of papers on the table. His eyes turned cold and sharp, wondering if he should just smash this rotten place and leave to be done with it. Seo Do-jun was contemplating taking his grandmother and younger sister Eun-young to hide when the room door creaked open once more. Hyun-ju-yeon unexpectedly appeared with a serious expression in a black suit, making Seo Do-jun wonder why she was there. The purple-haired woman also seemed flustered, confessing that she herself didn't understand why she was meddling like this. Hyun-ju-yeon quickly regained her composure, warning Seo Do-jun not to recklessly use his power, or the consequences would be very difficult to resolve. Seo Do-jun directly asked if she was planning to help him, only to receive a haughty and cold denial with crossed arms. Hyun-ju-yeon asserted that she was only acting for justice, knowing that Seo Do-jun was completely innocent and being blatantly slandered. Seo Do-jun smirked meaningfully, finding the S-rank heroine's interesting personality and rare straightforwardness. Hyun-ju-yeon announced that the Hero Association would investigate the unregistered ID case and the new rift that appeared at his house. Hyun-ju-yeon coldly questioned Seo Do-jun about his family matters with a serious expression. She frowned and grumbled that she wasn't his secretary or nanny to have to worry about his entire family. Seo Do-jun didn't reply, only staring intently at the girl in front of him with sharp eyes to assess the situation. His intense gaze made Hyun-ju-yeon break out in a cold sweat, a clear look of embarrassment on her face. She quickly turned away to hide her awkwardness, curtly stating that his family was still safe. Seo Do-jun smiled genuinely, firmly declaring that he would remember and repay this debt of gratitude. Hyun-ju-yeon blushed furiously, stammering for him to patiently wait for her to finish handling the legal mess. Instead of passively proving his innocence, the purple-haired girl chose to directly attack the prosecutor's office. She went all out, exposing the corrupt prosecutor, causing him to be removed from the profession, thereby confirming Seo Do-jun's innocence. Although he received a suspended sentence for using a fake license, thanks to Hyun-ju-yeon's efforts, Seo Do-jun was smoothly released on bail in a luxury car. The car's control screen suddenly displayed an urgent notification about a four-eyed mantis monster that had just appeared in England. Seo Do-jun merely glanced at the screen and casually stated the monster's name, Macasian. Hyun-ju-yeon flinched, turning to ask frantically why he knew the secret name that only the association possessed. He calmly explained that these monster names weren't just idly made up by someone for fun. Magic stones contain compressed information and energy. Analyzing them immediately reveals the name and characteristics of the corresponding monster. On current Earth, science is used to identify them, while in that destroyed world, magic was used for naming. Since the same types of monsters appeared in both worlds, most of these names were already in Seo Do-jun's living dictionary. He casually advised that these Macasian could be dealt with extremely easily, using extracts from red flower ants. That solution was harmless to humans, but was a potent, paralyzing poison to those mantises. Hyun-ju-yeon listened in silence, her face clearly showing such astonishment that she was speechless at the profound knowledge of the man beside her. Hyun-ju-yeon drove, breaking out in a cold sweat, her mind reeling with questions about the true identity of the monster sitting next to her. The car sped like an arrow. She secretly glanced at Seo Do-jun, who was gazing out the window thoughtfully, his expression cold and inscrutable. Seo Do-jun crossed his arms, his sharp eyes flicking over with annoyance as he directly asked if she was listening to him. He smirked, posing a seemingly gentle hypothetical question that reeked of deadly danger. Seo Do-jun's eyes glowed with a golden, murderous light as he casually suggested simply eliminating Hong Hee-ju to settle the debt. In the luxurious office, the sound of fingernails being gnawed echoed in the silent, tense atmosphere. Hong Hee-ju sat biting her thumb until it bled, her face revealing an undeniable look of extreme anxiety. Manager Lee stood stiffly, but sweat poured down him like rain. He didn't dare breathe heavily before the impending explosion of rage. The entire room was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere as the manager finished reporting the recent disastrous situation. Hong Hee-ju gritted her teeth, her mind in a whirl, unable to understand why Hyun-ju-yeon's name was involved in this matter. Manager Lee stammered, explaining that the relationship between the two was unclear, only that everything was going completely off track. The blonde woman was furious, her eyes blazing because she couldn't accept her perfect plan being disrupted. Hong Hee-ju jumped up and slammed the table, yelling, demanding to know why Seo Do-jun wasn't a hero as initially reported. She exuded a dark, murderous aura, while the manager could only tremble and speculate that he had some trick to bypass the measuring devices. Her eyes bulged, streaked with blood-red veins of madness and ultimate malicious intent. Without hesitation, she ordered to immediately contact Kang Young Pyo and finalize a price of 30 billion won for him to eliminate the thorn in her side at once. On the other end of the line, Kang Young-pyo lounged on the sofa, sneering as he demanded double that paltry price. The secretary standing beside him broke out in a cold sweat, timidly reminding his boss that the amount was beyond imagination and a bit exorbitant. Kang Young-pyo smugly bounced his leg. He knew full well that Hong Hee-ju was at her wit's end, and 60 billion was nothing to her. He flashed an evil smile, his eyes gleaming with a red spark of excitement, knowing that this time, his opponent was involved with an S-rank hero, like Hyun Ju-yeon. The secretary broke out in a cold sweat, nervously warning that Hyun Ju-yeon was an extremely dangerous opponent. Crash! Kang Young-pyo delivered a devastating kick that sent his subordinate flying out of frame, his eyes bloodshot. He arrogantly declared he could take down someone like Hyun Ju-yeon in 20 minutes. The secretary, his face bruised and battered, was scared out of his wits, only able to stammer out his obedience. Kang Young-pyo flashed a cunning smile, asking about the association's response. The financial negotiations hit a snag because the economic situation in England didn't allow for a price increase. He adjusted his collar, hearing that the association had announced the selection of elite heroes to be dispatched. Kang Young-pyo cursed the association, calling them thugs, and finalized his flight for 3 days later. As the plane took off, he planned to team up with the Japanese hero group and meet Takashi. His target was the Macassian monster, whose weakness no one had yet discovered to exploit. He let out a repulsive laugh amidst the city skyline, dreaming of stock prices soaring once he had the monster under his thumb. Lightning tore across the night sky above the clock tower in Cambridge, England. The colossal Macassian monster appeared in the street, sending citizens screaming and scattering in panic. A sword-wielding figure stood defiantly before the monster, which was as tall as a skyscraper. Takashi and the white-haired heroine drew their weapons, ready to face the battle with tense expressions. The Macassian roared a deafening cry, its eyes glowing menacingly at the insignificant beings below. A sharp sword strike tore through the air with terrifying speed. The ground cracked under the force of the attack as the hero group plunged into battle. Takashi and his female comrade moved incredibly fast, their eyes blazing with overwhelming fighting spirit. He leaped high, unleashing a decisive blow aimed directly at the monster's head with surging momentum. Takashi soared through the air, delivering a thunderous strike that tore through the night, aimed straight at the monster's head. The impact created a terrifying shockwave, leaving the Macassian no time to react against the destructive power. The monster's colossal body crashed to the ground, creating an explosion that shook the entire city. Takashi landed with incredible flair, while the white-haired heroine observed the enemy's motionless corpse. Takashi panted heavily, drenched in sweat after pouring all his strength into that last attack. The white-haired heroine looked at him with concern, as if she sensed something unusual about the corpse. Suddenly, the monster let out a piercing, mournful shriek, proving it hadn't given up the ghost yet. The terrifying scream made the white-haired heroine jump, and cold sweat began to pour down her face. Her eyes widened in horror as she realized the absurdly tenacious vitality of this monster species. A violent burst of dark purple energy erupted, signaling that the real catastrophe had only just begun. The entire city was engulfed in flames as hordes of Macassians swarmed in like ants, breaching every defense line. The defense lines completely collapsed, and the capital city of London stood on the brink of being wiped off the map. Amidst the rubble, the monster's eyes gleamed with a deadly light, threatening anyone who dared approach. The sound of helicopter engines tearing through the wind echoed from afar, drawing the attention of all creatures below. Powerful searchlights from the helicopter shone down, dispelling the dark night of the battlefield. The military helicopter sped towards the scene, carrying the most formidable individuals. The whirring of the rotor blades drowned out all chaotic sounds, signaling the arrival of heavy reinforcements. Inside the cockpit, Kang Young-pyo, Hyun Ju-yeon, and his subordinates observed the situation with tense expressions. Hyun Ju-yeon was utterly astonished to see that the red ant flower extract paralyzed the monster, just as rumored. Kang Young-pyo narrowed his eyes suspiciously. He couldn't believe a woman like her possessed such formidable intelligence. Hyun Ju-yeon loudly ordered the entire team to charge forward and clean up the aftermath with surging momentum. The entire squad leaped out of the helicopter, free-falling into the night like specters of death. The purple-haired woman drew her sword, her sharp eyes ready to send any lingering monster to its demise. The plane carrying the expedition team landed on the runway under the clear blue sky, ending the operation. The airport lobby was packed with reporters and fans, bustlingly awaiting the returning heroes. The reporters chattered excitedly about the immense scale of the press corps gathered there. Some reporters speculated that today's main character was undoubtedly Hyun Ju-yeon. A bearded reporter asserted confidently that she was the one who discovered the monster's weakness. The entire crowd gasped in excitement, and camera flashes went off continuously as the hunters' figures appeared. The powerful click of high heels on the floor announced the arrival of the leading lady. Hyun Ju-yeon walked out with great presence alongside Kang Young-pyo, both shining like movie superstars. She sweat profusely, and forced a smile as reporters pressed her about the achievement that she didn't actually accomplish. In contrast, Kang Young-pyo grinned broadly, shamelessly enjoying the spotlight and praise. The live news broadcast announced everywhere the glorious return of the 200 hunters from the United Kingdom. The large screen explained in detail the strategy of using red flower ant extract to counter the Macassian monster. On the street below, Seo Do-jun, with his hood pulled low, was quietly looking up at the news broadcast about his own achievement. He smirked, not caring that the world was praising the wrong person. The image of the dignified Kang Young-pyo answering an interview was prominently displayed on the large news screen. Seo Do-jun's eyes flashed with a cold and dangerous glint as he recognized the familiar face on the screen. At a luxurious cafe, expensive gift bags were already prepared on the table as a greeting. Seo Do-jun sat relaxed on the sofa, holding a glass of water, raising an eyebrow when he heard about the gifts. Hyun-ju-yeon enthusiastically presented the pile of spoils she brought as a token of gratitude for her benefactor's family. He calmly opened a gift bag, while the purple-haired woman watched with a smug expression. Inside was an expensive branded suit, carefully wrapped, exuding the scent of luxury. Hyun-ju-yeon sipped her coffee and smugly declared that thanks to him, she had become a hero in the public's eyes. Seo Do-jun decisively refused the offer of a car, his hand still fiddling with the gift he had just received. She began to lay her cards on the table, her sharp eyes questioning how he knew the Macassian monster's weakness. He replied with a challenging counter-question, without revealing any weaknesses for his opponent to exploit. Hyun-ju-yeon changed her line of attack, inquiring about his future plans under the bright ceiling lights. In her mind, she was picturing the worst-case scenario if he targeted Kang Young-pyo and Hong Hee-ju. Seo Do-jun parted his lips, preparing to utter a grand plan that would make everyone hold their breath in anticipation. He concluded by saying he wanted to buy a house, which left Hyun-ju-yeon dumbfounded by his brutally practical nature. Both of them walked out of the cafe. Seo Do-jun maintained his cold expression while she silently followed him. The scene shifted to a lavish night party, with flirtatious laughter echoing throughout the space. Long-legged women in hot bikinis were playing water volleyball, serving as entertainment for the upper class. Kang Young-pyo was soaking in the swimming pool with two beautiful women in his arms, but his eyes still held a dangerous glint. He muttered Hyun-ju-yeon's name, noticing her unusual change after the recent operation. Memories of the Macassian monster came back to him. He doubted that she truly knew its weakness was impossible. On a private jet, Hyun-ju-yeon, wearing an eye mask, tried to sleep, but was still disturbed. Kang Young-pyo stood beside her, interrogating her, reminding her of the incident where Seo Do-jun had smashed the prosecutor's head to intimidate her. Hyun-ju-yeon smirked, analyzing the situation and asserting that Kang Chol-woo was the one who started this foolish fight. Kang Young-pyo sneered dangerously, admitting that his cousin was foolish for being greedy over petty cash, but still family. He leaned in close to Hyun-ju-yeon with a threatening expression, declaring that the cousin label was the perfect excuse to get revenge on Seo Do-jun. Hyun-ju-yeon stared at him coldly with her sharp purple eyes, unfazed and unconcerned by his threats. Kang Young-pyo's eyes glowed red with calculation, trying to scrutinize his opponent's indifferent attitude. She calmly pulled down her eye patch, turned away, and flatly declared that she would not interfere in this matter. Kang Young-pyo frowned in doubt, wondering if the relationship between those two was really as loose as he thought. Hyun-ju-yeon adjusted her sleeping posture, concluding with a final statement that she had no desire to get involved in this mess. Red wine was poured into a luxurious glass, and Kang Young-pyo thoughtfully recalled the firm assertion he had just heard. He sipped his wine with cold eyes, a premonition telling him that the bastard Seo Do-jun was definitely hiding something. The scene shifted to Long Sutton in England, where a gigantic red spatial rift hung suspended over the city sky. Two guards stood watch strictly over the sealed-off area, where the association was frantically collecting mana stones. The mustached guard regretfully boasted that with red ant flower extract, even a D rank could easily handle a Macassian. The young guard agreed, regretting missing the chance to turn this place into a lucrative mana stone goldmine if they had stopped the wave sooner. He looked up at the rift, explaining the rule that once a monster wave occurred in an area, the gate could no longer be closed. Both suddenly startled and turned around, bewilderedly asking each other as they sensed an unusual fluctuation from behind. The glowing red rift shook violently, feeling as if something was trying to emerge from within, even though it wasn't time yet. The two guards were utterly bewildered because the raid team had only been inside for 5 hours, far too early to return. The pitch-black rift emitted a murderous aura, and they were highly vigilant, suspecting some reckless individual was trying to loot mana stones. A deafening electrical crackle from the rift utterly terrified both guards, draining all color from their faces. A human-shaped entity stepped out of the red rift, exuding a thick, murderous aura and looking like a demon from hell. His face was covered in horrifying scars, and his right eye glowed with a menacing purple light. The two guards froze, realizing that the one before them was not a hero or a hunter, but a monster in human guise. Seo Dojun calmly extended his hand, summoning green magical circles that spun around his fingers. Gravity was instantly warped, flinging the two guards into the air, leaving them flailing helplessly. He walked on arrogantly, ignoring the two unfortunate individuals being tossed around like rags by an invisible force. He cursed irritably, activating magic that caused sharp black spikes to sprout profusely. The guard's weak attacks bounced off him with a sharp crack, leaving not even a scratch. He looked down with utter contempt, scoffing at his opponents for being too weak. With a decisive clench of his fist, he activated a 1,000-pound pressure on his suspended prey. The two guards screamed miserably as their bodies were squeezed by the magical circles, threatening to shatter. He ignored their screams, extending his gaunt, clawed hand towards the city sky. Purple-black lightning crackled through his fingers as he attempted to interact with an electronic device. The smartphone screen cracked, unable to withstand the overloaded mana he was emitting. The number 19.26% appeared in stark red, indicating that the data download or synchronization process was moving at a snail's pace. He grimaced, complaining that even after 10 years in hell, this damned system still hadn't loaded even 20%. Stepping over the scattered corpses, he wondered if there was something wrong with activating the spatial rift. A guard, gasping on the ground, tremblingly looked up and asked for the identity of this brutal individual. Seo Dojun flashed a savage half-smile, his gaze looking down as if at an ant. A dry thud echoed as he stomped on the one who had just spoken, beginning his cleanup operation of the weak vermin. In Paju, South Korea, a deceptive calm settled before the storm named Seo Dojun swept through. Seo Dojun strolled leisurely across the green lawn, a luggage bag filled with equipment slung over his shoulder, as if out for a casual walk. He suddenly stopped, his sharp eyes glancing behind him, as his hypersensitive senses picked up a signal of death. The ground shook violently, accompanied by a rumbling sound as if it wanted to swallow everything around it. A gigantic worm-like monster, with hideous spiral teeth, suddenly emerged from underground to attack. Two giant worms surrounded Seo Dojun, but he stood there unmoving, as if watching a play. From the deep pit, Seo Dojun's eyes looked up defiantly, showing no fear of the massive waiting maw. He activated his sensory skill, precisely locating 26 monsters within a 100-meter radius. His right hand erupted in a blazing inferno, and Seo Dojun flashed a savage smile, declaring he'd see how many would survive. He casually dropped his luggage bag to the ground. A whooshing sound tore through the air, signaling the start of the game. Seo Dojun stood still, acting as bait, even as the ground beneath his feet cracked open from the pressure of the monsters. Boom! A terrifying energy explosion hurled the monsters into the air like cheap toys. The giant worms were crushed, blood and flesh splattering everywhere before the overwhelming power of the hellfire. Seo Dojun stood proudly amidst the slimy pile of monster corpses, his cold eyes surveying the results of his cleanup. He smirked arrogantly, satisfied after turning the monsters into a pile of minced meat. The scene shifted to the towering Heroes Association headquarters in the heart of the bustling city. Na Te Huang was enjoying a hot cup of coffee, his expression pensive as he pondered a particular individual. He pushed up his glasses, admitting that the kid was indeed a tough case to deal with. Vice President Min Hongji held a file, confirming that Seo Dojun was indeed a hero. Na Te Huang wondered about the faulty power meter, while Min Hongji was also at a loss for a satisfactory answer. Park Seong-chol roared in indignation, directly cursing the rookie as an arrogant and insolent brat. He pointed a finger at Min Hongji, demanding that all information be extracted now that the association had inquired. Min Hongji broke out in a cold sweat, stammering as he reported to Na Te Huang that very little information had been gathered. Everything began with Kang Cheol-woo's malicious scheme, leading to the confrontation with the giant worm. Seo Dojun had awakened from the brink of death right inside the dungeon, his eyes blazing with madness and murderous intent. He returned to retaliate against Kang Cheol-woo and single-handedly dealt with the new rift in Mappo. Although his actions were somewhat excessive, he left behind a fiery battlefield, asserting his dominant position. Min Honggi concluded his report with a stark statement. Seo Dojun's power was absolutely overwhelming. Na Te Huang leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, likening him to a wild horse, difficult to tame but undoubtedly a top-tier warhorse. The association's boss showed extreme interest in the boundless potential of this monster in human skin. He even brazenly demanded a hero card immediately, bypassing all cumbersome procedures because he had a guarantor. Min Honggi pushed up his glasses, trembling as he revealed that the guarantor was none other than S-rank hero Hyunju Yeon. Na Te Huang's eyes widened, his face clearly showing extreme astonishment at the name that had just been uttered. Seo Dojun's image appeared, full of arrogance, with the characteristic half-smirk of someone holding all the cards. The powerful hero card was now firmly in his hand, marking the birth of a new legend. He officially became South Korea's 8th S-rank hero, calmly admiring the dazzling golden card. Thanks to that privilege, he could freely hunt in the rifts, turning monster hunting grounds into his personal slaughterhouse. Nate Huang burst into hearty laughter, his mirth echoing through the tense meeting room. He expressed extreme satisfaction with the initiative and unconventional madness of this new recruit. Park Seong-chul slammed the table and stood up, shouting in disbelief that he dared to enter a Grade 2 rift alone. Park Seong-chul glared at his subordinates, and the atmosphere in the meeting room was tense. He flinched, and beads of sweat began to pour down as he realized the situation was changing too quickly. He changed his tune faster than flipping a rice paper, shouting out a proposal to appoint Seo Do-jun as vice president to appease the public. He paused for a beat, his face falling when he saw no one responded to that absurd idea. Still trying to push his agenda, Park Seong-chul continued to shout that this was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity for promotion. Min Hongji coldly adjusted his glasses, throwing cold water on his boss by asking about the opinion of the person in question. Park Seong-chul flew into a rage, slamming the table and yelling at his subordinates for daring to backpedal at such a sensitive time. He turned to seek support from Nate Huang, trying to justify that the public needed a sedative. Nate Huang tapped his finger lightly on the table, interrupting his subordinate's farce with an authoritative tone. The boss declared firmly that he would personally meet that monster rookie to size him up. The scene shifted to the battlefield, where a giant worm shot up from the ground, intending to swallow its delicious prey. Seo Do-jun glided gracefully like the wind, dodging all the combined attacks of the hideous monsters. His eyes glowed golden, activating serious mode to send the vermin to their demise. His hand burst into a blazing fire, compressing mana to prepare for a finishing blow. A fiery slash tore through space, splitting the giant monster cleanly in half from head to tail. He landed coolly in a superhero pose, with lingering destructive embers still on his hand. The monster's corpse exploded into fragments, unable to withstand the terrifying heat of the attack. Seo Do-jun stood proudly atop a mountain of monster corpses, his back exuding an aura of absolute dominance. He let out a sigh of relief, brushed his hand, extinguishing the flames after an overly enthusiastic warm-up. Noticing his mana plummeting rapidly, he looked up at the sky and coolly concluded that he needed to get some hot gear right away. The Gassen Hero Complex stood majestically under the clear blue sky, a hub for hunter logistics services. The sign for Uri Mugu Weapon Shop caught his eye, the next destination to upgrade Seo Do-jun's gear. Inside the shop, the muscular shop assistant was engrossed in his phone, playing a game, treating customers as if they were invisible. The jingling of the doorbell rang out, announcing the arrival of an uninvited guest. Seo Do-jun stepped in with a cold demeanor, carrying a huge sack of spoils reeking of danger on his shoulder. He slammed the sack onto the table with a thud, startling the shop assistant, and demanded a weapon be crafted immediately. The shop assistant looked up with an annoyed expression, waving his hand to dismiss the customer as if shooing away evil spirits, citing the reason that no appointment had been made. Seo Do-jun retorted immediately with the reason that he had been calling all morning, but no one bothered to pick up. The assistant stood up, flexing his muscles, rudely saying there was no more room and subtly telling him to go to another shop. Without another word, Seo Do-jun grabbed the shop assistant by the collar and dragged him roughly, startling him. He shrieked, admitting he was just the shop owner's son when asked if he was the owner. Seo Do-jun's eyes glowed golden, full of menace, ordering him to call his father out immediately. They glared at each other, and beads of sweat poured down the son's face as he forced a fearful smile before the overwhelming killing intent of the customer. He fearfully yelled out, "Dad, a customer's here for you," to save himself. The shuffling footsteps of sandals echoed from the back room, announcing the appearance of the final boss. Choi Chol-kwan stepped out, removing his welding mask, sweating profusely with the grumpy expression of a seasoned blacksmith. Seo Do-jun didn't beat around the bush and immediately stated the password, Hyun Ju-yeon, to assert his authority. Both the blacksmith and his son simultaneously widened their eyes and froze upon hearing that powerful name uttered from his mouth. The blacksmith skeptically asked if she had indeed introduced him, while Seo Do-jun began to open the sack. He pulled out a pair of giant monster fangs as raw material, proving his status as a true connoisseur, earning everyone's respect. Choi Chol-kwan widened his eyes, his expression changing as he realized the hot item in his hand was no ordinary thing. The shop assistant asked blankly, while his old man broke out in a cold sweat, confirming it was a supreme item. He picked up the gigantic black fang, declaring it to be the legendary Black Killer Fang that had been absent from the martial world for a long time. Seo Do-jun made an outlandish request to forge an extremely long sword, causing the two blacksmiths to exchange confused glances. Seo Do-jun listened with folded arms, as the old blacksmith criticized his understanding of physics and demanded to split it into two medium-sized swords for safety. He immediately retorted sharply, asking if the old man was admitting his poor craftsmanship, which made Choi Chol Kwan's veins bulge in frustration. Seo Do-jun ignored all theories, ordering them to be joined into a single blade because he liked long items. He added a difficult request, to maximize its mana absorption capability, which made the old blacksmith tremble. The shop assistant couldn't hold back anymore and yelled, defending his father, boasting that the old man only made high-quality items of level 3 or higher. Seo Do-jun remained silent, not bothering to argue, his eyes radiating contempt for those who were ignorant of the wider world. He silently drew a display sword from its sheath with a sharp sound to check its actual quality. Seo Do-jun glanced at it and flatly declared that the item was only level 5, mere trash in his eyes. He gripped the sharp blade with his bare hand and began to exert force, making the metal groan. A shocking aura emanated from his hand, causing the sword to begin cracking. To the horror of the father and son, the steel blade shattered like a biscuit in Seo Do-jun's bare hand, leaving the two blacksmiths gaping in fear. The deafening clang of shattering metal echoed as the sword was completely crushed by overwhelming power. Fragments scattered across the floor, while the Choi father and son stood rooted to the spot. Seo Do-jun issued a cold warning that if they could only produce such scrap, they might as well retire early. He stood tall and imposing, making the old blacksmith realize he had just encountered a true monster. The scene shifted to a quiet, dense garden, yet it concealed the threatening growls of a beast. The monster's hideous teeth gnashed together, emitting deadly, threatening growls. The chest-rattling roar signaled an impending furious rampage. Its single eye flared with a crimson, murderous light as it spotted its prey. The gigantic ogre warrior threw its head back and roared, showcasing its power, making the entire forest tremble. It charged forward like an armored tank, intending to crush everything in its path with its bulging muscles. Seo Do-jun emerged from the bushes with a bored expression, complaining about the noise from the petty monsters. His eyes were sharp and cold as his hand began to ignite with brilliant mana flames, ready to incinerate his enemy. A loud bang echoed as Seo Do-jun's small fist effortlessly blocked the monster's 1,000-pound punch. The ogre widened its eyes in horror, seeing its full power attack easily blocked like child's play. Seo Do-jun used the force to spring high into the air, his hand ablaze, preparing to deliver a punishing blow to the enemy's head. The monster let out a pathetic cry, mixed with extreme bewilderment at its opponent's overwhelming power. In desperation, it used its sinewy hands to snap a large tree trunk nearby, fashioning it into a weapon for retaliation. The gigantic log swung down with wind-ripping speed, but Seo Do-jun glided away as lightly as a ghost. The giant's single eye widened to its fullest as it realized its target had eerily vanished from sight. Seo Do-jun appeared directly in front of it, in the posture of a supreme predator toying with its prey. The monster's thick hide began to crack under the immense pressure from the surging hot aura. He unleashed a fire-clad punch directly into the exposed chest of the foolish, unguarded monster. The flames erupted fiercely, scorching its flesh and piercing through the ogre's natural defenses. The entire colossal body of the ogre warrior was violently shaken, as if it had just taken a 1,000-pound blow. It was blown backward into a sea of flames, its painful scream echoing throughout the ancient forest. The monster let out a pathetic scream as the flames consumed its last vestiges of life. Seo Do-jun landed lightly, his hands still lingering with the remnants of the destructive flames he had just unleashed. The giant corpse of the monster crashed to the ground, creating a loud thud right behind the victor. He sighed, admitting that maintaining mana sword for an extended period truly consumed an incredible amount of energy. Swiftly, he collected the spoils into a specialized flask, then neatly stored it in his backpack. He lifted the flask filled with the red liquid, satisfied with the freshly harvested blood. Through the reflection on the blood flask, Seo Do-jun smirked victoriously for having defeated the Cyclops. Night fell upon the city. The weapon shop's sign glowed faintly amidst the quiet space. Seo Do-jun slammed the blood flask onto the table in front of the bewildered shop employee who didn't understand what was happening. The shop employee broke out in a cold sweat when Seo Do-jun told him to give this to his father, Choi Chol Kwan, to connect the two black serpent fangs. Ignoring the shop employee who was shouting for an explanation, Seo Do-jun turned his back and walked away coldly and decisively. Walking through the streets, he muttered that the basic materials were sufficient, but he still lacked the most crucial item to enhance mana absorption. His eyes sharpened as he determined there was only one place on Earth that possessed it to ensure safety. The scene shifted to a luxurious resort, where laughter echoed cheerfully by the swimming pool. The phone on the table vibrated intensely, the screen displaying the name Seo Do-jun calling. Hyun-ju-yeon, in a seductive swimsuit, gently pushed up her sunglasses and answered with a mix of curiosity and surprise. Her eyes widened in shock, uttering the word Brazil with doubt after hearing what the other end of the line said. The crowd around her still played carelessly in the water, completely unaware of this important call. Hyunju Yun sat on a lounge chair next to Jung In-ju, both enjoying a rare vacation with a refreshing drink. Jung In-ju, while drinking, confirmed that the association and the Brazilian government were working together to close a large-scale rift. Jung In-ju lay back, analyzing the prospects of going to Brazil. The monsters were fierce, but the mana stones dropped were countless, so their guild immediately accepted the mission due to the lucrative pay. She invited Hyunju Yun to come along and insisted on bringing that guy too, which made the purple-haired heroine flinch as if caught off guard. Hyunju Yun adamantly denied any relationship with Seo Do-jun. When asked about the rumors of the rapidly rising 8th S-rank hero, Jung In-ju delivered a critical blow, exposing how the two had intimately shared a monster bird, which made Hyunju Yun blush furiously and rush to cover her mouth. Ignoring her senior who was vehemently denying everything, Jung In-ju still sealed the deal with a gleeful and triumphant expression. The ball soared into the blue sky, but she still wondered if Seo Do-jun would agree to join their team. The scene shifted to a blacksmith's forge, where the blacksmith Choi Chol-kwan's face was drained of color, sweat pouring down him like rain, as his professional secret was seen through. He couldn't believe how a novice knew how to perfectly fuse Cyclops' blood to bind non-metallic materials. Seo Do-jun stood with his arms crossed, smirking confidently. Behind him, the shop owner's son was frozen in place, overwhelmed by the VIP customer's aura. He began to order a custom item, a greatsword, 1.8 meters long, but the hilt needed to be adjusted for one-handed use, with a fixed weight of 5 kilograms. Choi Chol-kwan was dumbfounded when he saw this customer, who looked like a street thug, suddenly speak so politely, completely unlike his appearance. Holding the sword blank in his hands, the old man speculated that this weapon was extremely important to him, but continuously wielding a 5-kilogram sword with one hand was truly insane. Seo Do-jun coldly concluded, "Just do it exactly like that," leaving the blacksmith speechless, only able to accept the bizarre request. When asked about the progress, the blacksmith grimaced and quoted a minimum of 1 month to complete this formidable item. A calculating glint flashed in Seo Do-jun's eyes. He worried that this level 7 weapon wouldn't be strong enough to withstand his overwhelming power. His face hardened in the shadows as he realized he absolutely had to find that item to upgrade his weapon to a new level. Seo Do-jun turned and walked away, instructing the blacksmith to shape it first, and for the mana absorption enhancement, to wait until he brought back the high-quality materials. Choi Chol-kwan watched the strange customers retreating back, his mouth agape at the man's arrogance and profound knowledge, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. In the quiet of the night, the old man still half believed, half doubted whether this young man could truly acquire that legendary material. A few days later, the bright sunlight shone down on the city parking lot, signaling a new series of turbulent days about to begin after the period of preparation. A sleek black Rolls-Royce supercar appeared prominently in the street, its beautiful license plate reeking of money, making everyone turn to look. Seo Do-jun leaned against the car door with a CEO-like demeanor, casually telling the beauty to use the car as freely as if lending a lighter. Hyunju Yun was utterly shocked, unable to believe he treated a car worth hundreds of millions of won like a cheap toy that could be tossed anywhere. He smirked confidently, asserting that this value was fitting for his current status and her service to him. The two stood in the parking lot discussing serious matters, and Hyunju Yun began to wonder about the Hero Association's recent strange actions. Seo Do-jun revealed that he had forced the higher-ups to pay an exorbitant price if they wanted to reveal his identity to the public, truly like a cunning merchant. He casually opened the door and got into the driver's seat, ignoring the guarantor lady's complaints about his arrogant and uncooperative attitude. The car door closed decisively, cutting off all hesitation and preparing for a new journey full of challenges. Seo Do-jun drove with great flair, while Hyunju Yun sat in the passenger seat with a serious expression, discussing the world situation. She began explaining the chaotic situation at the association due to the unexpected collapse of the Brazil base. News of the defense zone being completely sealed off made Seo Do-jun's hand tighten thoughtfully on the gear stick. Hyunju Yun's eyes widened in surprise when she realized this madman also intended to plunge headfirst into the fiery cauldron of Brazil at the most critical moment. Her heart suddenly pounded erratically, and her face flushed red before his overwhelming aura and resolute gaze. Hyunju Yun eagerly volunteered to follow, trying to remain calm to hide her wildly betraying heartbeat within her chest. Seo Do-jun concluded with a brief but impactful invitation that landed a critical hit straight to the young woman's heart. Hyunju Yun's pupils dilated to their fullest, her entire body tingled, and she flushed crimson from the devastating invitation from the handsome man. The scene shifted to another office, where Hong Hee-ju was clutching her head, grimacing from a throbbing headache caused by her partners. A vest broker sat in the shadows with glowing eyes, scornfully and shamelessly demanding more money. The vest broker smirked sinisterly, subtly reminding her about the 30 billion won advance. Yet the work hadn't progressed at all, making the listener furious. Hong Hee-ju shot up and slammed the table, shouting about the uselessness of the greedy partner, who was mockingly laughing at her suffering. The vest broker sneered arrogantly, mocking that the client's intelligence was as outdated as an antique. He leaned in close and dropped a bombshell that made anyone who heard it shiver with fear. Seo Do-jun was Korea's 8th S-rank hunter. Hong Hee-ju slammed the table with a bang, shouting in anger, suspecting that the partner was playing a trick to extort more money. The vest broker stood up and shrugged defiantly, telling her to just sit there and wait to see Seo Do-jun turn this country upside down. He casually put his hands in his pockets, intending to leave, but was stopped by the boss lady's startled, urgent call. Hong Hee-ju trembled, clutching the edge of the table, cold sweat pouring down her like a shower. As her mind began to process the grim news about the S-rank, she screamed in despair, realizing she had lost control, frantically demanding to use money to cover up her fear. The vest broker turned back with his familiar sly smile, smelling the sweet scent of money from the prey's panic. Hong Hee-ju gritted her teeth and ordered an assassination of Seo Do-jun at all costs. When the sudden ring of a phone interrupted her, a hand held the phone that had just received a new notification, its screen lighting up and attracting the vest broker's attention. The vest broker's eyes widened, and beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks as he saw the content of the message that had just arrived. He silently stared at the screen, his mind racing at the sudden variable that had appeared. Hong Hee-ju asked blankly, not understanding what this man was rambling about, concerning heaven blessing her. The vest broker grinned sinisterly from ear to ear, affirming that a golden opportunity to send Seo Do-jun on his way had truly arrived. The colossal airplane sliced through the wind and soared into the blue sky, carrying the titans of the hunter world to Brazil. Mission files and the participant list were spread out, promising a bloody massacre about to unfold. Hyun Ju-yeon sat with her legs crossed with an air of elegance in a business-class seat, exuding an unapproachable coldness that made others wary. Jang Seong-ho, dressed smartly in a black suit, sat silently with his arms crossed like a statue, his gaze sharp and calculating. Park Hae-yeol took the opportunity to train his arm muscles right on the plane, his eyes blazing with an aura as if he wanted to crush everything. Hyun Ju-yeon, with her striking purple hair and sharp demeanor, was becoming the hot topic of discussion in the online community. Seo Do-jun calmly slurped his noodles on the plane, ignoring the scrutinizing gaze of the passenger behind him. He finished his cup of noodles while scrolling through comments from netizens curiously speculating about his mysterious identity. The plane sliced through the wind. Min Hong-ji gazed thoughtfully out the window, his face full of calculations for this tumultuous journey. Park Hae-yeol narrowed his cold, sharp eyes, his murderous aura blazing as if he wanted to crush his enemies the moment he landed. Hyun Ju-yeon maintained a poker face, her violet eyes showing no emotion before the critical hour. Another brown-haired hunter was also highly focused, his eyes burning, ready for the bloody battle ahead. Seo Do-jun chewed noisily with puffed cheeks, treating this life-or-death journey like a weekend picnic. The giant plane pierced through the white clouds, preparing to land in the deadlands of Brazil. The city of Sao Paulo appeared under the scorching sun, a place harboring unforeseen dangers amidst the concrete jungle. At the Brazil Hero Association, two high-ranking officials were in a meeting, the atmosphere as tense as a snapping string. The bearded official beamed, his eyes shining brightly upon hearing that the Korean Special Forces team had arrived at the airport fastest. The pale official reported that these battle-hungry hunters had skipped rest procedures to rush straight into action. He was extremely worried, his face grim, fearing that the Koreans would unearth the shocking secret they were trying to hide. The bearded official warned sternly, demanding strict control over everything, allowing no information to leak. He clasped his hands, sighing deeply with worry about unforeseen variables that could ruin everything. The stiff, dried corpse of Moraes, Brazil's national treasure, lay sprawled on the ground after being mercilessly killed by a bandaged villain. The culprit was not a monster, but a man completely wrapped in bandages, exuding terrifying dark energy from the black box of memories. The bearded official held his face in thought, sweating profusely, as he couldn't comprehend what strange events had transpired in the Santa Teresa region. In the tactical meeting room, a map of Brazil glowed brightly on the screen, while the heroes sat silently, listening to instructions. Hyun Ju-yeon secretly texted with an annoyed expression, urging some sluggish teammate to hurry to the meeting because the presentation had already begun. Phone notifications kept popping up, announcing that the flight had been diverted to some remote, God-forsaken place. The name Santarem appeared on the screen like a death sentence for anyone faint of heart. Hyun Ju-yeon turned pale, sweating profusely as she realized Seo Do-jun had plunged alone into Brazil's most dangerous monster den. In the meeting room, the bearded official was pointing at the map, assigning operational zones to the hunters who sat listening blankly. The bomb hotel flew the Brazilian flag, looking luxurious but with an atmosphere as tense as a snapping string. Hyun Ju-yeon secretly grabbed her suitcase and slipped out of the hotel, planning to take a taxi alone to the rendezvous point. A hand as large as a guardian deity suddenly blocked the car door, making her jump in fright. Park Hae-yeol loomed into view in his imposing jacket, questioning where she intended to go before the critical hour. The Sweet Life Guildmaster leaned down, his eyes sharp as a razor, accurately guessing her destination was Santarem. He slammed the car door shut, the dry sound signaling a tense confrontation or that suspicion had reached its peak. Park Hae-yeol stood watching the car leave, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind about the forbidden zone that the Brazil Hero Association was trying to conceal. The Santarem Rift Zone appeared before them, a desolate, deadly land where life seemed to have been stripped away. Seo Do-jun led the formation into the death zone, his demeanor as relaxed as if on a stroll, followed by Hyun-ju-yeon and his disciples. Hyun-ju-yeon grumbled about the rush as she walked, but Seo Do-jun retorted sharply for her being late and making the whole team wait. She was speechless, her face drawn, trying to salvage her dignity by blaming him for not announcing the plan beforehand. Seo Do-jun didn't bother to argue, simply stating a blunt explanation for all his actions. Blue Croco monster. He coldly turned his back and continued walking, considering hunting that monster to be the absolute truth, ignoring the rude attitude of the older woman behind him. Hyun-ju-yeon was furious, her eyes bulging, yelling that Seo Do-jun should respect her 3 more years of experience in this world. Jung In-ju walked past with a completely helpless expression, bluntly advising the older woman to just speak casually to save herself the trouble. The group continued deeper into the wasteland, leaving behind the bitter grumbling of the older woman, who felt disrespected by the younger man. The new recruits began to whisper and discuss, trembling with doubt about the decision to charge straight into the dangerous zone. The long-haired man sneered disdainfully, asserting firmly that no matter who they were with, new recruits were still just new recruits. Seo Do-jun smirked arrogantly upon hearing the words new recruits. The spear wielder shouldered his weapon, still prattling on about their ranks with a smug expression. Hyun-ju-yeon walked and grumbled with a sour face, while Seo Do-jun maintained an icy demeanor. She broke out in a cold sweat, pressing him if he intended to clear the entire map. Seo Do-jun calmly replied that he was only there to gather materials, leaving Hyun-ju-yeon dumbfounded in confusion. A dark shadow darted forward, swinging sharp claws, tearing through the air with terrifying speed. The shield wielder hastily blocked the attack, his entire body trembling violently from the overwhelming force of the impact. The long-haired man screamed, trying to rally his teammates' spirits to form a battle formation. He gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down as he realized their opponent was the real deal, not a joke. The lizard monster appeared, looking far more ferocious than the intelligence data suggested, the pressure weighing heavily on the entire group. The 2 hunters turned pale, trembling as they realized the immense disparity in power. They looked at each other in fear, their will to fight completely shattered, wanting only to find a way to escape. The sharp clang of metal echoed as the sword was drawn from its sheath. Seo Do-jun stepped forward majestically, holding a black sword, declaring he would use it to take the monster's heart. The image of Choi Chol-kwan flashed in his mind as he focused intensely on the sword strike he was about to unleash. He swung his sword decisively, the blade slicing through the air at a speed invisible to the naked eye. A massive burst of sword energy erupted, sweeping away all obstacles in its path. The monster was instantly shredded into 100 pieces, blood gushing out, ending the battle in an instant. The monster stood frozen in place, before it could even realize death was at its throat. A clean, sudden crack appeared, splitting the monster's hideous face in half to utter astonishment. Fresh blood gushed out as its body split in two, collapsing to the ground like a useless pile of meat. The hunters gaped, eyes wide with shock, screaming in astonishment at this unimaginable, overwhelming power. Seo Do-jun stood proudly amidst the battlefield, his back exuding an aura of dominance, making everyone shiver with awe and fear. Night fell upon the forest. The group gathered around the campfire to rest after the intense battle. The flickering flames illuminated the excited chatter about the divine one-shot that sent the blue croco monster to its maker. The grunts whispered to Jung In-ju, recounting how he had effortlessly taken down even the Cocastrian monster bird. Seo Do-jun appeared with an innocent expression, looking nothing like a god of slaughter who had just massacred monsters. On the hot pan, several strange, greenish pieces of meat were sizzling and smoking, emitting a highly suspicious aroma. Hyun-ju-yeon stared at Seo Do-jun with a suspicious gaze, unable to understand what he was doing with the bizarre ingredients. He calmly pointed towards the ice chest, explaining the origin of this specialty dish with a nonchalant attitude. She broke out in a cold sweat, her sharp eyes mixed with bewilderment, wondering what on earth he intended to do with that monster's heart. Several greenish ribs were still grilling over the fire, looking nothing like any premium beef in the world. Hyun-ju-yeon shivered with a chill, her face paling upon hearing him invite her to try this horrifying blue croco monster meat. She covered her mouth, feeling nauseous, unable to comprehend why, With decent food available, he chose to gobble down this garbage. Seo Dojun paid no mind to others' reactions. He opened his mouth and took a big bite, bluntly stating that if they didn't eat, they'd starve. He chewed heartily and deliciously under the horrified gaze of the purple-haired lady, as if it were the greatest delicacy on earth. Jung In-ju sat slumped on the ground, her face drained of color, witnessing the gruesome eating scene right before her eyes. She broke out in a cold sweat, her voice trembling as she asked again to confirm, because she couldn't believe he actually swallowed that disgusting monster meat. Hyunju-yeon picked up the greenish meat, her hand trembling slightly, but her eyes were still full of determination to challenge her taste buds. Jung In-ju broke out in a cold sweat, her voice filled with panic as she questioned if her teammate really intended to swallow that horrifying thing. Hyunju-yeon replied nonchalantly that, since Seo Do-jun said it was edible, she would eat it, ignoring the older woman beside her who was utterly shocked. The glistening green crocodile meat dangled before Ji-young. In-ju, scaring her out of her wits, her face drained of all color. Without another moment's hesitation, Hyunju-yeon closed her eyes and took the plunge, shoving the delicacy straight into her mouth. After just a few chews, the purple-haired woman's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth, astonished by the unbelievably delicious flavor. While the squad of soldiers behind them rested, Seo Do-jun calmly sat grilling meat as if he were on a picnic in the middle of a battlefield. Unable to contain her curiosity, Jung In-ju sidled closer to Seo Do-jun, whispering to ask him about his secret. The green-haired woman smirked slyly, interrogating him about what romantic trick he had used to entice Hyunju-yeon to eat anything. Seeing her teammate eating so enthusiastically, Jung In-ju became even more convinced that this guy definitely possessed top-tier seduction skills. Seo Do-jun chewed thoughtfully, looking bewildered, not understanding what nonsense this woman was spouting about romance. In his memories, the image of the blonde hero holding hands with the beautiful Lady Maziel Grain of the Count's family appeared, or perhaps the intimate moment with the youthful Lady Luenda Les Yulian, the youngest daughter of the prestigious family, and also Veronica, the powerful female knight who had been his last sanctuary in the ruined world. Jung In-ju went mad from being ignored. She yelled and shook him vigorously, demanding an answer. Seo Do-jun turned away with a bored expression, treating her curiosity like wind blowing past his ears. He turned back, flashing a dazzling, radiant smile, confidently declaring that he was the flame that attracted moths. An allegorical image of a small girl standing silently, gazing at the blinding light as if mesmerized by absolute power. Jung In-ju was furious, seeing stars in anger, screaming desperately because she couldn't stomach this guy's ultimate narcissism. She vented her anger with a mighty slap on Hyunju-yeon's back, making her choke, while Seo Do-jun sat laughing gleefully at the chaotic scene. Sao Paulo appeared magnificent under the brilliant sun, concealing the dark schemes simmering within. Kang Young-pyo sat sipping wine with a grim expression, while the secretary behind him reported the situation with tension. He tightened his grip on the red wine glass, gritting his teeth in frustration, unable to comprehend his opponent's move. His eyes sharpened with suspicion upon hearing that Seo Do-jun and Jung In-ju were acting with unusual haste. Kang Young-pyo turned to question the secretary about the monsters in the Santarem region, but received only an insubstantial answer. The phone on the table vibrated incessantly, interrupting his thoughts about the unpredictability and arrogance of that bastard Seo Do-jun. He picked up the call from Director Hong with a sneer, making sarcastic remarks about the other party's eagerness. Kang Young-pyo held the phone close to his ear, his face revealing a cunning expression as he inquired if any incident had just occurred. He mused, recalling his father's reaction upon hearing that Seo Do-jun was S-rank, a sinister calculation flashing in his eyes. He sprang to his feet, laughing gleefully, knowing that even Chairman T had joined this game. The tide was turning in his favor. His dark shadow stretched across the map of Brazil, where he believed he had found a perfect partner to execute his scheme. Kang Young-pyo bit the cap of his pen, his sharp eyes firmly asserting that Seo Do-jun would have no return from this trip to Brazil. He drew a decisive line across the map, showing extreme satisfaction with the answer from the other end of the line. He turned his back to the map, ordering his subordinate to immediately contact Takashi's faction to finalize the vicious plan. The red circle encompassing Santarem appeared like a death trap, where Seo Do-jun had walked straight into a snare, making it easy for them to act. The scene shifted to a dense jungle, where Seo Do-jun's group was silently advancing deeper with heightened vigilance. Seo Do-jun turned to ask Hyunju-yeon about rumors of dangerous monsters appearing in this treacherous forest area. Hyunju-yeon's face paled as she mentioned the name Lynx, the terrifying monster with blood-red eyes appearing in her mind. Seo Do-jun maintained his calm demeanor, turning to ask Jung In-ju if she knew anything about this lynx monster. Thudding footsteps echoed through the ancient forest, signaling that a fierce encounter was about to erupt. Seo Do-jun coolly stepped into the dark night of the forest, making Hyunju-yeon break out in a cold sweat, worried for his life. She quickly called out to him, holding out an important protective item with an urgent expression. In her hand were specialized earplugs, the only thing that helped ordinary people survive the spiritual scream. Hyunju-yeon tried to push the earplugs into Seo Do-jun's hand, explaining profusely about the monster's brain-paralyzing ability. Seo Do-jun flatly refused with an indifferent expression. "I don't need them," leaving her completely stunned. Despite Hyunju-yeon's frantic warnings that even Brazilian heroes were wary of this monster, he ignored her completely. He continued to stride proudly into the darkness, leaving behind the helpless and bewildered calls of his teammates. A piercing kiki shriek echoed through the dense trees, signaling that deadly danger was near. The group moved tensely through the night, Seo Do-jun calmly leading the way while the others' faces were drained of color. A giant black shadow with pointed ears lurked behind a tree, silently observing its prey with a deadly gaze. Under the cold moonlight, the lynx monster revealed itself on a high branch, its red eyes glowing like headlights. Its hideous face clearly showed murderous intent, its fiery eyes locked onto its target, ready to make short work of the entire team. Hyunju, Yeon, and Jung. In-ju turned pale, sweating profusely as they realized death's presence directly above them. Jung and Ju shrieked, confirming it was a lynx, and ordered everyone to cover their ears immediately if they didn't want to die. Seo Do-jun looked up, his golden eyes flashing defiantly, completely unafraid of the incoming sonic pressure. He stood tall and proud, his imposing back facing the monster that perched arrogantly high above in the moonlight. The monster threw its head back and let out a terrifying howl, sound waves spreading powerfully as if to tear apart the night and its prey's eardrums. His teammates painfully covered their ears, their faces contorted, gritting their teeth to endure the extremely powerful mental attack. Hyunju-yeon was utterly horrified, stammering to herself why Seo Do-jun was still standing there unharmed, even without bothering to cover his ears. He casually bent down to pick up a stone, his hand erupting with brilliant mana flames, preparing for a fierce one-shot counterattack. Seo Do-jun snapped his fingers with extreme finesse, activating fire magic to return his opponent's noisy greeting. The lynx, howling on the treetop, was silenced by a stream of fire magic flying straight up to confront it. Hyun, Ju, Yeon, and Jung In-ju clutched their heads, covering their ears, their faces pale from the extreme sound waves torturing their eardrums. The monster's black shadow darted down to the ground with terrifying speed, aiming to hunt down its fleeing prey. Seo Do-jun didn't flinch. Weapon in hand, he charged forward, stopping the monster's attack like a god. Hyunju-yeon looked back, her face filled with extreme bewilderment as the howling suddenly ceased. The entire group ran headlong through the dense forest, driven by survival instinct to escape the dangerous zone. Seo Do-jun stood firm, calmly facing the entire pack of lynxes bearing their fangs and claws, surrounding him in the trees. A lynx fully revealed itself, with green fur and glowing red eyes reeking of death, ready to tear its prey apart. The monster's blood-red eye flashed with an eerie light, activating an extremely powerful mental attack. Hyun, Ju, Yeon, and Jung In-ju froze, a chill running down their spines as something locked onto them. Hyunju-yeon stood, rooted to the spot, sweating profusely, her pupils contracting as she was hit by the control effect. The lynx's ghostly gaze bored deep into their minds, instantly paralyzing the victim's nerves. A firm hand suddenly appeared, covering Hyunju-yeon's utterly panicked eyes. Seo Do-jun calmly stood behind her, asserting that the noisy scream was just a cheap feint. He briefly explained with a superior tone that it was the monster's eyes that caused the paralysis. Seo Do-jun tightened his grip on his sword hilt, ordering his teammates to close their eyes to avoid being affected by the hypnosis. He stepped forward majestically, the sword in his hand beginning to emit an aura that overwhelmed the entire pack of monsters. Seo Do-jun swung his sword, creating a fiery slash that tore through space, wondering if this was the limit of his power. Seo Do-jun activated the Vandian family sword art, summoning a colossal pillar of fire that illuminated the entire night sky. He growled, shouting the first form, Kilida Milagro Rurkel, his eyes glowing brilliantly as if containing destructive magic. The sword in his hand swung up, creating a fiery sword energy that tore through space with a piercing shriek. Seo Do-jun poured all his strength into the attack, the blade transforming into a colossal waterfall of fire, crashing down upon the world. The lynx, hiding in the trees, were utterly terrified, their fur standing on end as they sensed impending death. A terrifying surge of energy erupted, transforming the forest into a raging sea of flames. The hunter squad behind them gaped, the shield-wielding hunter and the brown-haired girl unable to believe their eyes at this destructive skill. Seo Do-jun's eyes glowed platinum, focusing intensely to control the raging mana flow. He swung his sword down in a decisive strike, creating a storm of fire that swept away everything in its path. The flames surged like a whirlwind, engulfing the horde of monsters and turning night into day. The lynx could only widen its eyes in despair before being incinerated by the light of death. The entire space violently shook as the surge of power collided and exploded. A colossal pillar of fire shot skyward, its thunderous roar tearing through the night. Jong In-ju quickly raised her hand to shield Hyun-ju-yeon from the terrifying aftershocks of the explosion. Hyun-ju-yeon's eyes were wide. Cold sweat streamed down her face, completely overwhelmed by her comrade's power. The dust cleared, revealing Seo Do-jun's silhouette standing tall before a deep, freshly gouged trench in the ground. The corpse of the lynx lay motionless on the ground, charred black and smoking profusely. Another lay belly up, completely roasted, surrounded by the frozen hunter squad. Jong In-ju and Hyun-ju-yeon stood rooted to the spot, their faces blank with shock, unable to utter a word at the sight they had just witnessed. Hyun-ju-yeon sweat profusely, stammering in disbelief at the absurd power she had just witnessed. The once aggressive monster now trembled like a leaf amidst the remnants of the hellfire. Seo Do-jun's cold footsteps echoed, crushing the arrogance of the predatory beast. He calmly walked past the monster, cowering in fear, as if it were nothing but air. The beast's crimson eyes widened to their fullest, as it felt the scythe of death at its neck. A sharp sword strike tore through space, sending the monster to its demise in an instant. The monster's head separated from its neck, black blood splattering, creating a beautiful tableau of death. Seo Do-jun looked at the headless corpse with a contemptuous gaze, uttering words of disdain for its weakness. He calmly reached out and gouged out the monster's eyes to collect materials, without a hint of squeamishness. Done. Seo Do-jun continued walking, leaving behind the two female hunters who were completely frozen in shock. The hunter squad parted to make way, their gazes at him a mix of fear and admiration. Hyun, Ju, Yeon, and Jong In-ju exchanged meaningful glances, still reeling from the overwhelming display. The entire group silently followed behind him, beginning to whisper about his power, which far exceeded human standards. They compared his power to Shabri Alphonse, a muscular legend among hunters. Some even dared to compare him to Cain Lester, the strongest hero in the world. The group advanced into the gloomy swamp area, where ghouls began to emerge from the murky black water. Emaciated ghouls with empty eye sockets let out chilling cries, starving for life. Seo Do-jun calmly walked as if taking a stroll, completely ignoring the deadly atmosphere around him. The ghouls opened their mouths, full of sharp teeth, screaming, charged to attack the intruders. A devastating punch from Seo Do-jun smashed the face of the unfortunate ghoul. He swung his sword, creating a sharp blue streak of light that tore through the night. The speed of his strike was so fast that only a faint afterimage remained in the air. The ghouls were chopped up like vegetables, black blood splattering everywhere with harsh crashing sounds. One monster's head flew straight into the air, while another was crushed under his powerful heel. The hunters stood, rooted to the spot, faces pale, sweating profusely as they witnessed the slaughter. The sound of breaking bones and tearing flesh echoed through the forest, marking the end of the monster pack. Calm footsteps resounded, signaling that the hunt was neatly concluded. Seo Do-jun stood there, with an innocent expression, when asked about the sword technique he had just displayed. Hyun-ju-yeon couldn't hide her curiosity, pressing him about where he learned such an overwhelming skill. He casually replied that he learned it from a place where red dots would explode every time he swung his sword. The image of Kusak, his master fire mage from the past, briefly flashed in his memory. The purple-haired woman expressed her desire to learn, but he questioned her reason with suspicion. He bluntly stated that this world was too peaceful, and learning such deadly things would be a waste. Seo Do-jun continued to pour cold water on her by asking when she intended to use it. Hyun-ju-yeon snapped, yelling and asserting her S-rank hero status, confident that there would definitely be a time to use it. Their eyes locked, the atmosphere as tense as a taut string due to both their stubbornness. He turned his back and walked away, coldly remarking that they were just playing around and understood nothing about true survival. Jong In-ju spoke up, breaking the awkward atmosphere, urging the group to quickly leave the dangerous area. The group was discussing a plan to close this damned dungeon to shorten their suffering. A powerful footstep crushed the roots on the ground, signaling that big trouble was about to arrive. Jung In-ju rushed forward with a tense expression, muttering curses when she heard Japanese. A group of thugs blocked the path, their leader jutting his chin out and asking who dared to stand in his way. The hunters in the hunter squad broke out in a cold sweat, recognizing the familiar voice of someone they shouldn't mess with. Seo Do-jun maintained his poker face, while Hyun-ju-yeon blushed furiously as he approached her with masculine confidence. The one blocking their path was revealed to be Takashi, Taegoku's leader, an S-rank hero from a Yakuza background with a provocative face and a giant greatsword. The Yakuza man made a mocking remark, annoyed that his fun with Hyun-ju-yeon was rudely interrupted by Seo Do-jun. He strained his neck, threatening to smash Seo Do-jun's face if he didn't get lost immediately before he went berserk. Ignoring the threat, Seo Do-jun turned and whispered into Hyun-ju-yeon's ear that her teammates didn't seem to like her very much. Her eyes wide with surprise, she asked him if he really understood Japanese or if he was just bluffing. Seo Dojun smirked, confirming that he had casually learned enough of their language to understand what they were barking about. Takashi was enraged, his face darkening and radiating a fierce red killing intent as he saw the two ignoring him and flirting. The long-haired subordinate of the Teigoku gang jumped out, barking loudly and demanding Seo Dojun kneel and apologize to his master immediately. Seo Dojun glared, radiating dark killing intent, and coldly spat out two words, "Get lost," because he wasn't interested in listening to garbage. The air reeked of gunpowder as the two monsters stood facing each other, the Yakuza man gripping his greatsword, ready to strike. Jung In-ju was on pins and needles, knowing Takashi's thuggish nature and wanting to avoid this meaningless fight at all costs. She rushed between them to intervene, raising both hands and demanding that both hotheads cool down immediately before things went too far. That bastard, Takashi, glared contemptuously, growling that women had no right to interfere in his business. The Teigoku subordinates foamed at the mouth, cursing and calling their opponents barbaric monkeys for daring to talk back to their master. Jung In-ju shrieked, demanding that this madhouse quiet down immediately so she could work. She broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a polite smile to introduce herself to the imposing Takashi. Jung In-ju's mind was racing, bewildered about how to deal with this gang that had appeared out of nowhere. Takashi smirked lecherously, making a harassing remark and inviting Jung In-ju to join them if she was also lacking a man's touch. He roughly grabbed Hyunju-yeon's hand and dragged her away, ignoring her utterly panicked expression. Seo Dojun slowly stepped forward, blocking his path, his razor-sharp gaze freezing the surrounding space. Smack! A heaven-shattering slap landed squarely on the pervert's face, knocking his filthy hand away. Takashi clutched his face, seething, grinding his teeth as he threatened to kill Seo Dojun after he was done with these girls. Seo Dojun coldly retorted, asking what business he had, treating the opponent's threats as trash. Without another word, Seo Dojun unleashed a thunderous uppercut that distorted the Japanese man's face. The powerful punch sent Takashi flying like a rocket, tearing up the ground before he lay sprawled, knocked out. The Teigoku members gaped in astonishment, their faces drained of color as they watched their boss get utterly thrashed in an instant. Seo Dojun calmly dusted off his hands, bluntly declaring that this was legitimate self-defense since the opponent had attacked first. The furious minions drew their weapons, intending to gang up on him, planning to overwhelm him with sheer numbers to avenge their boss. Takashi slowly got back up, his bare, muscular back radiating killing intent, ordering his underlings to retreat. He roared in fury, his right eye glowing devilishly red, his entire body enveloped in a surge of berserk energy. Hyunju-yeon anxiously called out Seo Dojun's name, fearing he would be in danger against that monster going berserk. Seo Dojun turned his back with an arrogant air, reassuring her to not worry, as he would only beat that guy within an inch of his life. The Teigoku members stood rooted to the spot, their faces drained of color as they heard the thudding sounds of punches and kicks. Hyunju, Yeon and Jung In-ju also flinched at the violent sounds of impact. From above, Seo Dojun brought his heel straight down on Takashi's head, crushing him into the ground like a cricket. Takashi could only let out a pained groan as his face was forced to kiss the ground. The powerful kick sent Takashi sliding across the ground, while Seo Dojun landed gracefully and with composure. The Teigoku members broke out in a cold sweat, covering their mouths in horror, wondering who this monster was to be so strong. Seo Dojun lowered his stance, a blue, murderous aura radiating from him, making his opponents tremble uncontrollably. His golden eyes glowed brightly in the darkness, looking down at the small fry as if they were a pile of garbage. Takashi gritted his teeth, drenched in sweat, but the murderous intent in his eyes had not completely faded as he thought of death. He roared furiously, lunging forward with a full-force punch, hoping to salvage some last shred of honor. Seo Dojun merely needed to lean slightly for his opponent's punch to miss entirely. He looked at the trembling Takashi with contempt, asking who had ordered this fool to pick a fight. Seo Dojun's hand gripped his opponent's hair tightly, making Takashi stammer in fear, begging for his life. Seo Dojun coldly refused outright, then slapped the defeated foe across the face without mercy. He clenched his fist, gathering power to deliver a blow to punish the enemy's arrogance. The heaven-shattering punch landed squarely on Takashi's face, making him see stars and feel his soul leave his body. The two heroines watched from the sidelines, their faces pale at Seo Dojun's brutality and decisiveness. Seo Dojun stood tall, looking down at the large, motionless body flattened at his feet. Jung In-ju turned to Hyunju-yeon, saying that she had anticipated the outcome but never expected such overwhelming dominance. Seo Dojun casually placed his foot on Takashi's head, completely trampling the foreign hero's pride. Hyunju-yeon broke out in a cold sweat, warning that guy would soon be dead if he didn't stop immediately. She screamed Seo Do-jun's name when she saw him about to deliver another finishing blow to the human punching bag. Seo Do-jun turned back with eyes as sharp as knives, coldly declaring that he would take full responsibility. He dragged Takashi's motionless body along, despite Hyunju Yeon's shouts questioning the consequences. Seo Do-jun unceremoniously dumped the defeated foe in front of the Taegoku members like a pile of garbage to be disposed of. Hyunju Yeon quickly grabbed his arm, advising him that it wasn't worth suffering for this kind of scum. Jung In-ju stepped forward with a boss-like expression, threatening the subordinates to answer if they didn't want to end up as mangled as their boss. The 3 Taegoku members were scared stiff, shouting "Yes, sir," in unison before immediately kneeling down. Seo Do-jun sneered contemptuously, retorting that merely kneeling wasn't enough to show sincerity. He coldly ordered them all to prostrate themselves on the ground to show absolute submission. The entire group dared not utter a single word, immediately bowing their heads to the ground, creating a loud, pathetic thud. Seo Do-jun approached the long-haired man, gently reminding him of the Yakuza tradition of cutting off a finger to apologize, to intimidate him. The Taegoku members trembled uncontrollably, repeatedly bowing their heads and begging for forgiveness in extreme panic. Seo Do-jun gave them a humiliating condition for their lives, forcing them to call themselves worthless pieces of trash. The long-haired man gritted his teeth in humiliation, snot and tears streaming down his face as he mumbled a bitter apology. Jung In-ju chuckled with amusement, seeing the aggressive thugs from earlier now as obedient as puppies. Takashi groaned, waking up with a swollen, disfigured face, realizing he was still alive but utterly broken. Seo Do-jun and the 2 heroines looked down at the defeated foe with the gaze of superiors observing ants. The scene shifted to skyscrapers, under a clear blue sky in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The Brazil official Beard was reading documents when his eyes widened in astonishment at the information he had just received. Jung In-ju and Hyunju Yeon stood respectfully, listening to the Brazil official Beard lecture them about the recent troubles. The Brazil official Beard slammed the stack of files onto the table, his face grim with dissatisfaction at the report's results. The files displayed an image of Takashi, wrapped tightly in bandages like a mummy after taking Seo Do-jun's full combo attack. The 2 heroines maintained a poker face, acting as if they were completely uninvolved in this mass-beating incident. The Brazil official Beard was sweating profusely, disappointed that the promising cooperation between the associations had fallen apart. He dejectedly announced that the Brazilian Association would wash its hands of the matter, not wanting any further involvement. Jung In-ju quickly nodded in agreement, finalizing the transfer of all responsibility to the Korean and Japanese sides. The old man suddenly narrowed his eyes suspiciously, questioning the unusual situation at the rifts on the mountain. Jung In-ju bluffed without batting an eye, asserting that everything was normal despite the recent horrific battle. He continued to inquire about Seo Do-jun's absence, wondering why the team's ace wasn't there to report. Both girls started breaking out in a cold sweat, awkwardly searching for excuses to cover up the protagonist's disappearance. The scene shifts to a hospital, where the rowdy young men are recuperating after a memorable beating. Groans of pain echoed from patient room number 3, sounding utterly pathetic. Takashi's remaining eye snapped open, his pupils contracting in horror as he sensed a familiar killing intent. Seo Do-jun appeared with a bouquet of flowers in hand, but his demeanor was as cold as the Grim Reaper coming to claim a life. He gave a concise order: "Stay still," leaving the victim speechless and daring not to utter another word. Seo Do-jun pulled out a golden mechanical eye, clearly a top-tier item at a glance. He casually pressed the prosthetic eye into Takashi's empty socket, as decisively as assembling machine parts. The magic eye glowed, successfully activating on the defeated general's battered body. Takashi lay perfectly still, stammering an excuse about insects in utter panic when facing Seo Do-jun. Takashi lay bedridden, looking like a mummy, trembling as he confessed to causing trouble for the Korean guilds. Seo Do-jun's eyes gleamed with deadly coldness, making his enemy afraid to even breathe. Seo Do-jun turned and walked away, leaving the defeated foe cursing in utter helplessness and extreme fear. He strode with killing intent down the hospital corridor, muttering contemptuously about the cheap gangsters. The media exploded with news of Seo Do-jun thoroughly beating the Japanese hero, with the public hailing him as a god of justice. Na Huang leisurely enjoyed tea in his office, discussing the hot topic of Seo Do-jun in the newspapers. Min Hongji broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe that the Japanese side had cancelled the investigation so easily. Na Huang confirmed that the victim himself had requested to stop, proving that fear had overcome everything. The grizzled boss speculated that Seo Do-jun held something that even the entire nation of Japan had to be wary of. Min Hongji was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, while his superior looked dangerous. Na Huang flashed a cunning, knowing smile, pretending ignorance but with his own calculations in mind. He asserted that Seo Do-jun's rise would overturn the order of heroes worldwide. The hotel lights shone brightly through the night, signaling that only one day remained until the Brazil Rift closing operation began. Kim Hyun-woo buried himself in his laptop, working at full capacity to prepare data for the big battle. The gym was packed with heroes frantically pumping muscles to reach their peak performance. Seo Do-jun's group gathered at the bar, drinking and discussing detailed battle plans. Hyun-ju-yeon showered, washing away the tension to prepare mentally for tomorrow. Seo Do-jun appeared at the party in a super cool trench coat, exuding the aura of the strongest. The crowd whispered and gossiped as they saw him standing between two beauties, his presence overshadowing all other guests. Jong In-ju smirked, whispering that the rumor of him beating Takashi to a pulp had already spread globally. Hyun-ju-yeon sat in a daze, listening to her senior, Jong In-ju, ramble about Seo Do-jun's strangely humble nature. She clearly felt inferior, realizing that she and Jong In-ju were just small fry next to his dazzling aura. Jong In-ju was annoyed that her best friend was spaced out, not listening to a single word. Seo Do-jun appeared exquisitely beside a mysterious beauty, his presence dominating the entire room. It turned out to be Gloria Tyler, an S-rank American hero, ranked number 1 in the world for beauty, no less. Thwack! Jong In-ju delivered a mighty slap to Hyun-ju-yeon's back, making her eyes widen and waking her up. Senior Jong In-ju grumbled, urging Hyun-ju-yeon to hurry and make a move, instead of just sitting there dumbfounded. Seo Do-jun stood there with a cold expression, his sharp gaze making anyone who looked at him feel intimidated. Hyun-ju-yeon cautiously approached, her demeanor as awkward as a chicken with tangled hair when facing her crush. Her face turned as red as a ripe tomato, her heart pounding and legs trembling, unable to utter a word in front of him. Seo Do-jun smirked faintly, bidding farewell to the pink-haired beauty with the unfamiliar name, Castle. Gloria Tyler waved meaningfully, calling him Castle as if they had known each other for ages. Hyun-ju-yeon looked bewildered, asking who Castle was, and Seo Do-jun nonchalantly admitted it was his alias. She was utterly shocked, never expecting this blunt guy to have such a fancy English name. He briefly explained that it was a designation he used before becoming a big shot, his face still cold as ice. Hyun-ju-yeon broke out in a sweat, wondering why his background file was spotless, with no trace of him ever going abroad. She pouted, clearly displeased about being kept in the dark, while Seo Do-jun maintained his arrogant and indifferent attitude. The two stood in the middle of the party, ignoring the murmuring crowd discussing the powerful duo. Kang Young-pyo observed from a distance, despising the useless Takashi for accomplishing nothing. He drained his glass of wine, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes, deciding to personally eliminate this thorn in his side. Seo Do-jun walked with poise alongside the beautiful woman, leaving behind scrutinizing gazes. Hyun-ju-yeon worriedly reminded him that enemies don't always play fair, while Kang Young-pyo was plotting from behind. He stood high above, looking down with a grim expression, warning that Takashi still had allies lurking somewhere. She described the enemy as exactly like Takashi. Cowardly, weak, but fond of acting superior. Seo Do-jun sneered, asserting that those pieces of trash were nothing. He turned back, giving his opponent a contemptuous look, and concluded with a chilling, not at all. Kang Young-pyo flinched, the wine glass in his hand trembling as the brat saw through him and publicly humiliated him. Kang Young-pyo's bloodshot eyes darted wildly, killing intent beginning to leak out due to his intense fury. Seo Do-jun gave a provocative smirk and walked away, treating his opponent as less than an ant. Kang Young-pyo trembled with rage, gritting his teeth as he watched the main character's arrogant retreating figure. He swore to personally take down Seo Do-jun to avenge this humiliation. The scene shifted to a quiet night with a crescent moon, signaling that a new hunt was about to begin. At the Santaram Rift Zone, Jong In-ju and Kim Hyun-woo observed a strange phenomenon with tense expressions. The dark spatial gate emitted an ominous dark energy. One look was enough to know something formidable was about to appear. Jong In-ju smiled confidently, reassuring her comrades that with 2 S-rank monsters on their team, they had nothing to fear. She boasted prematurely, confidently asserting that nothing would go wrong. Death flags were everywhere. The entire team bravely advanced inside at the commander's order, their morale high, oblivious to the dangers ahead. The magical gate glowed brightly in the night forest, swallowing the expedition team whole. As soon as she stepped inside, Hyun-ju-yeon froze, her face filled with unease as if sensing something amiss. Seo Do-jun broke out in a cold sweat, turning back to ask his comrade if she felt this chilling killing intent. Hyun-ju-yeon, sweating profusely, asked her captain if she felt anything, but Jong In-ju still wore a bewildered expression, seemingly not understanding. Seo Do-jun gulped, cold sweat beginning to stream down his usually calm face. His golden eyes glowed, extremely tense as he realized the mana concentration in the air was skyrocketing crazily. The entire group approached the deep purple spatial gate, which was emitting dark energy, while the measuring devices beeped continuously, signaling danger. A sharp-clawed hand held a phone displaying the number 23%, which was steadily increasing right before the eerie gate. The pale villain, with his ghastly claws, sneered, coldly calculating the time to complete his objective. He took a drag from his cigarette, his glowing eyes filled with murderous intent, viewing human lives as mere grass, wishing the vermin would just die and be done with it. The hunters began to collapse, clutching their chests and gasping for air like beached fish, groaning as their bodies suddenly felt heavy as lead, and their lungs struggled to breathe. Seo Dojun stood frozen under the moonlight, realizing the mana quality here was even denser and more terrifying than any Partishua forest he had ever known. Hyunju Yun stared at her boss, seeing for the first time this domineering monster reveal such extreme tension that he was sweating profusely. Both exchanged sharp glances, confirming to each other that something extremely dangerous was lurking nearby. Amidst the chaos as the soldiers began to panic, Seo Dojun spoke up, reassuring everyone that they needed to keep a cool head immediately. He explained that this was a characteristic of the rift zone causing gravity to change, reminding his subordinates not to let their guard down for even a second. Jung In-ju immediately regained her captain's demeanor, ordering Hyun, Ju Yun, and Seo Dojun to focus on protecting the formation, leaving no openings. Seo Dojun nodded sharply, agreeing to the safe defensive plan until they found the cause of this strange mana density change. The scarred captain rallied their spirits, concluding that their sole objective was to close this damn gate at all costs. Jung In-ju shouted, ordering them to move out. All the soldiers, despite being pale with fear, still had to yell in response to build up their fighting spirit. The Suicide Squad silently advanced deeper into the darkness where the magic gate was poised to swallow everything, their heavy footsteps echoing. Meanwhile, in Portugal, chibi versions of Seo Dojun and Hyunju Yon were marking their presence in the Santarém region. At the same time in Manaus, Brazil, a multinational hero alliance consisting of France, Korea, and Brazil was also getting ready to clear a dungeon. Desperate screams tore through the night as the hunter formation was ambushed, blood splattering everywhere. The deadly buzzing grew louder, signaling an aerial threat rapidly descending. The giant killer bees revealed themselves, tearing into their prey like living drills, turning the battlefield into a slaughterhouse. The hunters panicked, realizing these small fry monsters possessed strength far exceeding normal C rank, causing their formation to break. A ponytail hunter desperately tried to spin and dodge attacks, while his comrades could only stare blankly. The spiky hunter reacted incredibly fast, narrowly dodging the monster's deadly dive. The bee crashed into the ground with a loud thud, its missed attack sending dirt and rocks flying. The spiky hunter broke out in a cold sweat, horrified to realize that even A-rank heroes were being slaughtered like cattle in this cursed place. A close-up of the hideous face of the killer bee, its bloodshot eyes seething with murderous intent, ready to make mincemeat of anyone in its way. The spiky hunter strained with all his might, throwing a punch, trying to counterattack to reclaim a sliver of hope for survival. He gritted his teeth as he felt his body heavy as lead, realizing the abnormal gravity was turning him into a living punching bag. The monster didn't miss its chance, lunging to attack the hunter who was struggling with his own body, a precarious situation hanging by a thread. Suddenly, a giant axe blade descended like a hammer, crushing the bee into a pulp right before the hunter's nose. A legion of black orcs lumbered into view, with bulging muscles and fiery eyes, their overwhelming aura making the air feel thick. The ponytail hunter and the short-haired girl froze completely, unable to believe their eyes at the black orc's unbelievable strength. The spiky hunter refused to yield, letting out a battle cry before charging to attack the giant orc. His punch landed, creating a small shockwave, but it seemed to merely tickle the monster's thick hide. The orc glared at its attacker as if at an ant, the power disparity leaving the hunter stunned and bewildered. The monster swung its giant battle axe high, preparing to deliver a finishing blow that would send the hunter to meet his ancestors. Hyunju Yon rushed in like a gust of wind, pulling the hunter away from the scythe of death just in time and shouting loudly, warning him not to act recklessly and sacrifice his life in vain. Hyunju Yon plunged into the battlefield with breathtaking speed, leaving behind mesmerizing purple afterimages. She landed as light as a feather right in front of a black orc swinging its axe, her demeanor utterly confident. The axe blade descended with deadly force, but she simply sidestepped, effortlessly dodging the attack. A high kick landed squarely on its chin, sending the giant monster stumbling backward with a crisp thwack. The orc staggered back, stunned by the overwhelming power of the small but formidable girl. Hyunju Yun used the momentum to spring into the air, performing a graceful somersault to evade the counterattack. She delivered a thunderous blow from above, shaking the entire space violently and forcing the monster to its knees. The tenacious monster still refused to fall, furiously swinging its axe, intending to cleave its opponent in two to reclaim its honor. The colossal axe blade struck the ground with terrifying destructive power, but only hit air as its target had vanished. Suddenly, the orc broke out in a cold sweat, its fiery eyes widening in horror as it realized death was right beside it. Hyunju-yeon darted past it like a purple flash of lightning, the blade in her hand gleaming sharply. The battle axe was cleaved in two and fell to the ground, while she coolly landed behind the enemy. The giant crashed to the ground like a collapsing tower, completely unconscious before her supreme skill. The hunters gaped in admiration, now truly understanding just how formidable an S-rank hero's true power was. Another black orc roared in fury, intending to charge and make mincemeat of the small group to avenge its comrades. Its roar was instantly cut short as a heaven-shattering punch slammed into its mouth, scattering teeth and lips. Seo Dojun appeared from above, stomping the monster's head into the ground, causing the earth to crack under the immense weight. The spiky hunter broke out in a cold sweat, extremely worried about the insane difficulty right at the dungeon entrance, despite having two monsters guarding it. The poor orc twitched a few times, then lay motionless at Seo Dojun's feet, officially logging out of the server. Seo Dojun squatted down, pointed at the corpse, and asked Hyunju-yeon if she saw the strange black ripples. The black orc's corpse emitted tendrils of sinister black smoke that ordinary people couldn't see without intense focus. Seo Dojun narrowed his eyes, analyzing, and confirmed that this was the reason the monsters were receiving unreasonable power buffs. He wondered why this dangerous dark mana would appear in such a remote and desolate place. The hunter squad and Jung In-ju stood dumbfounded, their faces tense as they sensed the changing atmosphere. While Seo Dojun and Hyunju-yeon were focused on the corpse, the ground around them began to shift. Boom! The ground cracked open, shaking violently as if something colossal was trying to emerge from hell. A slimy swamp ghoul emerged, letting out a piercing shriek, its red eyes burning with murderous intent. The ponytail hunter from the hunter squad reacted incredibly fast, lunging forward and slashing with his spear. The monster's body shifted fluidly, like liquid, causing the physical attack to completely miss its target. The young man clicked his tongue in annoyance as his spear sliced through empty air, realizing this monster was no pushover. He landed gracefully, turning to assume a defensive stance while his shield hunter teammate rushed forward to help block the attack. The colossal mud monster rose to its full height, as massive as a tower, threatening to swallow both of them whole. Both hunters' eyes widened in shock, never expecting these seemingly minor monsters to be so enormous and imposing. The tanker quickly raised his shield in front of him, shouting a warning to his teammates about the abnormal power. It turned out these were the familiar swamp ghouls, but now they had been buffed to a new, incredibly dangerous level of power. Crash! The monster's slap came down so hard that the tanker coughed up blood, groaning in pain. The ponytail hunter swung his spear, striking hard at the monster's muddy arm to relieve his teammate. The tanker looked at the tear in his battle armor, breaking out in a cold sweat as the previous blow had nearly cost him his life. The entire group fell into extreme panic as they realized they were surrounded by dozens of other colossal mud monsters. A mouthful of sharp fangs suddenly lunged forward, intending to make mincemeat of the short-haired girl, scaring her out of her wits. Jung In-ju gritted her teeth, blocking the monster's attack, realizing their strength had far surpassed normal levels. She broke out in a cold sweat, deducing that if these swamp ghouls were already this strong, then the Valkyra must be truly terrifying. Jung In-ju's expression changed. She began to suspect the abnormality of this rift, or that a greater catastrophe was approaching. The swarming mud monsters rising up sent shivers down one's spine, raising the question of whether all the rifts in the world were undergoing a qualitative change. The scene shifted to the rift area near Manaus. Hurried footsteps signaled a pursuit or an urgent escape. A figure shot through the thick dust and smoke like an arrow, carrying shocking news about the death of a prominent individual. The spiky hunter's face was drained of all color as he stammered, announcing that even Moraes of Brazil had perished. He was in utter panic, knowing that two top S ranks had been torn apart by the Valkyra in an instant, proving the immense power disparity. Back in the present, Hyunju-yeon bewilderedly asked Seo Dojun about the unfamiliar name Valkyra he had just mentioned, her face full of confusion. Instead of a lengthy explanation, Seo Dojun delivered a powerful punch that blew off the head of the mud monster right in front of her. He stood proudly amidst the battlefield, calmly explaining that the Valkyra become extremely dangerous when empowered by dark mana. The monster was unharmed. Its slimy mud body began to regenerate, surrounded by a menacing dark aura. Seo Dojun confirmed that the dark aura was precisely what made these monsters so resilient and stronger than usual. Hyunju-yeon swiftly dodged a powerful swirling attack from the newly recovered monster, proving her S-rank reflexes were no joke. Seo Dojun likened the dense mana to a colossal energy source, being forcibly injected directly into their bodies. The S-rank girl jumped back to maintain distance, innocently asking if mana was like the energy bars in games, causing him to sigh in exasperation. Hyunju-yeon bristled, shouting in protest at Seo Do-jun's disdainful attitude, daring to sigh and look down on her knowledge. The mud monster suddenly opened its colossal mouth, filled with razor-sharp teeth, intending to swallow both of them in one gulp. Without hesitation, Seo Do-jun plunged down from above, delivering a thunderous blow directly into the monster's throat to teach it a lesson. He landed with an incredibly cool pose, his golden eyes blazing, thinking to himself that this world had been peaceful for too long, making the concept of mana alien to these people. As soon as the warning ended, the colossal mud monster charged forward with an aura that sought to devour everything. Seo Do-jun immediately switched to serious mode, his blazing golden eyes sharp as razors, seeing through the enemy's core. He unleashed an incredibly powerful uppercut that violently shook the surrounding air, blasting away the slimy mud. This was followed by an equally potent follow-up punch, shattering all weak resistance from the unfortunate monster. Seo Do-jun finished the combo with a thunderous stomp, mercilessly crushing his opponent into the ground. He landed in an incredibly cool superhero pose, dust swirling around him, creating a cinematic scene. When the dust settled, Seo Do-jun stood tall and imposing, exuding the aura of a battlefield dominator who had just finished clearing out the trash. Hyunju-yeon and the Speaky Hunter stared at him dumbfounded, cold sweat pouring down their faces, utterly shocked by his overwhelming one-sided power. Hyunju-yeon regained her composure, beginning to wonder how dark mana empowered monsters. Seo Do-jun briefly explained that it was like athletes taking stimulants to boost their combat performance. When pressed on how he knew so much, he turned to look at her with a scornful gaze, as if looking at an idiot lacking common knowledge. The group decided to follow Seo Do-jun's advice, taking a detour to avoid the dangerous swamp monster den and heading towards the Velkara. The team moved cautiously through the dense forest, Jung In-ju, with a scar on her face, leading the way with a tense expression, on guard. Seo Do-jun suddenly raised his hand, signaling the entire team to stop immediately, displaying the authority of a true leader. Jung In-ju reported discovering strange cocoons hanging ahead, suspected to be the Velkara's food reserves. Inside the slimy webbing were the preserved corpses of black orcs and other monsters, like canned goods. Seo Do-jun warned everyone to stay highly focused because the owner of this food stash was lurking nearby. Hyunju-yeon and Jung In-ju still naively thought the danger was merely those motionless cocoons. Seo Do-jun immediately denied it, his hand erupting with blazing flames, his sharp eyes seeing through the true nature of the problem. Ignoring Hyunju-yeon's silly question about whether he was a mage, Seo Do-jun set fire to the cocoons, incinerating them to prevent the controlled undead from rising. Seo Do-jun declared his ultimate goal was to take down the boss Velkara right then and there. The entire team froze, speechless, sweat pouring down their faces before his overwhelming aura. Jung In-ju watched Do-jun's retreating back, secretly admiring his profound knowledge. Like a living encyclopedia, the hunters began to question reality, wondering if his power was still within the realm of humanity. Hyunju-yeon suddenly grabbed Seo Do-jun's shirt with an extremely serious expression, demanding he tell the truth. The sharp-witted woman cut straight to the chase. "Are you living a second life?" Seo Do-jun smirked meaningfully, and the image of his past as the sword god flashed as he ambiguously admitted it. He turned to ask about their progress, and Jung In-ju reported they had only covered half the distance through the forest. Seo Do-jun declared he would clear this dungeon today, shocking the two women to their core. Jung In-ju grimaced in protest, explaining that her subordinates had exhausted all their stamina in the swamp and couldn't keep up. Seo Do-jun glanced at the battered, bandaged hunters who were standing there, gasping for breath. He casually stated, "Then rest. I'll go deal with Velkara and be right back." With that, Seo Do-jun shot off like a whirlwind, leaving the entire team bewildered and unable to react. He dashed through the dense forest at unbelievable speed, leaving everything behind. Jung In-ju and her disciples watched in horror, unable to comprehend how he still possessed such monstrous stamina. The surrounding scenery blurred due to the wind-ripping speed of the monster Seo Do-jun. Seo Do-jun's eyes glowed golden, his senses activated to their maximum to pinpoint his target. He halted when he discovered a gigantic spiderweb blocking the path ahead. The boss Velkara revealed itself, a gigantic spider covered in glossy black armor, looking incredibly formidable. Without a word, Seo Do-jun leaped high, swinging his sword straight at the monster's head to commence the battle. Before the monster Velkara could even react, a sharp sword energy sliced through its steel-hard armor. Seo Do-jun stood tall, facing the screaming giant spider, his demeanor as calm as if he were taking a stroll in the park. In just an instant, the boss's massive body was sliced into tiny pieces by sword strikes too fast for the naked eye to follow. The dense spiderwebs around them were also cleanly severed by the sword energy, scattering everywhere in the air. The monster's fragmented corpse began to fall, ending its reign in this forest in the blink of an eye. The space seemed to be shredded by the terrifying speed of his attacks, the light from his blade leaving long streaks in the air. Seo Do-jun landed gracefully in a cool pose. Behind him, the corpse of Velkara, disintegrating into dark fragments. A loud thud echoed as the colossal mass of flesh collapsed to the ground, dust flying everywhere, marking the boss's death. He let out a soft sigh of relief. Phew. His face remained expressionless, showing no signs of change or fatigue. Seo Do-jun looked at his hand, telling himself that thanks to his dark mana absorption technique, his stamina was as full as if he hadn't exerted himself at all. He leisurely walked back towards the hunter group, who were standing frozen, his demeanor as if he had just returned from grocery shopping, not slaying a boss. Hyun, Ju-yeon, and Jong In-ju stared at each other wide-eyed, sweating profusely, unable to believe he had soloed Velkara without expending a single drop of energy. As expected, Seo Do-jun stood there completely unfazed, without a single scratch or sign of breathlessness on him. He briefly announced that the monsters in the forest had been cleared and ordered the entire group to rest for a bit. The team quickly set up camp, Jung In-ju bandaging the tanker, while the others took the opportunity to recover from their mental shock. Over the campfire, fragrant skewers of grilled meat sizzled with fat, looking incredibly appetizing in the dangerous wilderness. Seo Do-jun glanced over when he saw Jung In-ju cautiously approaching, with a curious expression and a rumbling stomach. She pointed at the grilled meat skewer, shamelessly pleading, "Can I have a taste of this meat?" He silently handed the hot skewer to the gluttonous woman, who offered profuse thanks. The spiky-haired hunter wondered why she would eat that, and Jung In-ju, chewing, casually stated, "Who knows, maybe eating it will make me as strong as him." Jung In-ju innocently held a skewer of meat and asked, while the spiky hunter next to her stared as if she were an alien. Seo Do-jun ignored them, taking a huge bite of meat and chewing loudly, making the hunters behind him swallow hard. He bluntly poured cold water on their hopes, saying that eating this wouldn't make them stronger, only full, so they shouldn't expect much. However, he smirked, admitting that he didn't dislike those with such burning ambitions for power. Seo Do-jun raised his hand, concentrating golden mana into his palm, and called it a small bonus gift for their efforts. He directly infused the pure energy into the meat skewer in Jung In-ju's hand, making her cheeks puff out in extreme surprise. With just one bite, Jung In-ju felt invigorated as if she'd been given a shot of doping, causing the spiky hunter next to her to light up and clamor for a share. Seo Do-jun smiled smugly, seeing the rookies begin to enjoy his premium mana-infused grilled meat feast. He pointed at the map, pinpointing the rift core's location directly ahead, as accurately as a human-powered GPS. Seeing his teammates exhausted, Seo Do-jun decided to halt their advance, ordering them to return and rest so they'd have the strength to fight tomorrow, instead of pushing themselves. Hyun Ju-yeon stepped forward to confirm the plan, unable to hide the fatigue clearly visible on her beautiful face after the long battle. She worried that the monsters were constantly being buffed hour by hour thanks to that strange dark mana. Seo Do-jun pondered, admitting that the original plan was to stall for time to farm materials for as long as possible. The main goal was to deplete the dungeon's resources, especially rare items like blue crocodile hearts found only in Brazil. However, the appearance of dark mana was an unforeseen variable, signaling ill omens if they lingered any longer. Feeling uneasy, he emptied his item bag, spilling out a pile of precious glowing red magic stones as if they were trash, stunning everyone. He handed all that treasure to Hyun Ju-yeon and the short-haired girl, telling them to take it back to the hotel first to lighten their load. Seo Do-jun turned and walked away decisively, leaving the two girls bewildered, staring at the pile of loot scattered on the ground. He turned back to deliver a chilling final statement. He would close this gate quickly and return later, his tone light as a feather. The moment the swamp ghoul emerged, roaring, Seo Do-jun lunged like lightning, swinging his sword and obliterating the enemy in an instant. Seo Do-jun smirked when the swamp ghoul tried to intimidate him, treating it like mere trash blocking his path. With just one sharp sword strike, he instantly sent the monster to its demise without expending any effort. He stepped onto the slimy, annihilated mud pile, asserting his status as the ultimate predator. The loot was a glowing red magic stone, nestled in his hand, covered in mud but still sparkling brightly. The hunter squad silently retreated deep into the forest as ordered, not daring to look back at the battlefield. The short-haired girl worriedly turned to ask Hyun Ju-yeon if Seo Do-jun would be alright fighting solo amidst a forest of monsters. The short-haired girl was still reeling, recalling how he had shot off like a bullet, defying all normal standards. Noticing Hyun Ju-yeon's gloomy expression, her colleague teased her about worrying sick over him. Hyun Ju-yeon gritted her teeth, feeling humiliated to be an S rank yet be so far inferior in skill. So Dojun appeared with fiery eyes, proving he was one of a kind, far surpassing the entire hunter world. He launched himself into the air, his blade glowing blue, preparing to deliver a punishing blow to his enemy. His opponent this time was a giant black orc, but Seo Dojun showed no hesitation, leaping directly at its face. A merciless sword strike slashed downwards, cleaving through the air and the monster's thick hide. The blade plunged into the orc's shoulder, black blood gushing like a spring, leaving it no time to react. The monster shrieked in extreme agony, while Seo Dojun merely stood there coldly, as if taking a stroll. He let out a soft sigh of relief, treating his enemy's desperate screams as entertaining background music. A massive battle axe slammed into the ground right beside him, but he had completely outplayed it and paid it no mind. Seo Dojun activated fire magic, his hand erupting in brilliant golden flames, ready to roast his opponent. He swung his sword, combining it with fire, creating a blazing slash that incinerated everything in its path. A barrage of fire-infused punches obliterated the orc, creating explosions that shook the entire forest. So Dojun clutched the glowing red magic stone he had just extracted from the monster's corpse, feeling the abundant energy in his hand. Hyunju, Yeon, and the short-haired girl silently led the hunter squad in their planned retreat from the deadly, spiky zone. The spiky hunter grimaced and panted, burdened by the heavy backpack filled with loot. The entire squad trudged through the forest, leaving the bloody battlefield behind for the true monster to handle. A brutal sword strike tore through the air, cleanly slicing the enemy's body in two, sending black blood splattering. Seo Dojun swung his sword upwards, splitting the charging dark monster in half as if cutting a thin piece of paper. His golden eyes gleamed with deadly coldness, his face stained with fresh blood, yet unusually calm. His hand brutally gripped the still-beating heart that had just been ripped from the unfortunate monster's chest. With a plop, the bloody organ was neatly dropped into the prepared glass jar, like a specimen. Seo Dojun raised the jar containing the monster's heart, examining it with a satisfied expression and the sharp gaze of a professional hunter. The monster's corpses were twisted and mercilessly crushed, splattered blood dyeing a corner of the forest red under overwhelming power. The crimson magic stones scattered onto the green grass, emitting a pleasant clinking sound like coins falling into a pocket. The number of magic stones that dropped was so great that they began to pile up into a small, sparkling mound, exuding the allure of wealth. He looked at the enormous pile of treasure before him and nodded in satisfaction, remarking that these monsters dropped generous loot, making the slaughter worthwhile. After finishing up, Seo Dojun slung the bulging backpack over his shoulder, still clutching his sword, ready to move on. His solitary figure walked proudly through the dense forest, exuding the aura of an unrivaled apex predator. The scene shifts to the Brazil Hero Association's control room, where a large screen displayed the entire region's strategic map. The blaring alarm startled all the staff in the room, who looked at each other in confusion and panic. On the map of the Santarém region, a blazing red warning circle suddenly appeared and flashed continuously, signaling a major incident. The Brazil official Beard and his female colleague broke out in a cold sweat, their faces drained of color at the unexpected disaster unfolding. The staff at the control center erupted in joy, cheering loudly as if they'd won the lottery because that damned rift had disappeared. On the map of the Santarém region, they were racking their brains wondering which team had cleared up that mess, with suspicions falling on Korea's Silk Flower Guild. The Brazil female agent reported with a bewildered expression that the Silk Flower Guild had retreated 10 minutes ago, a piece of news that struck the Brazil official Beard like a lightning bolt. The Brazil official Beard broke out in a cold sweat, his face dumbfounded, wondering which monster had taken action if it wasn't that guild. Rewinding 10 minutes, a gigantic twin-head ogre was roaring menacingly, appearing dangerous but in reality just a punching bag about to be beaten. Seo Dojun stood there unfazed, glancing at the monster and assessing it as a mutant, pumped full of dark mana, nothing to worry about. The twin-head ogre's pillar-like leg was raised high, intending to use its sheer mass to crush its tiny opponent. The stomp created a terrifying tremor, sending rocks and dirt flying, but Seo Dojun glided away as lightly as the wind. He immediately spotted a swirling purple mana stream around the monster's ankle, accurately identifying it as the vital point containing its core power. Seo Dojun drew his sword with the demeanor of a destroyer, coldly declaring he would send this monster to its demise in an instant. The twin-head ogre furiously charged to attack, roaring to the heavens, hoping its screams would drown out its fear of the opponent's killing intent. A brilliant golden sword strike tore through the air, so fast and sharp that the naked eye couldn't follow its speed. The monster's gigantic fist slammed down like a sledgehammer, carrying immense weight, but only punched into empty air. Seo Dojun's eyes flashed with a sharp golden light, activating maximum concentration mode to unleash his finishing skill. He glided at the speed of light, unleashing the second form of Vandean sword art, charging straight at the monster like an unstoppable arrow. Not just using his sword, he also chanted the Grami Grimoire Fora spell, activating blazing magic to form deadly slashes. The twin-head ogre's eyes were wide with shock, its dumbfounded face unable to comprehend what had just happened to its sturdy body. The blazing slash seared into the monster's body, cutting cleanly through its steel-thick hide, making it realize it had poked a hornet's nest. The monster clutched its stomach, screaming in extreme agony, while Seo Do-jun landed coolly behind it, his cloak fluttering. He turned back with a challenging and wild smirk, scoffing that this was just a light warm-up for the blood feast to come. Seo Do-jun raises his blazing sword high, his sharp eyes locked onto the target, preparing to unleash a decisive blow. A sword strike carrying scorching heat sliced cleanly through the thick hide of the twin-head ogre. The ogre let out a pathetic roar as fresh blood gushed profusely from the fatal wound on its chest. Seo Do-jun flipped artfully in the air, dodging the massive opponent's weak counterattack. He smirked confidently, uttering a brief command before starting his performance. "Come on." A series of blazing slashes were unleashed consecutively, engulfing the monster in a storm of sword energy. The crisscrossing sword strikes formed a cross, tearing the ogre's flesh into small pieces. The destructive power spread, cleaving even the nearby ancient tree in half as if cutting a thin sheet of paper. A blinding explosion of light erupted, completely engulfing the enemy in a sea of flames and sword energy. The monster's eyes widened in terror, realizing that death had arrived right before it, powerless to do anything. Seo Do-jun glided away like the wind, leaving behind the enemy that was completely collapsing. The colossal mass of flesh lost its balance, toppling forward in the utter helplessness of the defeated foe. A merciless slash severed the monster's leg, making it scream in ultimate agony before taking its last breath. Seo Do-jun landed safely amidst the swirling dust, with the arrogant demeanor of an absolute victor. In its final moments, the ogre's colossal shadow was shredded into 100 pieces by sword energy. The monster's corpse hit the ground with a heavy thud, shaking the entire surrounding forest. Seo Do-jun let out a soft sigh of relief, standing tall as he sheathed his sword as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, a violent surge of dark purple mana swirled, forming a bizarre magical vortex right before him. He stood silently, observing the strange phenomenon, his back exuding high vigilance and concentration. Seo Do-jun deduced that the mana concentration remained constant even near the core, indicating someone was pulling strings from outside. The dense, dark energy surged, forming a grotesque entity powerful enough to fill an entire rift zone. To create such a terrifying amount of mana, the mastermind must be a legendary undead lord or royal lich. But if monsters of that caliber were truly present here, humanity on Earth would have turned into zombies long ago. Seo Do-jun narrowed his sharp golden eyes in thought, asserting that closing the gate wouldn't solve the root problem if the puppeteer was outside. He clenched his fist, deciding to use action instead of words to clean up this mess immediately. A wind-rending sword strike carrying destructive power slashed directly into the accumulating dark purple energy mass. The mana structure shattered, cracking into large fragments under the overwhelming force of the dominant attack. Seo Do-jun stood amidst the dissipating energy remnants, his eyes resolute, determined to investigate the truth of the matter to the end. At the Brazil Hero Association headquarters, a tense and gloomy atmosphere enveloped the luxurious office. The pale official held the report, his hands trembling like a leaf, cold sweat pouring down from fear. The bearded official glared at his subordinate, unable to believe the insane and catastrophic information being reported. He mentioned the disaster of the Three-Nation Alliance, where only one S-rank hero survived and escaped in disgrace. Meanwhile, the report indicated another team not only managed to close the rift, but also miraculously preserved the lives of all its members. Urgent reports from everywhere brought bad news. Most hunter teams had failed miserably and were forced to retreat. The bearded official sighed in exasperation, utterly disappointed that despite sending S-rank heroes, the result was still a complete zero. The assistant stammered that Hyun-ju-yeon's team was the only exception, but there was an inexplicable anomaly that made him suspicious. His boss frowned, flipping through the files, wondering if the Korean team in Santarem hadn't completed their mission. So why was there a problem? His face turned pale with horror upon hearing the shocking news that the rift only truly closed after the hunter team had withdrawn. He was utterly bewildered by this absurd event and pressed for Hyun-ju-yeon's current location to seek an explanation. The bearded official sprang from his chair, agitated, ordering to meet her immediately to clarify the truth of this matter. The moment Hyun-ju-yeon's group escaped the deadly rift, Fate's countdown began. It took them a full hour, dragging their exhausted bodies, to reach headquarters and report the situation. During that damned time, Seo Do-jun had single-handedly closed the first rift and plunged into the second as if it were a stroll. He looked up at the gloomy sky, realizing that this area's damned mana core lay deep underwater. Without hesitation, he waded straight into the water, ready to thoroughly clear this map of monsters. The bearded official stared with eyes full of doubt, unable to believe his ears at the report he had just received. Hyunju-yeon responded with a sharp gaze, firmly asserting that, if it was him, anything impossible could happen. The official was still in shock, pressing again if Seo Do-jun had truly cleared the entire area alone, while she calmly confirmed it. His throat was dry, and he swallowed hard at the unimaginable truth unfolding before his eyes. Cold sweat broke out, and he tremblingly revealed confidential news that even other S-rank heroes had perished in similar areas. Hyunju-yeon gazed into the distance thoughtfully, frankly admitting that without Seo Do-jun carrying the team, she would have been wiped out too. The man buried his face in his hands helplessly, his brain refusing to process information about such absurd power that defied all norms. She continued to explain about the dark mana that had overbuffed the monsters, making them stronger than even S-rank heroes could handle. Hyunju-yeon nodded sharply, confirming that Seo Do-jun was an even more terrifying monster than those monsters. The official suddenly remembered reports that the southern rifts had also been mysteriously closed and began to connect the events. He reassured himself that perhaps those areas hadn't been infected with dark mana, which was why they were so easy to clear. She immediately cut off that naive thought, warning him not to underestimate the enemy, as the level of danger was now different from before. Hyunju-yeon raised her phone, pointing out that the difference in the color of the teleportation gates was the only way to verify the hypothesis. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he yelled into the phone, ordering an immediate check of all gates across Brazil before it was too late. While he was in a frenzy, Hyunju-yeon calmly walked away and called Chairman Na Tae-hwang directly to report the situation. Na Tae-hwang sat regally in his chair, picking up the phone with the demeanor of a true magnate to receive the report. He listened intently to every word about that monstrous dark mana and confirmed the unusually quiet situation in Korea. Hyunju-yeon strode confidently down the deserted alley, asserting that there had been no changes, but her team was still monitoring every millimeter closely. She emphasized that even for S-ranks, confronting monsters overbuffed by dark mana was a true nightmare. Na Tae-hwang pondered. If a boss monster were to acquire this power, the resulting catastrophe would be 10,000 times worse. Both were extremely tense, agreeing that all resources must be prepared to deal with the worst-case scenario. The scene shifted to Seo Do-jun, who was wading into the water to begin his grind for mana cores. In dungeons with rivers, lakes, or island terrain, the damned mana core often lay deep underwater, making it difficult for fellow hunters. But humans are not fish, so very few heroes can unleash their full combat power in this aquatic environment. A prime example is Ivan Looper, New Zealand's national hero, specializing in challenging underwater maps. This man charged exorbitant prices to handle aquatic rifts, thanks to his exclusive awakened innate skill, underwater breathing. Seo Do-jun immersed himself in the water, clearly sensing the dense dark mana concentration enveloping this place even more than on land. Without another second of hesitation, he plunged straight into the water, creating a large column of waves to begin his hunt. He dove deep to the bottom. The bulky backpack on his back did not diminish the descent speed of a predator. Visibility down here was pitch black, likely due to the influence of the dark mana stirring the water, preventing light from penetrating. Seo Do-jun swam past a school of strange fish with his sword strapped to his back, his eyes wide open, observing every movement around him. He began channeling his mana. The first step was to stabilize his body in the aquatic environment by enveloping his legs with mana. His entire body gradually sank deeper, maintaining perfect balance thanks to the glowing protective mana membrane. Next, he adjusted the water resistance, skillfully controlling the mana flow around his body to neutralize the pressure. Seo Do-jun completed his preparations, enveloping his entire body in a blue aura to move freely underwater as if on land. Seo Do-jun landed softly on the lakebed as if strolling through a park, the mana enveloping him, allowing him to stand firmly on the soft ground. A colossal Arakan monster loomed out of the darkness, its jagged teeth intending to swallow the tiny prey that dared to trespass its territory. The monster snapped fiercely, shaking the entire water current, its sharp teeth closing as if to crush its target. Inside that colossal mouth, Seo Do-jun remained unharmed and realized this Arakan had been infused with power by dark mana. He clenched his fist, concentrating his strength, preparing to teach this oversized fish a lesson about the food chain. Seo Do-jun tensed, unleashing a massive surge of mana, pushing away all surrounding water pressure to create space for action. In a mere instant, the Arakan was torn into small pieces by the terrifying mana pressure, its blood mingling with the dark water. He looked at the floating scraps of flesh with contempt, disdainful of the foul impurity of these corrupted monsters. The scent of blood attracted a swarm of mutated piranhas, which darted forward at rocket speed, their tearing through the water echoing chillingly. The frenzied fish furiously gnawed at Seo Do-jun's protective mana barrier, but their teeth couldn't even scratch him. Seo Do-jun glanced around, noticing the enemy numbers were as vast as ants, surrounding him from all sides, yet his expression remained unchanged. He thought to himself that if Ivan Looper were to see this chaotic underwater scene, he would surely gape in astonishment, because So Do-jun was moving and punching at terrifying speeds, which would deeply shock any diving expert. He glided skillfully, maintaining perfect balance, and kicked away an incoming fish without being slowed down by the water's resistance. His fist tore through the water, its speed and power undiminished despite being hundreds of meters deep. The direct hit created a powerful shockwave, instantly crushing the unfortunate monster's head, staining the area red with blood. Seo Do-jun stood defiantly amidst the encirclement, surrounded by fish carcasses and enemies poised to tear him apart. An entire legion of monsters with glowing eyes surrounded him from all sides, transforming the lakebed into a suffocating death arena. He narrowed his eyes in annoyance, feeling that clearing out this massive pile of trash was truly too troublesome and time-consuming. Without further hesitation, So Do-jun propelled himself forward like a living torpedo to begin the widespread slaughter. The murky black water violently fluctuated, signaling the emergence of a terrifying entity from the abyss. Seo Do-jun was startled into vigilance when he discovered a colossal purple eye lurking in the deep. He recognized that deadly gaze belonged to a Kremos, a legendary monster hiding in the shadows. Instead of fear, Seo Do-jun smirked with delight, surprised to stumble upon such a bargain right here. He recalled that in the old world, all legends once hunted Akramos in their humble beginnings to establish their names. His eyes blazed with ambition, determined not to let this once-in-a-millennium opportunity slip from his grasp. The monster began to display its power, opening a swirling cosmic black hole right in the middle of the lake. The murky black maw spun wildly, as if to swallow all creation into endless oblivion. Colossal shadow tentacles lashed down, creating terrifying tremors that shook the entire lakebed. The immense impact force tore through the water and crushed all surrounding obstacles. Seo Do-jun struggled to defend against Akremos' formidable ability to create subspace and devour opponents. The invisible gravitational pull from the black hole dragged him, and the unfortunate fish around him, into the death zone. He gritted his teeth, resisting the pull, his face tense against the overwhelming power of the subspace. Seo Do-jun snorted coldly, channeling mana to firmly anchor his body amidst the furiously swirling water. Streams of black and white energy collided, generating lightning bolts that tore through the underwater darkness. Akremos' purple eye widened menacingly, emitting overwhelming killing intent to suppress its tiny prey. Seo Do-jun's eyes glowed brilliantly, officially activating his serious mode to counterattack the monster. He spread his arms, accumulating mana, calculating that killing it was easy, but seizing its subspace was the main objective. Seo Do-jun roared, unleashing a colossal amount of pure mana to completely suppress Akremos' will. A fierce pillar of mana light erupted, sweeping away everything and incinerating the small fry monsters into dust in an instant. Seo Do-jun gritted his teeth, enduring the immense pressure, feeling as if he was about to be pushed back by the resisting force of the illusory space. He poured all his mana into his hands, creating a brilliant golden light to counter the darkness that threatened to swallow him. Seo Do-jun's eyes widened in intense focus, frantically controlling his mana to tear through the darkness and suppress the enemy's black aura. He strained, unleashing a colossal amount of mana, determined to completely devour the dark mana from the abyss instead of enduring the attack. Seo Do-jun's hands constantly shifted, forcing the chaotic energy flow to obey his iron will. His eyes flashed with a sharp glint as he sensed the opportune moment to turn the tide. Seo Do-jun broke out in a cold sweat, realizing his current body was overloaded and in pain from this immense power. His entire body enveloped in a sphere of light, he charged straight into the heart of the pitch-black storm to deliver the finishing blow. He stretched his hand forward with utmost determination, shouting that it was time to go all in against this monster. The scene suddenly shifted 180 degrees, transitioning to a clear blue sky and an unusually peaceful land. A colossal column of water exploded in the tranquil river, shattering the inherent stillness of the picturesque world. Seo Do-jun burst out of the water column, along with Akremos' fish-like form, both suspended in mid-air in a confrontational stance. He smirked triumphantly, his star-covered hand tightly grasping the core energy he had just seized. Seo Do-jun raised his hand, which held a miniature galaxy, boldly declaring that he now possessed Akremos' subspace. Immediately, he unleashed a devastating kick, sending the fish-like Akremos flying away to be rid of it. A splash echoed as the object fell, sending water spraying onto the riverbank, concluding the spectacular heist. The emerald river flowing through the ancient village appeared under the warm sunlight, a stark contrast to the recent battle atmosphere. Distant mountains and reeds swaying in the wind created an unbelievably peaceful scene. The dazed birds tilted their heads, looking down at the strange intruder with extreme curiosity and confusion. Seo Do-jun lay flat on the grass, drenched to the bone, while the dazed birds pecked at his head. Achoo! His earth-shattering sneeze startled the birds, making them fall backward in fright. The birds flapped their wings frantically, soaring into the blue sky to escape the disturber of their afternoon nap. Seo Do-jun's eyes snapped open, his sharp gaze gradually returning after his exhaustion-induced stupor. He looked at the pile of soaking wet gear lying beside him and mumbled, realizing he had passed out for a while. He sat up in the grass, staring blankly at his palm to check his body's condition after the battle. Immediately, he activated his power, causing a surge of mana to envelop his hand, feeling the strength flowing through his veins. He confidently asserted that the amount of mana in his body had skyrocketed compared to before, thanks to absorbing the monster's core. A smug smile appeared on his lips as he declared this hunt was an incredible bargain for the effort expended. He immediately activated the most valuable loot he had just stolen, the subspace, creating a swirling black hole. Seo Do-jun knelt on one knee, gleefully testing this infinite storage feature by tucking his sword into it. In an instant, the sword was smoothly sucked into the spatial black hole and vanished without a trace. He stood up, stretched, and let out a refreshing shout to loosen his muscles after hours of extreme tension. With a satisfied smile, he told himself there was nothing left to do in this rift, since he had cleared out all the good stuff. He stood watching the sunset over the river, and decided to close the gate to go home and rest to regain his strength. The scene shifted to the towering headquarters of the Korean Heroes Association under the blue sky, where the atmosphere was extremely tense. In the office, Min Hong-ji, with a grave expression, informed Na Tae-hwang that the deaths of the heroes had been confirmed. Na Tae-hwang grimaced in pain and regret upon hearing that they had lost irreplaceable core personnel. However, upon hearing the report that Seo Do-jun had single-handedly cleared the disaster, the muscular old man stroked his beard, marveling at his strength, which far exceeded expectations. Na Tae-hwang noted that the Takashi incident had caused a huge sensation and expressed satisfaction that a Korean hero had finally captured international attention. Min Hong-ji reported that the domestic rifts remained stable, a complete contrast to the anomalies occurring in Brazil. Na Tae-hwang warned his subordinates not to let their guard down for even a second, his eyes sharp and full of authority. Looking out at the towering Lot Tower, Na Tae-hwang unexpectedly confessed that he was worried about Seo Do-jun. He analyzed that President Daniel Lopez of Brazil was notoriously stingy and would surely try to exploit Seo Do-jun's labor. However, Na Tae-hwang smirked confidently, betting that it would be Old Man Lopez who would be stripped bare by Seo Do-jun, down to his underwear. Min Hong-gi was speechless looking at his superior, while Na Tae-hwang looked smug, understanding his pragmatic honorary nephew's personality all too well. He burst into hearty laughter, confidently asserting that Seo Do-jun was no pushover to be easily taken advantage of by others. The scene shifted to Brazil, where the Brazil official Beard's face was drenched in sweat, proving Na Tae-hwang's prediction was spot on. The official tremblingly asked if Seo Do-jun's demands were excessive, while Seo Do-jun sat grandly with two beauties, adopting a superior attitude. Seo Do-jun smirked, repeating the phrase excessive demands with a cold gaze, as if looking at an idiot. He decisively stood up, declared there was nothing left to discuss, and prepared to leave immediately, delivering a powerful psychological blow. The official frantically raised his hand to stop him, shouting for him to wait as he saw his prey about to slip away. He tried to use morality as a tactic, bringing up Brazil's safety and the responsibility of an S-rank hero to exert pressure. Seo Do-jun turned back with fiery eyes, growling as he questioned the so-called responsibility when he had closed two gates by himself. He sarcastically retorted that the official should go preach morality to those useless Brazilian heroes who hadn't accomplished anything yet. Seo Do-jun walked away, bluntly declaring that Brazil's safety had nothing to do with him, and retorted by asking if they would help Korea if the situation were reversed. Suddenly, a frantic messenger ran in with bad news. The entire rift zone within a 500 kilometers radius had been sealed off and was inaccessible. The Brazil official Beard desperately exclaimed that Brazil was doomed, while Seo Do-jun's group narrowed their eyes at this unexpected turn of events. Hyun-ju-yeon sharply interjected, asserting to the chairman that the answer to this problem was much simpler than he thought. She smiled confidently, forcing him to meet all of Seo Do-jun's demands because, compared to Brazil's survival, that price was still a bargain. The Brazil official Beard broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale as he realized he had no other retreat than to open his wallet. He gritted his teeth and agreed to pay $50 million for each closed rift, while Seo Do-jun paused to listen. Seo Do-jun smirked, scoffing that the official should have been reasonable, and coughed up the money from the start, avoiding all this trouble. He turned back, held up two fingers, and finalized the demand for an immediate transfer of $100 million for the two gates he had cleared. Hyun-ju-yeon secretly calculated that if this incident got out, she would be labeled as greedy for money. But Brazil, for the sake of its reputation, would surely keep it quiet. She glanced at Seo Do-jun with a meaningful look, observing his indifferent attitude towards the enormous sum of money. Hyunju-yeon smiled, reassuring the short-haired girl that Seo Do-jun was someone who never bothered with what the world had to say. Seo Do-jun's golden brown eyes gleamed with determination and intense focus. He closed his eyes, sinking into deep contemplation about his true purpose. In his mind, Seo Do-jun faced the inverted image of the blonde hero, asserting that this money was enough to build an absolutely safe home, as he had wished. He smiled contentedly, proudly informing his deceased friend that he had kept his promise from long ago. The clear blue sky appeared like a rhetorical question about the satisfaction of his old comrade's spirit. The news reported that the Brazilian government, though reluctant, was forced to accept all of Seo Do-jun's demands, as they had no other choice. He signed the confidentiality agreement proposed by the Brazilian side, which inadvertently helped prevent his image from being tarnished in public. Takashi sat drinking alone in his room, his face pensive after recovering from his injuries. The spiky hunter lay recuperating in the hospital bed with his arm heavily bandaged, lucky to have kept his life. At the airport, Min Hong-gi and other officials bowed their heads, seeing off numerous coffins of unfortunate hunters returning home amidst a mournful atmosphere. Min Hong-gi couldn't hold back his tears, standing silently as he bid farewell to his fallen comrades on their final journey. Seo Do-jun stood solemnly in a black suit, his profound gaze observing the funeral ceremony filled with sorrow and loss. The scene shifted to a luxurious hotel with classical architecture, where Seo Do-jun's group was resting after a stressful series of days. The short-haired girl, munching on her food, took the opportunity to ask Seo Do-jun about his grinding plan for the next dungeon. Hearing Seo Do-jun's evasive answer, Hyunju-yeon paused with a reluctant expression, as if she had just swallowed a rock. Seo Do-jun calmly explained that he was considering which option would bring maximum benefit to his wallet. He turned to Hyunju-yeon, outlining a ruthless money-making plan. While he closed one gate, her party would move ahead to the next. Hyunju-yeon narrowed her eyes, calculating, and immediately understood the intention of this sequential cooperation to optimize dungeon clearing speed. Seo Do-jun smirked triumphantly, praising the S-rank heroine's quick thinking regarding this bold plan. He finalized the crazy goal of closing 3 gates in one day, leaving all the listening members dumbfounded in astonishment. Hearing about getting a more generous share of the reward, 2 young men in the group's eyes lit up like car headlights, nodding repeatedly. Seo Do-jun leaned his face close to Hyunju-yeon, instructing her to just focus on protecting the safety of the guild members, and not to overexert herself. Attacked at close range, the strong Hyunju-yeon blushed crimson, stammering her agreement like a young maiden experiencing love for the first time. The subordinates sitting around started whispering and gossiping, firmly asserting that these 2 bosses were definitely dating. The whole group shouted in unison, confirming the order, their morale surging as they prepared to set off as soon as they recharged their energy. The scene shifted to a dense forest with sunlight filtering through the leaves, signaling a new hunt was about to begin. Seo Do-jun walked alone amidst the towering grass, activating high alert mode to search for prey. Thumping footsteps echoed, and a giant monster with a glowing red eye appeared right behind him, roaring to assert dominance. Seo Do-jun didn't flinch at all. He smirked, realizing the opponents were just a low-level pack of Cyclops, considering them a light appetizer. The clear, peaceful sky was in stark contrast to the killing intent seeping through the dense forest. The birds scattered in a panic, signaling a dangerous predator approaching at high speed. Seo Do-jun swiftly retreated, dodging the pounce of the massive monster charging like a bulldozer. The Cyclops revealed its true form, muscles bulging, as it furiously lunged at its tiny prey to vent its rage. Its hideous, one-eyed face snarled, revealing jagged teeth full of menace and bloodlust. Seo Do-jun calmly assessed his opponent, concluding that this was a tanky monster, good for taking hits but nothing special. He smirked sinisterly, deciding to use this punching bag to test out his new skill. The monster let out a wild roar and smashed the ground, trying to crush the enemy who dared to disrespect it. Seo Do-jun glided effortlessly, causing the Cyclops' devastating blow to strike only empty air. He continued to toy with his prey, easily dodging every attack as if taking a stroll in the park. Suddenly, the Cyclops' head was twisted by an invisible force, black blood splattering as it screamed in pain. The surrounding space began to distort, its colossal body squeezed by spatial power until its bones creaked. It shrieked in despair, realizing it was utterly helpless against Seo Do-jun's overwhelming power. Seo Do-jun's eyes sharpened, focusing intently to control the complex mana flow for the finishing blow. He spread his hand, summoning a swirling spatial black hole filled with destructive power. The Cyclops' giant arm was sucked into the black hole like noodles, completely helpless. The monster's single eye bulged, utterly terrified as it saw death descending upon it. Crunch! The spatial gate slammed shut, crushing the monster's head into paste in an instant. Seo Do-jun broke out in a sweat, clicking his tongue in annoyance that this skill consumed an incredible amount of mana, not optimal for continuous spamming. The system announced that the rift in southern Maru had officially closed, marking the perfect end to the cleanup. The operations room was in chaos, like a bustling marketplace, while the bearded official sat sweating profusely from the pressure. He was utterly shocked to receive news that the rift had closed in just 8 hours, billions of times faster than anticipated. The messenger with the man bun confirmed the transfer order, preparing to burn through the budget. $50 million vanished from the account in an instant. The ting-ting sound music to his ears. The messenger anxiously warned that at this rate, tons of money would vanish completely in just a few days. The bearded official gritted his teeth, calculating, determined not to let Seo Do-jun monopolize all the profits and fame alone. He yelled directly at his subordinate, fearing that if the payment was delayed, that monster would get sulky and quit the game midway. He ordered an emergency summons for all S-rank and A-rank heroes in the area to immediately form a rival team. A $10 million bonus was offered to any team that cleared faster than Seo Do-jun, truly a style of using money to exert dominance. The race officially began, with the officials betting everything on the Hero Alliance to salvage their reputation. A promotional poster appeared, depicting Seo Do-jun single-handedly taking on the International Heroes Alliance like a blockbuster movie. In another luxurious location, someone's phone lit up with a message from Chairman Lopez. Kang Young-pyo sat casually on the sofa, his face full of calculation and arrogance as he received the confidential news. He smirked, satisfied that his superior had finally made a decision. The secretary entered with a gloomy expression, reporting rumors of S-rank heroes dropping like flies. Kang Young-pyo didn't bother to care, thinking $10 million was a steal for such easy pickings. He skimmed the plan, slightly surprised to see them intending to mobilize all personnel into a single, all-out formation. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, finding the thought of sharing a table with that bastard Seo Do-jun unbearable. But the secretary suddenly froze, discovering that Seo Do-jun's name had completely vanished from the combat roster. Kang Young-pyo broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that Seo Do-jun's entire team was absent, and something smelled burnt. Ding ding! The phone chimed with a message. Account balance increased by $50 million. The sweet scent of money wafted directly into his face. Seo Do-jun checked his phone as he walked, while Hyunju-yeon beside him wondered if the association would pay fairly for this mission. He speculated that perhaps the cost of hiring him was too steep, so they had to gather heroes from other countries to compensate for the losses. Seo Do-jun smirked, realizing that the association wasn't foolish at all, but had calculated quite meticulously to optimize their profits. Hyunju-yeon smiled brightly, praising his generosity and remarking that the association's methods were truly cunning beyond words. Seo Do-jun affirmed that they had prepared enough money as promised, but to him now, money was merely fleeting, no longer important. His eyes turned sharp and resolute, declaring that from now on, something far more important needed to be done immediately. The entire expedition team delved deep into the dense forest, and the race between the two factions began to yield incredibly fast results. In the central control room, the agents furiously typed on their keyboards like rice-powered machines to update the data. Seo Do-jun and the Silk Flower Dance Guild cleared Dungeon A35 at an astonishing speed, leaving everyone in awe and admiration. Meanwhile, the Alliance hunters struggled to hack and slash at the spider monsters in Dungeon C12, suffering greatly. As a result, the A and S-rank heroes lay scattered, groaning from severe injuries. Truly, they were weaklings trying to show off. A giant monster was instantly cleaved in half, and Dungeon A37 closed, to the utter astonishment of the control agents. On the screen, Seo Do-jun's figure appeared, single-handedly defeating the boss, clearing the entire map without needing any assistance. Seo Do-jun's golden eyes glowed with killing intent, proving his overwhelming power, completely different from the rest of the world. Several days passed. At the control center, the agents worked day and night, their faces haggard, their spirits scattered like zombies. An agent handed a can of coffee to a colleague, teasing him about his dark eye circles extending to his chin from severe sleep deprivation. Holding the coffee can, he analyzed the situation. The dark mana rifts were closing quickly, but other areas were being completely neglected. The large screen displayed the world map, and the agents had to strain their eyes, monitoring 24/7, tense as a taut string, awaiting orders. The piercing beep of the alarm startled the agent who was drinking water, signaling that a new incident was about to occur. The blaring alarm, accompanied by rapidly flashing red lights on the radar screen, made the atmosphere as tense as a taut string. But immediately, the warning signal abruptly vanished, and the screen turned to a surprisingly clean and green status. The two duty agents gaped, their coffee cans nearly falling to the ground, unable to believe their eyes at the divine speed of monster clearing. Cheers echoed. shaking the skyscraper as Seo Do-jun and his team completed the impossible mission. A dazzling notification appeared, confirming that Rift Zone B41 had officially closed permanently, ending the nightmare. The entire control room erupted in joy, the agents embracing and weeping profusely. Finally freed from the hellish overtime, hasty footsteps pounded down the corridor, signaling hot news being delivered straight to the highest level. The agent with the bun-tied hair rushed into the chairman's office, reporting that all rifts within a 500 kilometers radius had been completely swept clean. Na Tae-hwang sat in his luxurious office, clasping his hands together and sighing in relief, wondering if the biggest fire had finally been extinguished. After hearing confirmation that all dark mana rifts had closed, he nodded in satisfaction at the Brazilian flag and praised his subordinates' efforts. The agent with the bun-tied hair suddenly froze, turning to look at his boss with a bewildered expression, like a cow wearing a hat. At the unexpected order, Na Tae-hwang leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes to rest, and coolly declared that leaving a few small rifts for a day wouldn't kill anyone. He decided to go big, immediately organizing a grand celebration party at the tallest tower to unwind after a series of stressful days. Premium beef sizzled on the grill, emitting an enticing aroma that beckoned the hungry guests. The outdoor party was extremely lively, with guests in luxurious suits, holding wine glasses and chatting boisterously. The live band played their hearts out on stage, stirring up the bustling atmosphere among the elite and the hunters. Seo Do-jun's team was dressed to the nines, led by two beautiful women who approached to greet Na Tae-hwang, which surprised him slightly. Seo Do-jun, with a cold expression, bluntly declared that the entire team would return home immediately, extinguishing the chairman's smile. Seo Do-jun's gaze was sharp and challenging, while Na Tae-hwang began to openly show suspicion and discomfort. Na Tae-hwang spread his hands, questioning them, deliberately using responsibility to force the hero team to stay and clean up the remaining aftermath, instead of leaving early. Na Tae-hwang broke out in a cold sweat, trying to salvage some dignity to negotiate keeping the hunter squad for a little longer. Jung In-ju glared fiercely, immediately exposing the old man's true intention, to only keep the main force, Seo Do-jun. Seo Do-jun turned to ask his teammates for their opinion with a straight face, leaving even the short-haired woman speechless. Chairman Na quickly put his arm around Seo Do-jun, gave a wry smile, and pulled him aside for a private chat, hoping to persuade him. The two powerful men separated from the crowd to walk, leaving behind whispers that Seo Do-jun had collected enough money and valuable materials and would soon leave. Jang In-ju seized the opportunity to tease Hyun Ju-yeon, making her blush furiously because she couldn't bear to leave her crush. From a distance, the two women watched Seo Do-jun being drawn into a boring political conversation by Na Tae-hwang. Na Tae-hwang clutched his head helplessly, watching Seo Do-jun's cold back walk away, realizing this negotiation had failed miserably. Seo Do-jun walked towards a stunning red-haired beauty holding a glass of wine, known as the White Fox. Jang In-ju urged her best friend to act quickly and stake her claim before it was too late. The short-haired woman slapped Hyun Ju-yeon on the back, scolding her best friend for being too naive to let the handsome man fall into someone else's hands. Hyun Ju-yeon was pushed forward, her face filled with utter confusion as she saw Seo Do-jun standing intimately close to the beauty. Gloria Tyler looked at Seo Do-jun with a meaningful gaze, subtly reminding him to carefully consider the offer involving the familiar name, Castle. Seo Do-jun stood with his arms crossed, calmly asserting that this was also a lucrative opportunity for the other party. Hyun Ju-yeon stood far away, staring intently, her mind racing as she tried to guess what the two of them were whispering about. Her imagination soared to a distant future of newlyweds living together and happily making kimchi. Gloria Tyler smiled alluringly, raised her glass to bid farewell, and promised to await his answer at any time. Hyun Ju-yeon secretly praised her rival's beauty, but wondered why Seo Do-jun's face remained as cold as ice, even questioning his gender. Seo Do-jun turned back to find Hyun Ju-yeon, asking for an important favor right in the middle of the party. He asked her to get him a ticket to the Golden Market, a world-class auction in Las Vegas. Gloria Tyler slyly smiled, accepting the offer, but with a condition full of hidden meaning. The White Fox invited Seo Do-jun to her private residence a week before the Golden Market auction, her tone dripping with flirtation. Hyun Ju-yeon froze for 5 seconds, her face drained of all color when she heard that blatant invitation. The purple-haired woman's dark imagination immediately conjured up a scandalous bedroom scene between the two, making her face flush crimson. She worriedly looked at Seo Do-jun, afraid he would fall into the honey trap and betray his precious self. Hyun Ju-yeon gulped nervously, while the two main characters maintained their nonchalant demeanor. Gloria Tyler glanced at the purple-haired woman's awkwardness with unconcealed amusement. She took out her phone, telling him to take his time thinking about his answer to the enticing invitation. Seo Do-jun casually took the phone to receive the VIP ticket, considering the initial transaction a success. Hyunju-yeon wondered when these two had exchanged contact information so quickly and smoothly. A dapper man in a brown suit unexpectedly approached, offering compliments reeking of fake pleasantries. Kang Young-pyo smirked, praising the sight of the two great beauties, Korean and American, standing side by side as truly pleasing to the eye. He strode forward with an arrogant demeanor, sarcastically remarking that Seo Do-jun was living like a king with a beauty on each arm. Seo Do-jun and Kang Young-pyo's eyes met, sparks flying, the air thick with tension. Gloria Tyler and Hyunju-yeon immediately recognized the troublemaker as Kang Young-pyo and raised their guard. Kang Young-pyo burst into hearty laughter, startling the surrounding guests who turned to look. He raised both hands, signaling for calm, telling everyone not to be too tense because he wasn't planning to do anything right now. The smile on his lips turned utterly cunning as he offered to introduce an old friend to Seo Do-jun. Takashi lumbered out, his arm in a white cast, his face as gloomy as a funeral. All three of them were stunned to realize that the crippled man was Takashi, the defeated general Seo Do-jun had utterly crushed before. Takashi lumbered out, his arm in a white cast and his face menacing, as if he wanted to devour someone alive. Hyunju-yeon and Gloria Tyler were wide-eyed, not expecting this defeated foe to be discharged so early. Kang Young-pyo put on an innocent expression, feigning regret as the two fated rivals clashed once more. Seo Do-jun's icy gaze met Takashi's look burning with hatred, and the tension was palpable. Seo Do-jun smirked, offering a provocative greeting about his opponent's recently healed body. He added a sharp taunt, thanking Takashi for giving him a delightful thrashing. Kang Young-pyo quickly stepped in to intervene, speaking up to appease the monster about to explode. The old fox, Kang, forced a laugh as he pushed Takashi's back, trying to usher him away to avoid trouble. The Taegoku member standing behind clicked his tongue in annoyance, vexed that Seo Do-jun dared to ruin his carefully laid plan. Kang Young-pyo pressed Takashi's shoulder down onto a chair, sweat beginning to trickle down as he tried to control the situation. Takashi gritted his teeth, his old wounds seeming to throb painfully at his enemy's arrogance. The brown-haired Taegoku member suddenly stepped forward, speaking in a condescending tone and demanding Seo Do-jun apologize for hitting someone. He clenched his fist, veins bulging, deliberately provoking to ignite a new fight. Kang Young-pyo broke out in a cold sweat, afraid his plan would be ruined, while the two girls beside him turned pale with worry. Seo Do-jun remained unperturbed, holding a glass of wine, and called Takashi's name with a deathly smile. His eyes glowed with a golden, intimidating light, as he posed a rhetorical question that directly insulted the gangsters. The Taegoku member froze, not having even processed the profound insult he had just heard. Hyunju-yeon and Gloria Tyler gaped, unable to believe their ears at Seo Do-jun's outrageous audacity. The Taegoku member stared wide-eyed and asked again like an idiot, unable to believe someone dared to disrespect his gang. Seo Do-jun loudly confirmed that the Yakuza were just trash, leaving the other man stunned in rage. Seo Do-jun wore an arrogant smile, openly insulting the gangsters as nothing more than useless trash. Hyunju-yeon, standing behind him, turned pale, realizing the familiar bloody scenario was about to repeat itself right here. Kang Young-pyo quickly placed a hand on Takashi's shoulder to restrain the mad dog waiting to pounce and tear apart. Takashi froze, his bloodshot eyes full of killing intent, but he was forced to restrain himself at his comrade's warning touch. A phone was raised, its screen displaying an audio file ready for a shocking reveal. A finger decisively pressed the play button, activating the bomb of truth amidst the luxurious party. The recording blared loudly, exposing the dirty assassination plot they had discussed to eliminate their opponent. Seo Do-jun's name was clearly uttered in the recording, confirming he was the intended target. The Taegoku members gaped, turning deathly pale as they heard the shocking conspiracy being exposed. The voice on the phone casually discussed dealing with the prey in the dungeon as if it were nothing. Kang Young-pyo in the recording shamelessly laughed about hunting girls in Brazil for entertainment, in a lewd tone. Hyunju-yeon and Gloria Tyler's faces darkened, their eyes showing extreme disgust at being mentioned by that filthy man. The real-life Kang Young-pyo smirked maliciously, offering a provocative farewell to the two beauties. Seo Do-jun's left eye glowed orange, activating his lynx eye skill for a powerful psychological counterattack. He fixed a deadly gaze on Kang Young-pyo, asserting that he had picked the wrong opponent to mess with. Kang Young-pyo turned his back and walked away through the crowd, still fantasizing about torturing Seo Do-jun to an inch of his life. Suddenly, Kang Young-pyo broke out in a cold sweat, a chilling sensation as if thousands of eyes were fixed on him. His face contorted, pupils constricted as an invisible fear suffocated his mind and soul. Seo Do-jun wore an evil smile, enjoying the feeling of his prey trembling in his palm. Takashi stood beside Kang Young-pyo, both resentfully blaming the foolish Yakuza member for ruining all their schemes. A hand slammed down on the table in utter helplessness, acknowledging that everything was a complete mess. Takashi took a powerful uppercut from the Yakuza henchman for messing up a big job. He coughed up blood, screaming in pain as old wounds were aggravated by new blows to his face. Takashi fell backward, pathetic like a dog, mercilessly beaten by its own master. Kang Young-pyo decided to betray his comrades, kicking away the bodyguards to clear a path for his escape. The Taegoku commander roared, ordering his subordinates to capture the cowardly traitor alive. Kang Young-pyo ran for his life, leaving behind the chaos he had created. Hyunju-yeon shrieked Soto-jun's name in panic, urging him to chase and apprehend the scoundrel immediately. Soto-jun stood still as a statue, hands in his pockets, watching the enemies retreating back with an indifferent expression. Hyunju-yeon couldn't believe her eyes, turning to question why he had let him escape so easily. Seo-do-jun merely smirked meaningfully, his face exuding the cunning of someone who held all the cards. Night fell with a cold blue moon, bringing an end to a tumultuous and dramatic evening. News of the scandal spread across the world at lightning speed, with newspapers vying to publish wanted posters of the two defeated individuals. Takashi appeared on television in a disheveled state, surrounded by reporters like vultures circling a corpse. An expensive ceramic vase was smashed to pieces in a fit of rage. Hong Hee-ju slammed her fist on the table, cursing her idiotic subordinates for ruining the company's reputation. Her face was contorted with fury, her eyes burning with hatred fixed on the television screen. Hong Hee-ju swung her golf club, preparing to hit a home run into the room's furnishings. She swung the club directly at the television screen, unleashing all her wrath on Takashi's pathetic image. Manager Lee stood pressed against the door, sweating profusely, not daring to utter a single word in the face of his boss's rage. Manager Lee flinched, his face drained of color as he heard his boss's soul-shaking roar from inside. Hong Hee-ju stood tall amidst the battlefield, with a golf club in hand. The poor television had been utterly shattered by her. She slumped into a chair with a murderous expression, lit a cigarette, and immediately asked about Kang Young-pyo's whereabouts. Manager Lee tremblingly reported that both Interpol and the Hero Alliance were relentlessly hunting him but hadn't caught him yet. Hong Hee-ju gnashed her teeth and cursed, her eyes blazing with contempt, wishing the trash would just die trying to resist. She pressed for details on cleaning up the aftermath to ensure no traces remained that could bring trouble to the company. All accounting ledgers, communication networks, and security camera data had been silently and flawlessly erased by their team. Seeing the manager still standing there with a worried, funeral-like expression, she pressed him, asking what else was wrong. A phone suddenly flew through the air towards the bald manager at an incredible speed. Manager Lee caught the phone with a bewildered expression, beads of sweat beginning to roll down his forehead. He stammered a foolish question, asking if it was a phone, even though the screen was brightly lit. Hong Hee-ju bit her nails nervously, revealing that it was a personal number known only to family members. Cold sweat streamed down her beautiful but distorted face, twisted with fear, as she ordered him to read the latest message immediately. Manager Lee looked at the phone screen, his hands and feet trembling with a bad premonition. The message from the mysterious K threatened to release evidence if she didn't cooperate, and promised to contact her again soon. He looked up in alarm, asking if the sender of this dangerous blackmail message was Kang Young-pyo. Hong Hee-ju screamed hysterically, not caring about the sender's identity, only knowing that being involved with him now meant utter ruin. She swung her arm, throwing the ceramic vase straight at the useless manager's head, yelling at him to get out immediately. Manager Lee ran for his life, realizing he too would be doomed if he delved deeper into this quagmire. Just as he was about to open the door to escape and find a way out, he ran into a scarred, middle-aged man with a murderous aura blocking his path. The bloodshot eyes filled with killing intent of a mysterious old man flashed in the darkness, signaling an impending storm. Seo Kyung-cheol, chairman of T Group, stood imposingly, blocking the entrance with the aura of a fearsome deity. Manager Lee was scared out of his wits, his face drained of all color upon encountering the final boss right at the door. He hastily bowed in apology, then bolted, running for his life, leaving his boss behind to save himself. Seo Kyung-cheol entered the room with a cold expression, looking down at Hong Hee-ju, who was sitting on the floor amidst shattered pottery shards. Hong Hee-ju stammered, "Father." Cold sweat streamed down her face, knowing she was about to face his wrath. A thunderous slap was delivered with terrifying speed, aimed directly at his precious daughter-in-law's face. Hong Hee-ju fell sprawling onto the floor, clutching her trembling cheek, her entire body cowering in pain and fear. The old man growled, asking if she considered him a useless relic forgotten on the sidelines. Before she could explain herself, he swung his hand again, delivering another blinding slap that seemed to crack the very air. Hong Hee-ju's beautiful face was slapped sideways, distorted by the brutal, merciless force of the blow. Seo Kyung-cheol leaned close to his daughter-in-law's face, exposing that she had hired Kang Young-pyo to assassinate Seo Do-jun. A sinister smile appeared on his lips as he mentioned that his bloodline had produced an S-rank hero. Hong Hee-ju's eyes widened in extreme shock upon hearing his declaration to bring Seo Do-jun back to the family. The old man smirked, envisioning Seo Do-jun would help him overthrow the arrogance of his rival, Jang Song-ho. His cold, sharp gaze pierced down at his wretched daughter-in-law as he began to settle accounts for the mess she had created. Hong Hee-ju broke out in a cold sweat, understanding that her fate now lay entirely in the hands of this ruthless old man. Meanwhile, an airplane cut through the clouds, carrying Seo Do-jun's group back to Korea, leaving all their troubles behind. Seo Do-jun sat relaxed with his arms crossed in a business-class seat, while Hyun-ju-yeon sat right behind him. He smirked with satisfaction as he tallied the enormous spoils he had just acquired from this tumultuous trip. Hyun-ju-yeon suspiciously asked Seo Do-jun directly if he had deliberately let Kang Young-pyo go to scheme something else. A calculating and confident smirk appeared on the face of the one holding the chessboard. Seo Do-jun casually admitted it was a strategic move to lure the prey into a larger trap ahead. Seoul welcomed the return of the one who had stirred up all of Brazil. The towering Lotte Tower against the blue sky signaled home turf. Yoon-young opened her mouth wide, ready to devour the juicy burger, with an extremely joyful and contented expression. Seo Do-jun, in a gray hoodie, smiled and asked how she was, watching his little sister enjoy her delicious meal through the window. He sat with his chin propped, watching Yoon-young eat heartily, savoring a rare moment of peace after days of slaughter. Seo Do-jun's gaze suddenly darkened, becoming cold and serious as he recalled the shock he received right after returning home. He stood frozen, cold sweat beading on his forehead, when confronted with the unexpected family situation. His grandmother was bedridden, her health visibly deteriorated, sweat pouring from her, making Yoon-young restless with worry. Seo Do-jun angrily questioned why she hadn't gone to the hospital or informed him of her critical condition. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his emotions, heartbroken and confused, seeing his loved one suffer due to her frugal habits. Yoon-young bowed her head, tears welling up, confessing that grandmother didn't dare spend money, fearing it would waste the effort he risked his life to earn. Her thin, wrinkled hand gently touched her grandson's face, calming his anger. Seo Do-jun knelt by the bed, clutching her hand tightly, and affirmed that treating her illness would never be a waste. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, boasting about earning a mountain of money from his trip to Brazil, so she could enjoy it without worry. Grandmother teared up with happiness, relieved of her mental burden upon hearing her grandson encourage her to spend freely. Immediately, Seo Do-jun used his financial power to move her to the most luxurious VIP hospital room in Korea for treatment. His hand picked up a French fry, re-establishing his daily routine of visiting grandmother, then going to eat. After visiting her, the two siblings sat together eating burgers again, enjoying their wealthy and warm family life. The Gasan Hero residential complex stood tall under the clear blue sky, a gathering place for the most prominent figures. Seo Do-jun walked up to the familiar blacksmith shop, where he was considered the top VIP client. Inside the shop, Choi Cheol-kwan was carefully holding a blue croco monster's heart, looking as if head struck gold. The old blacksmith confidently declared that he would forge a masterpiece sword from this premium material, far exceeding all expectations. Choi Cheol-kwan set the completion time at 3 weeks and promised to start working on it immediately. Seo Do-jun seized the opportunity to make another crafting request in addition to the main sword. He reached into his backpack and pulled out a carefully wrapped bag of materials, handing it to the old blacksmith. Inside the plastic bag were shimmering silk threads and a bag of venom emitting a dangerous aura. Seo Do-jun casually announced that they were the silk and venom sac of the Spider Queen Velkara, the monster he had just defeated. Choi Cheol-kwan excitedly planned to tailor a form-fitting combat armor for Seo Do-jun, but he flatly refused. He flashed a proud smile, declaring that these precious materials were for making clothes for his beloved younger sister. The old blacksmith's eyes widened and his jaw dropped, not expecting this kid to be so extravagant. Choi Cheol-kwan rattled on about the overwhelming defensive capabilities of Velkara's silk, something many heroes coveted. Seo Do-jun chuckled, raising his phone to show that his sister wasn't a hero at all, just an ordinary person. The phone screen displayed a super adorable selfie of Yoon-young and their grandmother, filled with warm happiness. After hearing the old man praise his cute sister, he requested that it be made into everyday clothes, not bulky combat gear. Choi Cheol-kwan stroked his chin thoughtfully, seemingly having discovered a difficult problem with this request. He raised a finger, warning about the rapid growth rate of children in their formative years. He worried that this precious outfit would be too tight and wouldn't fit after just 1 or 2 years of use. Seo Do-jun merely smirked confidently, as if he had already anticipated this move. Seo Do-jun finished with a confident final remark, then turned and walked away, leaving the old blacksmith bewildered. Choi Cheol-kwan stood rooted to the spot, sweating profusely, wondering where this monster had acquired such in-depth knowledge about Cyclops' blood. Seo Dojun's back suddenly paused midway. As if remembering something, he turned his head back, flashing an arrogant, meaningful smile, like one living a second life. The scene shifted to a bustling modern street under an azure sky. The powerful and decisive clack of dress shoes echoed on the floor. A smart middle-aged man in a brown suit was walking confidently down the street. He descended a narrow staircase leading into a seemingly mysterious basement. The doorbell chimed crisply as he entered the Paradise Cafe. The man adjusted his tie, observing the luxurious cafe interior with a satisfied expression. Park Sung-wook pushed up his glasses, silently praising the owner's refined aesthetic taste despite the basement location. His gaze stopped at a figure sitting with their back turned in a hidden corner. The other person had their hoodie pulled low, motionless as a rock, exuding a mysterious aura. Park Sung-wook approached that mysterious figure and offered a polite greeting. He extended his business card, introducing himself as the one who received the meeting request. The business card clearly stated Park Sung-wook, 52 years old, former chief of staff for S Group, now a freelancer. Seo Do-jun pulled down his hood, revealing his handsome face and sharp eyes as he introduced himself. Park Sung-wook sat down opposite him, getting straight to the point, asking why a rising hero would seek him out. Seo Do-jun calmly stated that Hyun Ju-yeon had introduced him as an expert at smoothly resolving issues for the elite. Park Sung-wook had just promised to assist with anything legal when he was dumbfounded to hear Seo Do-jun say he wanted to build a house. Seo Do-jun requested the safest house in the world instead of a mundane construction. A restaurant staff placed the coffee cup down while Park Sung-wook began asking about the location and budget. Seo Do-jun calmly chose Seoul as the location, while Park Sung-wook leisurely enjoyed his coffee. He casually set the budget at a staggering 500 billion won, causing the atmosphere to tense. Park Sung-wook spat out the mouthful of coffee he had just drunk, utterly shocked by the astronomical figure. The old man wiped his mouth and asked if this was his first time spending such a massive amount, while Seo Do-jun was splattered with coffee. Seo Do-jun silently took a tissue and calmly wiped the stains from his face and hoodie. Park Sung-wook panted, asserting that with that kind of money, one could build a castle, not just a house. Seo Do-jun rubbed his chin thoughtfully, finding the idea of building a castle quite fitting for his status. He nonchalantly raised the price to 1 trillion won to ensure everything would be absolutely perfect. Park Sung-wook froze completely, speechless and sweating profusely at the VIP client's extravagance. He regained his composure and probed, asking if Seo Do-jun knew which house was considered the safest in Korea right now. Park Sung-wook answered himself. It was Chairman Oh Young-gun's mansion in the Gangnam district. Seo Do-jun, sitting opposite him, nodded, confirming that this information was entirely accurate. Park Sung-wook analyzed that the house was valued at 110 billion won on the market. However, if only the land cost and actual construction expenses were considered, the value would only be around 80 billion won. He asserted that, with Seo Do-jun's colossal budget, he could easily build something far more dominant and extraordinary. Park Sung-wook explained that Gangnam was expensive, because no rifts had ever appeared there, but buying land there was impossible. He concluded that building the best house was easy, but finding an absolutely safe area was the real challenge. Seo Do-jun took a sip of coffee, his sharp eyes asserting that Gangnam was not as safe as rumored. Park Sung-wook cautiously asked if the VIP client had a specific location in mind. He pushed up his glasses, suggesting buying land in Guro district instead of the expensive central areas. Seo Do-jun narrowed his eyes, calculating, recalling that Guro once had a rift, and nearby Mapo was a place he had thoroughly cleared. Park Sung-wook was curious why the tycoon had chosen that area. Could there be a secret? He gulped, sweat trickling down as he awaited a strategically significant answer. Seo Do-jun nonchalantly gave a concise, blunt answer that left his interlocutor dumbfounded. Because it's close to home. The scene shifted to a forest, where a tearing space rift heralded ill omens with a piercing screech. The ground shook violently under the thudding footsteps of a gigantic monster. A formidable red dinosaur appeared, its entire body ablaze as if to incinerate everything. The monster let out a terrifying roar, its eyes glowing menacingly at anyone daring to trespass its territory. Seo Do-jun lunged like a gust of wind, swinging his sword and cleaving the monster in two in an instant. He landed lightly, exhaling a refreshing breath after the lightning-fast action. The sword in Seo Do-jun's hand shimmered with a dazzling aura, a custom-made masterpiece exceeding all expectations. Choi Chol-kwan held the sword, his face beaming as he declared it his life's masterpiece. The old blacksmith waved his hands vehemently, refusing payment because the high-quality materials were supplied by the main character. While maintaining his noble demeanor, his phone vibrated, and Choi Chol-kwan stared wide-eyed at the incoming message. He stammered that an artisan's satisfaction couldn't be measured by money. The phone screen displayed a crisp 1 billion won, a sight that would stun anyone. Seo Do-jun held his phone and smirked, asserting his lifestyle of not owing anyone anything. He swung the sword, worth a fortune, and smashed the monster's head, confirming that hunting was now as easy as pie. Seo Do-jun plunged into grinding dungeons like a destruction machine to earn enough money to build a house. The Red Dino boss was punched without missing a single hit for daring to block the path of the future real estate mogul. He swung his sword, boldly declaring that he would secure enough money, despite the exorbitant price of the land. A powerful slash pierced through its defenses, shattering the monster's energy core in an instant. After hours of grueling combat, Seo Do-jun returned to being an exemplary older brother, carrying Yoon-young on his back. Yoon-young beamed as she reported that grandmother was about to be discharged from the hospital, instantly warming up the atmosphere. The little girl nuzzled her head into her older brother's hair, complaining about how busy he had been, which made him feel a pang of guilt. Seo Do-jun's eyes became resolute as he promised to take care of grandmother at the hospital in his sister's stead. While they were enjoying themselves, he suddenly stopped abruptly, his face darkening as he sensed the presence of an uninvited guest. A pair of shiny leather shoes stepped out of a luxury car parked, blocking the way. The lackey, wearing a sharp suit, stood leaning against the car and asked to confirm Seo Do-jun's identity. He introduced himself as someone sent by Chairman Seo Kyung-cheol to formally welcome the VIP. Seo Do-jun didn't even glance, his face as cold as ice at the invitation reeking of trouble. He gently set Yoon-young down, his tone completely changed to reassure his younger sister. Seo Do-jun instructed the little girl to close her eyes for a moment so she wouldn't have to see the violence that was about to unfold. As soon as Yoon-young nodded, he shot forward with blinding speed, making the surrounding air vibrate. Crash! A thunderous kick smashed the front of the car to smithereens, right next to the lackey's face. The lackey's face drained of all color, and he stammered, speechless, before the terrifying power. Seo Do-jun's eyes blazed with killing intent, and he growled, telling the nuisance to get out of his sight and never return. The lackey ran for his life, leaving Seo Do-jun standing tall, protecting his younger sister behind him. Seo Do-jun made up a gentle excuse to explain to Eun-young that he had just put the bad guy in his place. Little Yoon-young clenched her fists with determination, innocently asking if she could participate in punishing the bad guy. Seo Do-jun burst out laughing, then lifted his younger sister onto his shoulders with a soft hup, continuing their joyful journey home. But deep down, his killing intent flared, vowing to slaughter anyone who dared to touch his younger sister. The scene shifted to a luxurious drinking table, where news of Seo Do-jun buying land was the main topic. Jeong In-ju was drinking and grilling her best friend, Hyun-ju-yeon, about her plan to approach the tycoon in the Guro district. Hyun-ju-yeon played dumb and innocent but was immediately scolded by her best friend for being foolish and not knowing how to seize the opportunity. Jong In-ju painted a rosy picture where Hyun-ju-yeon became a charming neighbor, bringing food over to her crush. Hyun-ju-yeon shrieked in denial but was secretly thrilled, as her friend scolded her for having money but not knowing how to use it to flirt with a guy. In her vivid imagination, she saw herself wearing an extremely seductive red dress with a high slit. The illusion became clear as she and Seo Do-jun shared intimate gestures in a romantic kitchen. Hyun-ju-yeon covered her face, blushing furiously as she imagined a kissing scene, reassuring herself that it was completely possible. Jeong In-ju pulled her friend back to reality, confirming that Hyun-ju-yeon was building a new mansion to settle down permanently, not just temporarily. Hyun-ju-yeon tried to regain her composure, admitting that her plan to move close to her neighbor was real. Jeong In-ju mused for a moment, her eyes flashing with shrewd calculation, making the atmosphere grow tense. Hyun-ju-yeon was startled, her eyes sharpened when she heard her best friend hint that she also wanted to move closer to Seo Do-jun. The purple-haired woman shrieked in jealousy, while Jeong In-ju laughed gleefully, having hit the nail on the head for the little fox worried about losing her prey. Her smile vanished, and Jeong In-ju's demeanor turned serious as she affirmed that she was not joking about moving. Hyun-ju-yeon was stunned and broke out in a cold sweat at her close friend's unexpected and competitive declaration. Jeong In-ju raised her wine glass, likening Seo Do-jun to a supercar on the highway that her guild needed to cling to for advancement. Hyun-ju-yeon was dumbfounded, her face blank as she realized she was being compared to a freeloader on the path to fame. Jeong In-ju revealed her cunning nature, calculating to build a guild headquarters that also served as a residence for long-term settlement. The two women clinked their glasses, sealing the deal with a snap, determined to stick with the tycoon to the ends of the earth. The scene shifts to Seo Do-jun, the young man busy toiling like an ox, plowing a field in the heart of Seoul. Park Sung-wook listed the protagonist's terrifying achievements, clearing 9 dungeons in just 2 short weeks. Seo Do-jun paid no mind to the polite compliments, his eyes glued to his phone, awaiting the most important message of his life. The old manager worriedly asked if he was in an arms race, fearing Korea would collapse like Brazil. Ding! A message reported 45.2 billion. Won neatly deposited into his account, a dazzling sum that would make anyone's eyes water. Park Sung-wook looked at his nonchalant, almost calm demeanor, with extreme bewilderment, unable to understand what this man intended to do. The man broke out in a cold sweat, unable to comprehend what motivation drove a monster like him to grind day and night so frantically. So Do-jun smirked meaningfully, exuding the air of someone in control, who knew exactly what he wanted. He casually replied that he was merely tidying up a few obstacles in his way. The real reason that made Park Sung-wook gasp and break into a cold sweat. He needed money. A lot of money. Park Sung-wook's face contorted in shock when he heard the young billionaire's purpose for spending the money. Building a house. Seo Do-jun took the opportunity to ask the expert's opinion on how to plan his own territory in the most magnificent way. Immediately, the area around the protagonist's land became a real estate hotspot, with land prices skyrocketing. Hyunju, Yun, and Jung. Inju quickly snatched up the most prime locations to become neighbors with the tycoon. Even the big boss, Na Tae-hwang, couldn't sit still, bringing out his binoculars to observe the situation from above. Speculators and other heroes caught the scent of money, rushing to tear apart the development map like vultures spotting a carcass. The old fox, Seo Kyung-cheol, cackled savagely, pleased to see the business acumen flowing in his grandson's veins. Subordinates received urgent orders, frantically hunting for every inch of land around the target area like hungry wolves. Rumors spread like a virus, stimulating the greed of speculators and throwing the market into chaos. Money poured down like rain, sending land prices in Guro skyrocketing to the heavens. Seo Do-jun sat proudly with 10,000 pyong of land in his hands, while Park Sung-wook froze, stunned by the client's extravagance. He slammed the blueprint onto the table with a thud, his resolute demeanor allowing no room for doubt. Park Sung-wook adjusted his glasses, sweat pouring down him as he looked at the crude, almost incomprehensible drawing. On the vast expanse of land, this madman had only planned for a tiny house, nestled within a surrounding circle. The real estate expert couldn't contain his bewilderment and had to ask what he intended to do with the immense empty space remaining. So Do-jun unrolled a scroll, coldly declaring that the top priority was to turn this place into an absolutely safe fortress. Park Sung-wook turned pale, stammering as he realized his client actually wanted to build sturdy walls like those from the Middle Ages. He calmly scrolled through his computer, requesting to expedite the construction of the basic structure and skip the cumbersome interior furnishings. When legal procedures were mentioned, So Do-jun scoffed and immediately brought up Na Tae-hwang's name as protection, silencing his counterpart. Park Sung-wook stood frozen, wondering what bizarre purpose required the final boss of the Hero Association to get involved. It turned out his ambition was to create an artificial rift zone right in his own backyard. Seo Do-jun stood amidst the dense forest, his demeanor as relaxed and carefree as if he were strolling through a park. Na Tae-hwang sat in his office, hands clasped, confirming the audacious request of the young hunter with a look of amusement. Seo Do-jun glided like the wind, easily dodging the deadly beak dive of the Cocastrian monster bird. Min Hong-gi's eyes widened, sweat pouring down his face as he heard the insane idea of taming monsters. The old fox, So Kyung-cheol, cackled with delight, showing satisfaction at his precious grandson's audacity. Seo Do-jun calmly walked towards the towering volcano, where he was about to undertake the unprecedented, insane feat of taming monsters. The dark cave entrance echoed with the threatening growls of the monster hidden within, signaling an unfriendly welcome. Seo Do-jun's figure confidently stepped into the cave, his steady footsteps like death knocking on the prey's door. Na Tae-hwang clasped his hands in thought. Even this powerful old man had to break out in a cold sweat at the sheer audacity of the kid wanting to raise a monster right on his own land. Inside the dark cave, Seo Do-jun drew his black sword, its chilling killing intent completely overwhelming the surrounding space. Park Sung-wook froze completely, his face blank as he heard the identity of the disaster-level pet his client wanted to raise. The monster revealed itself with a roar that shook the heavens and earth, and it was Kassarian, the infamous rift boss of old. Seo Do-jun smirked arrogantly, his eyes blazing as he declared he would go easy today to teach his new pet some manners. Kassarian's colossal tail lashed down, as if to crush the audacious intruder who dared to challenge its territory. Seo Do-jun dodged the attack by a hair's breadth, the ground around him shattering from the monster's terrifying physical might. He retaliated with a powerful surge of lightning energy, striking the stubborn monster's head to knock some sense into it. Kassarian was battered senseless, its colossal head pinned to the ground, unable to lift itself against the protagonist's overwhelming power. After a session of negotiation with his fists, the ferocious dragon now lay flattened in one spot, while Seo Do-jun dusted off his hands and stood up. An hour later, the volcano still stood majestically under the blue sky, but the order within had been completely re-established. Kassarian now obediently lowered its proud head, its eyes devoid of any killing intent before its violent new master. The monster panted heavily, its tongue lolling out from exhaustion after Seo Do-jun had thoroughly beaten it without missing a single strike. Seo Do-jun sat down and patted its colossal snout as if caressing a pet dog, instructing it to stay and guard the house obediently, promising to return. He turned and walked away, whistling cheerfully, leaving the disaster-level boss watching him with eyes full of resignation and dejection. Kassarian curled up and fell asleep, its snores rumbling like thunder, officially accepting its fate as the tycoon's guard dog.